Chapter 1420. Besides, there are electric lights in the workshop now. Working at night is almost the same as during the day. Li Zishuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. He thought to himself, so I invented the electric light just to make you stay up all night to work? Now that you mention it, I'm a bit like a black-hearted capitalist. Mr. Wang, listen to my advice. Staying up all night is bad for your health. Don't stay up all night anymore. Whether it's the refining of vanadium or the production of sulfuric acid, you don't have to work so hard. If you hurt your health, it will be the greatest loss to the academy. Li Zishuan looked at Wang Ji and persuaded him earnestly. Wang Ji looked troubled. Yamacho, it's not that I like to stay up all night, but when I see those good materials, I feel a little itchy. If I can't refine these good materials into the things I want, I will feel uncomfortable all over. This is an old problem that can't be changed. But don't worry, my health is definitely fine. I know what to do. Li Zishuan was instantly speechless. He thought of his previous evaluation of Wang Ji, an alchemy warlock who was obsessed with alchemy. This evaluation was very appropriate. This old man used to love alchemy and did things that were superficial in the eyes of others. Now that he had entered the academy's chemistry department, he had completely found his organization. Because the way of material transformation in chemistry was similar to alchemy, it was not difficult to understand why Wang Ji was crazy about it. Li Zishuan knew that no matter how he persuaded this crazy person, he would not be able to persuade him. He sighed and simply stopped persuading him. He walked to the front of the carriage and said to Han Yushi, "My wife, there are some things in the workshop. I won't return to the county today. I'll ask Lu Feng to escort you back." Han Yushi lifted the curtain and came out from inside. She said softly, "Since my husband has something to do, then go ahead and do it. I'll stay in the Yunshan residence for the next 2 days and take care of my husband's food and daily life." Li Zishuan thought for a while and nodded. "That's good too. I'll send someone back to the county to inform my parents. My wife, you can go back to the residence." "Okay." Li Zishuan asked Lu Feng to lead the guards to send Han Yushi back to Yunshan Villa. Then he followed Wang Ji to the steel mill of the workshop. Yamacho looked. "This is the refined vanadium." In the steel mill, Wang Ji pointed at a sack and said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan walked over to take a look and saw pieces of light gray stones lying quietly inside. Compared to the freshly mined vanadium, these vanadium pieces that had been refined were undoubtedly more delicate in color. This is the only pure vanadium metal in the entire world. This thing has a lot of uses. It's not just used to make sulfuric acid. Mr. Wang, you have to take good care of it. Li Zishuan picked up 2 pieces of vanadium, weighed them in his hand and said to Wang Ji, "Yamacho, don't worry. Even if you don't say it, this old man will take good care of it." Wang Ji nodded and responded. Then he said, "Yamacho, the sulfuric acid is stored in the steel tank in the warehouse. But for convenience, this old man put some in the glass bottle. Yamacho, can you take a look and see if the purity is enough?" Li Zishuan nodded and followed Wang Ji to a small laboratory nearby. Wang Ji put on thick rubber gloves, took a bottle of transparent liquid from the shelf, and handed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and shook it slightly. Seeing that the liquid inside wasn't as agile as water, but was rather viscous, he nodded inwardly. This was because highly concentrated sulfuric acid was indeed a viscous liquid. "Have you roughly estimated the concentration of this sulfuric acid?" Li Zishuan turned his head to look at Wang Ji and asked. Wang Ji nodded and said, "This old man has calculated the ratio of raw materials input and output, as well as the total amount of water added. If we ignore the leakage of sulfur dioxide during the production process, the theoretical concentration of sulfuric acid is about 97%. But considering the various errors in the production process, the actual concentration of sulfuric acid should be about 90%. 90%? It's almost enough for our workshop to use in the future," Li Zishuan said with a gratified smile. Then he opened the bottle cap, dipped a glass rod in a few drops of sulfuric acid, and dripped it on a piece of rice paper on the table. The paper quickly turned black where the sulfuric acid landed, and there was a burnt smell in the air. This was the strong dehydration of the sulfuric acid, causing the paper to be charred. Seeing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. Very good. Now our workshop can finally produce sulfuric acid in batches. This is the cornerstone of the Tang dynasty's chemical industry. The three industrial acids were nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and hydrochloric acid. Currently, the workshop could produce both sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid on a large scale. Electrolysis of salt water produces sodium hydroxide, hydrogen, and chlorine. Hydrogen can be burned in chlorine to produce hydrochloric acid. The only one left was nitric acid. The production of nitric acid was more complicated. The nitric acid industry was closely related to the ammonia industry. The workshop didn't have the catalyst needed, so this could only be left for the future. Mr. Wang, I will take some sulfuric acid with me in a while to make a battery. A battery that can last longer than the previous voltaic battery. As for the steel mill, I hope Mr. Wang can use the vanadium extracted from it to make vanadium steel. Li Zishuan paused for a moment and said, Vanadium steel? Could it be that Yamacho wants to add vanadium and charcoal to molten iron to make a new type of steel? Wang Ji's eyes lit up. This was the first time he heard Li Zishuan talk about using vanadium to make steel. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's right, that's the gist of it. As for the specific ratio of each material, I will give you a few references later. Adding vanadium into the steel is like adding wings to a tiger. The function of vanadium in steel is to enhance the hardenability and carbide. It can also withstand high temperatures and has a strong secondary hardening effect. It has a significant effect on increasing the hardness by more than 3 times. Moreover, vanadium can refine the grains of the steel and stabilize the structure. It is more suitable for forging and polishing. It is simply a heaven-sent material for making weapons and armor. Increase the hardness by more than 3 times? Wang Ji's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Li Zishuan's words. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. He quickly swallowed his saliva and said, Gulp? What? Yamacho wants to use vanadium steel to make weapons and armor? This must not be done. If someone finds out, even His Majesty won't let you off. This old man thought that Li Zishuan had become arrogant and wanted to make weapons and armor to rebel. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. However, his first reaction was to persuade Li Zishuan to lay down the butcher's knife and not to expose him. This showed that he really cared about Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan knew that Wang Ji had misunderstood. He quickly said, What are you talking about, Mr. Wang? I do have the intention to make weapons and armor, but this is all under His Majesty's instructions. As for what His Majesty intends to use this batch of vanadium steel to make weapons and armor, I can't tell you in detail. Don't worry, I haven't had enough of being Xiaoyao Marquis and Xiaoyao Yamacho yet. How could he be so stupid as to rebel? I am very satisfied with my current life. Wang Ji heard this and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, That's good. That's good. This old man was really scared out of his wits just now. Since it's His Majesty's orders, this old man naturally has no objections. Yamacho, after you give me the ratio formula, I will go and try to make vanadium steel. But thank you, Mr. Wang. After Li Zishuan told Wang Ji the ratio of vanadium, carbon, and iron in the vanadium steel, he took away a can of concentrated sulfuric acid and left the steel mill. After leaving the steel mill, he came to the office building in the front yard of the workshop. There was a laboratory that belonged to Li Zishuan. Along the way, Li Zishuan turned down the good intentions of a few servants who wanted to help him carry the can of steel and arrived at his laboratory. After placing the can of sulfuric acid in the corner, Li Zishuan bent over the table and began to draw a blueprint. He was drawing the structure of the lead battery's shell. The negative plate, positive plate, and electrolyte were the main components of the lead battery's flow reaction. The anode plate was lead dioxide, and the cathode plate was lead. When the battery is discharged, the negative electrode plate reacts with the electrolyte to become lead sulfate and water, releasing electric energy. When the battery is charged, under the action of external electric energy, The lead sulfate and the acid in the water reacts to form lead fluff and sulfuric acid, storing electric energy. In this way, a complete charging and discharging cycle could be formed. Compared to the commonly used modern lithium batteries, although lead batteries had less energy, that is, the amount of electricity stored per unit of weight was less. The main reason was that lead batteries were generally larger in size and weight, their electromotive force was more stable, their operating voltage was stable, their operating temperature and current range was wide, they could charge and discharge hundreds of cycles, their storage performance was good, especially suitable for dry charge storage, and their cost was lower. Therefore, they were widely used in the electric vehicle industry. Of course, the most important thing was that with the current conditions of the strange pavilion workshop, it was already very difficult to produce lead batteries. As for the higher-grade lithium batteries, that would have to wait. In addition, lead and lead dioxide were the materials for the battery electrodes. These two materials already existed in this era. Lead was one of the earliest metals used by humans. In 3000 BC, humans already knew how to smelt lead from ore. The lead content in the Earth's crust was 0.0016%, and the main ore was galena. China also had a long history of using lead in ancient times. In ancient times, lead was one of the three main ingredients. Copper coins also contained a lot of lead, which was the largest amount of lead in ancient times. The more debased a currency was, the more lead it contained. For ancient necromancers, lead had another use, which was to refine elixirs. Lead and mercury were important components of elixirs. Of course, both of these things were poisonous. Therefore, since ancient times, none of the emperors who favored necromancers and consumed elixirs had lived long. With lead, sulfuric acid, and a good design of the shell structure, it was basically possible to make lead batteries. In his previous life, Li Zishuan had disassembled old lead batteries, so he was quite familiar with their internal structure. After about 15 minutes, Li Zishuan finished drawing the blueprint and walked out of the laboratory. "Faubert, get someone to follow this blueprint and use hard rubber to make a shell like this. I need it urgently." After arriving at Faubert's office, Li Zishuan passed the blueprint to Faubert and said, "Hard rubber was rubber with a high sulfur content. At a low temperature, the sulfur bonds could increase the range of movement between the chains, so the rubber would not harden. However, if more sulfur was added, for example, 25% to 50%, based on the weight of the rubber, the bonds between the chains would become even tighter, causing the rubber to harden. This type of rubber was called hard rubber. In the 21st century, the main material used for battery shells was ABS, high-strength and high-density plastic. However, when batteries first became popular, there was no such plastic. At that time, they used hard rubber. The current Tang dynasty obviously did not have the conditions to produce ABS plastic, so Li Zishuan could only use hard rubber. For the current workshop, using hard rubber to make a battery shell was not difficult. It was all thanks to him sending people to Southeast Asia to look for rubber. Otherwise, many things could not be made now. But this old man will arrange for someone to do it. The structure of the shell is not complicated. I estimate that it will be done in about 2 hours. Faubert took the blueprint and gave it a quick glance. The workshop had all kinds of ready-made machines, so he was confident that he could make the shell within 2 hours. He did not ask Li Zishuan the purpose of making the shell because he knew that Li Zishuan was going to tinker with something new. As for what the new thing was, he would know when it was done. This was the tacit understanding that he had developed after following Li Zishuan for so long. "Okay, then I will have to trouble Faubert." Li Zishuan smiled. Faubert smiled and brought the blueprint to the yard where the rubber was produced. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, went to the courtyard where the glass was fired. This was because the partition in the modest battery was made of glass. About 4 hours later, the materials for the battery shell, cathode and anode plates, as well as the separator in the electrolyte were all prepared. Li Zishuan began to mix the electrolyte for the battery. This was very particular. Generally speaking, the sulfuric acid concentration of lead batteries was between 1.27 and 1.28. If the concentration was too low, it was easy to lose power. After a long period of use, lead sulfuric acid crystals would form between the two plates. It could not be removed during the recharging process and would become a blind spot. When the amount of lead sulfuric acid crystals formed reached a certain level, the battery would not be able to store power. Moreover, if the concentration of sulfuric acid was higher than the standard, lead sulfuric acid crystals would form easily. Therefore, the ratio of sulfuric acid to distilled water in the electrolyte must be strictly controlled. Just mixing the electrolyte took Li Zishuan more than half an hour. The next work was to assemble the prepared materials and the shell. This was not troublesome. The only thing to pay attention to was not to bring debris and dust into the electrolyte during the operation. Faubert stood aside and watched the entire process of making the lead battery. It was already dark, and the lights in the laboratory had been turned on by Faubert. At this time, Li Zishuan finally stood up, clapped his hands, and sighed in relief. Okay, the world's first lead battery is finally done. Chapter 1421. Master, this thing is a battery? Do you want to try connecting a light bulb to it? In a laboratory in the workshop. When Faubert heard Li Zishuan say that the square thing in front of him was the first lead-acid battery in the world, he was shocked. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Of course, we have to try it. Uncle Fu, can I trouble you to get someone to bring a low-powered light bulb and some wires?" When the lead-acid battery was first made, it did not need to be charged. It could be used directly because it was full of chemical energy. The so-called charging was to use the external electrical energy to regenerate the active material, lead sulfate, and store the electrical energy as chemical energy. Now that the battery was not discharging, there was no active material, lead sulfate, in the electrolyte. Naturally, there was no need to charge it. Okay, Master, wait a moment. Faubert smiled and left. After a while, Faubert brought Song Xiaoxi with a few light bulbs of different sizes and some copper wires. Li Zishuan removed the rubber on both ends of the wires. One end of the two wires was connected to the positive electrode of the battery, and the other end was connected to the positive and negative screw at the end of the light bulb. The moment the wires touched the end of the light bulb suddenly lit up. It lit up. It really lit up. It seems that the power of this lead-acid battery is stronger than the voltaic battery that you made before. This kind of light bulb can't be lit up by the voltaic battery. Faubert could not help but exclaim. When it came to electricity, he could be considered as half an expert. Although he did not speak as professionally as Wang Ji, he understood the general idea. Yamacho, your lead-acid battery is really a success? My goodness, it can light up such a big light bulb. What is the output voltage of this lead-acid battery? Speaking of the devil, Wang Ji came out of the steel mill to take a look. He did not expect to see this scene as soon as he stepped into the laboratory. He could not help but ask in surprise. Compared to Faubert, his question was obviously more professional. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "In this lead-acid battery, the voltage of each battery pack is about 2 volts. There are a total of 6 battery packs connected in series, and the voltage is about 12 volts. Naturally, the voltage is higher than the voltaic battery. Moreover, the continuous discharge capacity of this lead-acid battery was much stronger than that of a voltaic battery. With just this small light bulb, it wouldn't be a problem to light it up for 24 hours. Moreover, after the battery is used up, it can be recharged. After recharging, it can be used again. 12 volts? Keep the lights on for 24 hours? Can it be recharged after the battery runs out?" Wang Ji was really shocked this time. He had used the voltaic batteries made by Li Zishuan before. Each voltaic battery only had about 1 volt of power, and it did not last long. If it was used to send and receive telegrams, it would run out of power in less than 4 hours. Today's batteries, whether it was the output voltage or the ability to supply power for a long time, were far superior to the voltaic batteries. Moreover, the lead batteries could be recharged after they ran out of power, unlike the voltaic batteries which could only be thrown away after they ran out of power. These unparalleled and inconceivable advantages made Wang Ji doubt his life a little. "Yamacho, can you tell me the principle behind the charging and discharging of this lead-acid battery? This is the first time I've heard of a battery that can be recharged and recycled." After a while, Wang Ji recovered from his shock and looked at Li Zixuan expectantly. Although it was already late, Li Zixuan knew that if he didn't explain the principle of charging and discharging lead-acid batteries to Wang Ji today, with this old man's temperament, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. In order to let the old man sleep well, Li Zixuan took out a piece of blank rice paper and wrote a chemical equation on it with a pencil as he began to explain. Mr. Wang, the material of the anode plate of this battery is lead dioxide, and the material of the cathode plate is lead. The electrolyte is prepared dilute sulfuric acid. There is a separator in the electrolyte to separate the electrolyte between the two electrodes and prevent the electrodes from shorting. When discharging electricity, the lead in the cathode plate reacts with the electrolyte to produce lead sulfate and water, releasing electricity. When charging the battery, under the action of external electricity, the lead sulfate reacts with the acid in the water to produce lead fluff and sulfuric acid, storing electricity. It took nearly half an hour to explain the charging and discharging principle of the battery to Wang Ji. During this time, Wang Ji raised a lot of technical questions, and Li Zixuan patiently answered them one by one. When everything was finished, it was already close to midnight. Yamacho, this lead-acid battery is really amazing, especially now that we have a hydropower station in Lantian County and Yanhuang College is connected to electricity. The role of this battery is even more obvious. After using up the electricity outside, it can be recharged with electricity from the hydropower station. Perfect. It's simply perfect. This old man is truly in awe of Mountain Chieftain's ingenuity. Wang Ji's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the gaze he looked at the lead-acid battery became more and more passionate. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he came here to find Li Zixuan for business, and quickly said, "Oh, Yamacho, the steel mill has already produced vanadium steel. This old man has done some experiments in private, and this vanadium steel is indeed much harder than ordinary steel. Yamacho, do you want to go take a look?" Li Zixuan looked at the dark sky outside and couldn't help but ask, "Faubert, what time is it now?" After transmigrating for so long, Li Zixuan still couldn't accurately determine the time. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to practice this skill in his lifetime. He could only wait until the invention of the watch, and then he would be able to completely control time. "Young master, it should be midnight now." Faubert was silent for a moment, and then replied. Midnight, which was 9 o'clock in the evening. He actually worked from 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 9 o'clock in the evening, and he didn't even eat dinner in the middle. Not only did he not eat dinner, but Faubert and Wang Ji also didn't eat. "I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I'll look tomorrow." "It's not early today, Mr. Wang." "Faubert, this man is iron, rice is steel. Everyone go back early to eat and rest. Our bodies are the capital for our inventions." At this time, Wang Ji, a workaholic, actually wanted to drag him to the steel mill to work. Li Zixuan would never do that, even if he was beaten to death. He still had a wife and children at home. Oh, he didn't have any children yet, but he couldn't go back too late and make his wife worry, right? Therefore, he waved his hand and said to Wang Ji and Faubert, "Young master is right, then this old man will go first. I'm old, I can't handle it," Faubert said with a smile. Wang Ji was unwilling, but seeing that Faubert had said so, he couldn't disagree, so he could only pack up and leave the workshop with Li Zixuan. They went up Yun Mountain. He was now living in the academy's teacher's dormitory, not Yun Mountain residence, because his title had not reached the level of a professor. However, based on Wang Ji's enthusiasm in chemistry and his recent results, it was only a matter of time before he became a professor in the academy. "Husband, you're back? You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll heat up the food for you now." When they returned to the residence, Han Yushi heard the movement at the door and quickly came out of the house to welcome them. Obviously, she hadn't slept, waiting for Li Zixuan to come back. "Wife, why aren't you asleep at this time?" "It's all my fault. I was so busy in the workshop that I forgot the time and forgot to send someone to tell you," Li Zixuan said apologetically. "Husband, don't say that." Han Yushi hurriedly said, "You're busy in the workshop, and it's not midnight yet, so I'm not sleepy. All right, let's not talk about it. I'm going to warm up with my husband." Li Zixuan hugged Han Yushi and kissed her gently on the forehead. he said, "My wife is so considerate, I'll give you something good in a few days." Han Yushi asked curiously, "What good thing?" Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll keep it a secret for now, but it'll definitely be a big surprise." The next day, Li Zishuan went to the workshop again after breakfast. Speaking of which, he was now sitting in the position of marquis. Logically speaking, he didn't have to work so hard. Even if he ate, drank, and played every day, with the huge foundation he had built previously, he could guarantee that he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. When he first transmigrated, Li Zishuan thought that as long as he could be a marquis, he would spend his life waiting for death. However, sometimes only when you really sat in that position would you understand your responsibilities. Li Zishuan was now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, the real master of tens of thousands of people in Lantian County, and the helmsman of the entire Yanhuang Corporation. Behind him, countless students were learning from him, improving and growing, countless people were relying on him to eat, countless craftsmen were using his innovative technology and tools to liberate productivity, and countless merchants were relying on him to become rich and realize their own value. He couldn't stop. His position as marquis was created by the invention of engineering. Therefore, he had the obligation to bring engineering to greater heights in this era. Moreover, to him, creating modern things in the ancient times was where his joy lay. He wanted and was willing to make this Tang dynasty even more advanced and powerful. When he arrived at the steel mill, Wang Ji was already waiting there. These 2 days were the weekend of the academy, so old Wang didn't have any classes at the academy. He could also devote himself to scientific research. Yamacho, look, this is vanadium steel. This is vanadium steel that was refined according to the 3 different vanadium ratios that Yamacho provided. Wang Ji pointed at the pile of steel on the ground and said to Li Zishuan, "Let's use this vanadium steel to make swords and armor first, then we'll test it out." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "The ratio of vanadium in vanadium steel was generally not high, around 0.025% to 0.059%. Different ratios of vanadium would result in different hardness of vanadium steel. As for which ratio was the most suitable for making swords and sabers, and which was the most suitable for making armor, all of these would need to be tested. In addition, by adding a certain ratio of vanadium to the steel, one could make rebar that could be used as the framework of reinforced concrete. Compared to ordinary steel, rebar's hardness and toughness were both very good. It was suitable to be used as the framework of reinforced concrete in large projects. It could significantly increase the strength of the project and increase the level of earthquake resistance. Alright, then Yamacho, please wait a moment. Wang Ji nodded in response. There were all kinds of craftsmen in the workshop, and naturally, there was no lack of skilled blacksmiths. Wang Ji sent the vanadium steel to the blacksmith's workshop and instructed the blacksmiths to use the 3 different ratios of vanadium steel to make 3 sets of swords and armor. The blacksmith's workshop immediately began to bustle with activity. Yamacho, do you think that the swords and sabers made of vanadium steel will be so sharp that they can cut through metal like mud? As for armor, will the armor made of vanadium steel be stronger than the armor used by Tang soldiers? The temperature in the blacksmith's workshop was too high. Wang Ji was old and could not withstand the heat. After he finished instructing the craftsmen, he left the workshop to find Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Although I wouldn't dare to say that they can cut through metal like mud, if ordinary iron swords and sabers were to meet vanadium steel swords and sabers, they would definitely suffer great damage. As for armor, I have even more confidence in it. Armor made of vanadium steel is definitely superior under the same conditions. Vanadium alloying could greatly increase the strength of carbon steel, especially under the conditions of quenching and tempering. The improvement in performance was even more obvious. In his previous life, a fortuitous event led to the use of vanadium in automobile steel. It was said that when Henry Ford I was watching a race, a French car was crashed. When he examined the wreckage of the car, he found that the damage of a crankshaft produced in Sweden was much smaller than expected. After testing, it was found that the steel contained vanadium. Therefore, Ford used vanadium alloyed steel to make the key parts of the Ford car to better resist the vibration and fatigue of the road. He once famously said, "If there was no vanadium, there would be no cars." Because a very small amount of vanadium could give the steel excellent performance, people at that time had a very vivid evaluation of the role of vanadium in steel. Vanadium was the vitamin in steel. Thus, when vanadium steel was used to make armor, although it was not absolutely invulnerable, it was definitely able to resist most cold weapons. This is amazing. Who would have thought that just adding a little vanadium to steel could greatly improve the performance of the steel? This is really incredible. Wang Ji muttered to himself. Mr. Wang, wait here. I'll go draw a blueprint. I'm planning to make something new." Li Zishuan knew that forging the swords and armor was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take at least half a day, so he said to Wang Ji. When Wang Ji heard this, his eyes lit up. "Oh, Yamacho has a good idea again? I wonder what new thing you want to make this time?" Mr. Wang, you will know in a while. When the armor is done, remember to send someone to inform me." Li Zishuan did not say anything, so Wang Ji smiled. When Wang Ji saw this, he did not ask further. Li Zishuan returned to his office in the workshop and began to draw the blueprint. At noon, Song Xiaoxi brought him lunch. He finished it quickly and continued to draw the blueprint. There was a thick stack of blueprints on his desk. It was obvious that the thing he was going to make this time was not simple. "Mountain Leader, the swords and armors are ready. Take a look." At around 5 in the afternoon, Wang Ji came to Li Zishuan's office with 2 manservants, carrying 3 pairs of swords and armors, and said excitedly, "Oh, how is the effect? Mr. Wang, have you tried it?" Li Zishuan put down his pen, stood up and asked with a smile. I've tried it. This sword was just like what the Mountain Leader had said. It could easily cut through ordinary swords and sabers made of iron. It's really sharp. As for the armor, even arrows can't penetrate it. It's really tough." Wang Ji said ecstatically. Chapter 1422. "Oh, let me try." In the workshop's office building, Li Zishuan received a sword made of vanadium steel. After examining it for a moment, he could not help but exclaim, "The blade is slender and the blade is like autumn frost. It has a cold light and it feels very good in my hand. Just based on its appearance, it is already better than 95% of the swords on the market. Not bad, not bad. The craftsman who forged this sword is very skilled. He should be rewarded." Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction. At this moment, he took out a metal rod from the corner behind the door. This metal rod was purely made of iron. There was no charcoal in it and it could not even be considered steel. In fact, although there was already steelmaking technology in ancient times, it was only in some steelmaking workshops under the control of the imperial court. Most of the ironware used by the common people in their daily lives was still pure iron, and there was very little steel. Li Zishuan picked up the vanadium steel sword and lightly waved it. Without using any internal force, he casually slashed at the metal rod. With a kung sound, a 3-millimeter deep sword mark was left on the metal rod. This was already quite impressive. After all, he had just waved it casually. If he had used his full strength or even his internal force, he was confident that he could have used this vanadium steel sword to slash the metal rod in his hand. Although this degree of sharpness was not as good as his wind-chasing sword, it had already far surpassed the weapons of this era. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at the armor made of vanadium steel that Wang Ji was holding. This was a radiant armor. The origin of the name radiant armor was said to be related to the circular shield on the chest and back. This was because the circular shield was mostly made of copper and other metals. It was polished to the point that it looked like a mirror. When wearing the radiant armor on the battlefield, due to the sun's rays, it would emit a dazzling radiant light, hence the name. The radiant armor had an extremely long history. It was already in existence during the Three Kingdoms period. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the most commonly used armor was the radiant armor and the dual crotch armor. The dual crotch armor was usually made of small scales. The length of the dual crotch armor extended to the abdomen, replacing the leather armor skirt of the Sui dynasty. The lower part of the armor was shaped like a crescent moon or lotus leaf. It was used to protect the lower abdomen. These improvements greatly increased the defense below the waist. Other than these two types of armor, the Tang dynasty also developed many new types of armor. According to the 6 classics of the Tang dynasty, there were 12 other types of armor, such as light, fine scale, mountain inscriptions, bird hammer, white cloth, soap, cloth back, infantry, leather, wooden, chain, and so on. Among them, light essences, lock, mountain inscriptions, bird hammer, and fine scale armor were iron armors. The latter 3 were named after the style of the armors. Leather armor, wood armor, white cloth, soap cloth, and cloth back were named after the materials used to make them. The design of this Mingguang armor is very good. Could the craftsman who made it have worked in the works supervisor or the Ministry of Works before? Li Zishuan asked softly as he touched the smooth surface of the armor. Wang Ji smiled and replied, "Yamacho has a good eye." The name of the blacksmith who made this armor is Zhang Hongsheng. His father is Zhang Kajiu, who used to be a famous blacksmith in the General Works Bureau. His qualifications and skills are not below Minister Yan's. However, he is old now, so he retired from the bureau and took over his father's work. Zhang Hongsheng inherited Zhang Kajiu's skills in sword and armor forging. Although he only inherited 50 to 60% of it, he is the most skilled blacksmith in the workshop. Zhang Kajiu? When Li Zishuan heard this name, he found it familiar. After muttering it twice, his face suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "Zhang Kajiu? Mr. Wang, are you saying that Zhang Hongsheng's father is Zhang Kajiu? Zhang Kajiu used to work in the work supervisor? He was also Minister Yan's colleague?" Zhang Kajiu was the most famous craftsman in the Tang dynasty. His Kajiu sword was ranked 14th in China's ancient weapon ranking. The famous poet of the Tang dynasty, Bai Zhiyi, once wrote a poem about the Kajiu sword. The poem said, 8,000 years after Zhizi's death, the elves secretly taught Zhang Kajiu. Kajiu forged the sword in Wu Mountain. In the poem, Bai Ji believed that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was taught to him by Zhizi 1,000 years ago. As for who Zhizi was, anyone with a little knowledge of history would know. Zhizi was the founder of ancient craftsmanship in China and the creator of the dragon spring sword. When Zhizi was born, the Eastern Zhou dynasty was in conflict. First, the Wu kingdom conquered the Chu kingdom. Later, the Wu kingdom annexed 45 kingdoms to the south of the Yangtze River. When he was young, he learned metallurgy from his uncle and began to forge bronze swords, iron hoes, iron axes, and other tools. He discovered the difference between copper and iron and forged his first iron sword, the Qixing Longyuan sword, or Longyuan sword for short. In the Tang dynasty, to avoid the taboo of Emperor Gaozu Li Yuan, he changed the word yuan to quan and called it the Qixing Longquan sword. It was the first cold weapon in China. Bai Ji believed that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was taught to him by Zhizi. From this, it could be seen that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was superb. However, there were almost no records of Zhang Kajiu's life in the history books. They could only guess from some ancient poems. As for his birth date and history, there were no records. Li Zishuan didn't expect to hear about Zhang Kajiu in the early years of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this old man was once a work supervisor. How could he not be shocked? Yamacho also knows Zhang Kajiu? Zhang Kajiu is famous for his craftsmanship, so it's normal for Marquis to know him. This person did indeed serve as a work supervisor for a period of time. When the current emperor was still the king of Qin, he loved swords. When he heard that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was superb, he sent someone to invite Zhang Kajiu to make a sword. However, Zhang Kajiu was arrogant and refused the emperor's request. However, the emperor was magnanimous and didn't get angry. Instead, he personally visited Zhang Kajiu. After 3 visits, Zhang Kajiu finally agreed to leave the mountain and become a works supervisor. The emperor's current sword was made by Zhang Kajiu. Wang Ji explained with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded in realization. He didn't expect there to be such a past. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He asked, Zhang Yajiu is a famous swordsmith and was once highly regarded by the current emperor. Even if he is old now and has retired from his position as a supervisor, he should at least not have to worry about food and clothing, right? Why would he let his son work in our workshop? Wang Ji frowned and couldn't help but ask, Yamacho, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me all the craftsmen come to our workshop for money? Don't you allow people to come here for their own interests and to realize their dreams? Old Wang was obviously hurt by Li Zishuan's words. As the leader of the chemistry department of Yanhuang College, his monthly salary wasn't small. He didn't lack money, but didn't he work in the workshop every day? He was doing it for his dreams. Li Zishuan knew that he said the wrong thing and had an embarrassed look on his face. He hurriedly said, "Cough, cough. Mr. Wang, that's not what I meant. I meant that since Zhang Hongxing's father was a work supervisor, why didn't he recommend Zhang Hongxing to be a works supervisor? Why did he allow his son to work in our workshop?" Hearing this, old Wang relaxed and said, "Yamacho, you'll have to ask Manager Fu. Zhang Hongxing was recruited by Manager Fu. I don't know the details." Zhang Hongxing was personally invited by this old man. At that time, I told him that we have countless good materials for forging swords in our workshop. As long as he came, all the materials would be given to him. Zhang Hongxing is like his father and loves forging swords. When he heard this old man's condition, he readily agreed. At this moment, Faubert came in from outside and said as he walked. Obviously, he had been eavesdropping outside the room for a while. Li Zishuan heard this and suddenly felt a little funny. He said, "Faubert only used some materials to recruit a master craftsman for the workshop. Amazing! Amazing!" These words were sincere. Li Zishuan, who came from an engineering background, valued skills and talents the most. As long as you had skills, money wasn't a problem, and materials were even less of a problem. If all the technical talents in this world could be recruited with some materials like Zhang Hongxing, Li Zishuan didn't want to talk too much. He wanted to recruit 3,000 people first. Faubert laughed bitterly and said helplessly, "Young master, you don't know how much materials Zhang Hongxing used. Every time the workshop got good materials for forging swords, he would fight for them. If I didn't give them to him, I would break my promise. If I gave them to him, it would affect the task that you gave me. Just now, he ran over to me and asked if there was a new type of steel called vanadium steel in the workshop. He wanted me to give him 200 caddies first because he wanted to practice swords. I know that the vanadium steel was refined using the vanadium or that you obtained with great difficulty. How could I be willing to give it to him? So he started to make a fuss at my place, saying that I didn't keep my promise. This old man had no choice but to seek help from young master." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Give it to him. Give him 200 caddies. Doesn't this Zhang Hongxing like forging weapons? I happen to have a new set of armor here and I need his help to forge it. Song Xiaoxi, go to Faubert's place and invite Zhang Hongxing over." "Young master." Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly ran out. After a while, under Song Xiaoxi's lead, a man in his late 20s, shirtless, walked in from outside. Zhang Hongxing pays his respects to Marquis. After entering the office, Song Xiaoxi tugged at Zhang Hongxing's sleeve and then secretly pointed at Li Zishuan. Zhang Hongxing then saluted Li Zishuan. "No need to be so polite." Li Zishuan smiled and went forward to help Zhang Hongxing up. He then asked, "I heard that you wanted 200 caddies of vanadium steel from Faubert?" Zhang Hongxing's heart tightened. At this moment he saw that Faubert was still standing in the room. In an instant he figured out what was going on and thought that Faubert was complaining about him. Therefore, he said angrily, "Marquis, when I first entered this workshop, Manager Fu promised me that as long as I wanted rare materials for swords, he would try his best to satisfy me. I've only been in the workshop for 3 months. Does Marquis want Manager Fu to go back on his word?" Looking at this guy's stiff neck and glaring eyes, looking as if he was looking for a fight, Faubert quickly frowned and reprimanded him. "Zhang Hongxing, don't be rude in front of Marquis. Besides, no one wants to go back on their word." Faubert, it's okay. It's okay." Li Zishuan waved his hand and wasn't angry at all. Since ancient times, People with great skills tended to have bad tempers. Li Zishuan was very patient with such people. When Zhang Hongxing heard the second half of Falbert's words, he was stunned. Not going back on his word? That was to say, Li Zishuan called him over to give him vanadium steel? Thinking of this, Zhang Hongxing immediately changed his expression and cupped his hands to Li Zishuan. Marquis, please forgive me. I was anxious and offended, Marquis. I hope that Marquis will forgive me. Li Zishuan smiled and said, It's okay. The 200 caddies of vanadium steel you asked for from Manager Fu was approved by this Marquis. You can go to the steel mill to get it later. Thank you, Marquis. Zhang Hongxing was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands. At the same time, he thought that this young Marquis was quite easy to talk to. 2 months ago, after Zhang Hongxing was seduced by Falbert to the workshop, he had been immersed in the blacksmith workshop studying the art of sword forging. Usually, he didn't see Li Zishuan. Even if he did, no one introduced him to him and he didn't know him. Today was his first meeting with Li Zishuan. In the morning, Wang Ji gave him a new batch of steel and asked him to forge 3 swords and 3 sets of armor. At that time, he didn't think much of it and thought that there was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, so he planned to let his disciple forge it. But inadvertently, he found that the quality of the steel was very hard. It was something he had never seen before in his life. Thus, out of curiosity, he personally forged the swords and armor in Li Zishuan's office. Of course, he was quite satisfied with the sharpness of the swords that were finally forged. When Wang Ji went to his place in the afternoon to pick up the goods, he couldn't help but ask Wang Ji what kind of steel it was. After knowing that it was vanadium steel, he eagerly ran to Falbert to ask for the materials. That was why such a farce happened. This Marquis has long heard of your father's name. I heard that you, Hongxing, have inherited your father's skills in sword forging. This Marquis has a sword here. How about you help me take a look? When Li Zishuan saw Zhang Hongxing's happy face, he thought that this technical talent wasn't that difficult to deal with. In order to pursue the victory, he took off the long sword at his waist and said to Zhang Hongxing. Zhang Hongxing didn't think much of it. He thought to himself, what kind of good sword can a wealthy Marquis have? But in order to obtain the vanadium steel as soon as possible, he still cooperated. Understood. May Marquis lend me the sword to take a look? Here you go. Li Zishuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Together with the scabbard, he lightly tossed it to Zhang Hongxing. When Zhang Hongxing saw how casually Li Zishuan tossed it, he guessed that the sword was very light. Thus, he also casually used one hand to catch the sword. In the end, tragedy befell him in the blink of an eye. Io! When the wind-chasing sword touched Zhang Hongxing's hand, Zhang Hongxing realized that something was wrong. But at this moment, even if he wanted to use both hands to catch the sword, it was too late. He could only watch as his body was brought down by the wind-chasing sword. Seeing that his entire body was about to hit the ground, he suddenly felt a gust of wind in front of him. Following that, a hand grabbed his shoulder, preventing him from falling any further. In a flash, Li Zishuan appeared in front of him and supported him. Brother Zhang, I'm sorry. This Marquis forgot to tell you that this sword is rather heavy. I'm sorry for startling you. Li Zishuan hurriedly apologized. This apology immediately caused Zhang Hongxing's face to turn red. He waved his hand in shame and said, This Zhang's knowledge is shallow. I didn't know that there was such a small sword in this world, but it's extremely heavy. It's no wonder Marquis. This Zhang shall taste this sword for Marquis. Saying which, Zhang Hongxing's heart was filled with amazement. He thought to himself, what kind of strange sword is this? Just based on its size and shape, it doesn't seem any different from an ordinary sword. But why is it so heavy? At the very least, this sword is 3 to 4 times heavier than an ordinary sword. It was precisely because of this that he was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground because of this sword. In the end, he couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart. Zhang Hongxing stood up straight and slowly pulled out the wind-chasing sword from the scabbard. Instantly, he was stunned. Chapter 1423. The sword is 3 feet long, and its body is as smooth as a mirror. The blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, and there is a cold light in the middle that seems to be constantly flowing. This sword can break the clouds and destroy the earth. What a good sword! It is truly a good sword. But the weight of this sword is actually more than 40 pounds. How? How is this possible? No. This sword is definitely not made of ordinary metal. Could it be? Could it be made of Xian metal? In Li Zishuan's office in the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Zhang Hongsheng tightly gripped Li Zishuan's wind-chasing sword as if he was admiring a peerless beauty. He greedily poured his gaze onto the mirror-like smooth and cold blade. The more he looked, the more excited he became. In the end, he raised his head to look at Li Zishuan in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice. The sharpness of this sword had already surpassed the 9-crow sword that his father had spent his entire life forging. How could he not be shocked? But the moment he looked up, a strand of hair in front of him accidentally fell on the blade. Everyone saw that the strand of hair was easily cut off the moment it touched the blade. Then, the strand of hair gently fell to the ground. Cutting off a strand of hair. How terrifying! This was truly cutting off a strand of hair. Faubert, Wang Ji, Zhang Hongxing, Song Xiaoxi, and the rest could not help but gasp. This kind of sharp divine weapon that only existed in ancient legends was actually seen by them today. At this time, Li Zishuan smiled at Zhang Hongxing and said, "Brother Zhang, you guessed right. This sword is indeed not made of ordinary metal. It is made of Xian metal." Gulp. Zhang Hongxing fiercely swallowed his saliva. At this time, he had completely let go of the arrogance of a swordsmithing clan's descendant because the sword in Li Zishuan's hand was more awesome than any sword he had ever seen. What right did he have to be arrogant? Therefore, he handed the wind-chasing sword to Li Zishuan with a face full of admiration and said, "How can such a peerless sword not have a name? Marquis, please tell me which famous sword this is? Which famous swordsmith made it?" Li Zishuan replied in a low voice, "This sword is called the wind-chasing sword. My master obtained it by chance from an otherworldly expert when he was traveling the world. As for who forged it, I don't know." Wind-chasing sword? What a good name. It's a pity that I don't know which famous artist it came from. Zhang Hongxing murmured. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, This Zhang has a presumptuous request. I hope that Marquis will grant it." Li Zishuan took a deep look at Zhang Hongxing. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He smiled and said, "You want to borrow this sword to bring it back for your father to take a look?" Zhang Hongxing was taken aback and then said with some embarrassment, Yes, Mark. My father spent his entire life pursuing the ultimate path of swordsmithing. This wind-chasing sword, whether it is the material or the craftsmanship, is a peerless sword that this Zhang has never seen before. My father will definitely be happy when he sees it. He is already very old, and as his son, the only thing I can do is to make him happy while he is still alive so that he won't have any regrets. Senior Zhang's lifelong pursuit of the ultimate path of the sword is indeed admirable, but this wind-chasing sword was left behind by my master. How can this marquis so easily lend it out? Li Zishuan softly sighed and then changed the topic. Zhang Hongxing's expression immediately darkened. He thought to himself that he was overthinking things. Who would be willing to lend out such a peerless sword? Furthermore, this wind-chasing sword was left behind by Li Zishuan's master when he was alive. Its significance was extraordinary. But at this moment, Li Zishuan said again, "However, on account of your filial piety, it's not that I can't lend you this sword, but you have to promise to help me forge a new set of armor. After you agree, I will immediately lend you the sword and allow you to lend it for 3 days." Zhang Hongxing's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "Mark, I agree. Not to mention a set of armor, even if you want me to forge 100 or 1,000 sets of armor, I'm willing." Li Zishuan found it somewhat funny and said, "Brother Zhang, this marquis hasn't even said what kind of armor I want you to forge yet, and you're already agreeing so readily?" Zhang Hongxing said confidently, "Marquis, it's not that I want to boast, but I can forge all kinds of armor from the past dynasties, such as rattan armor, black armor, sleeve armor, double crotch armor, light armor, fine scale armor, Shanwen armor, Mingguang armor, and so on. Marquis, why don't you tell me what kind of new armor you want me to forge? Zhang Hongsheng was bragging happily when he suddenly remembered the embarrassing incident of almost falling down when he received the sword. He felt that he couldn't speak so confidently in front of Li Zishuan, otherwise, he would easily fall down. After all, he was someone who had suffered a loss once. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard Zhang Hongsheng's incoherent words and his obvious cowardice at the critical moment. The main reason was that this guy was too King realistic, wasn't he? Li Zishuan didn't laugh. He turned around and picked up a stack of drawings on the desk, then took out 4 of them. Then, he gestured for everyone to come to his side. He spread out the drawings and said, "Brother Zhang, the armor I want you to forge is called plate armor. The so-called plate armor is not just a piece of iron plate. It has to be light and portable, flexible at the joints, and cover the whole body. Here, this is the drawing." Among the many drawings he drew in the office this morning, one of them was drawing armor. Everyone looked at the drawing and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhang Hongsheng couldn't help but exclaim, This plate armor is actually covering the whole body? Although this defense is indeed more comprehensive than the Mingguang armor, if the whole body is used for defense, how heavy would this set of plate armor be? If soldiers wear it, how can they walk? Not to mention fighting. Li Zishuan explained at the side, as for how heavy this set of plate armor is, we will talk about it later. First, I will explain the structure of this plate armor to you. This set of plate armor is composed of a helmet, armor, breastplate, back armor, shoulder armor, wrist armor, elbow armor, leg armor, shin armor, and steel shoes. The joints are stacked with multiple layers of movable steel plates, which can ensure that the soldier's movements in battle won't be hindered. The inside of the shoulder armor doesn't use steel plates and maintains a hollow structure, thus allowing the limbs to have more room to move. The joints connecting the body and other parts are lined with deerskin or linen, and interlocking chain mail is used to protect the inside. This way, the weight of the entire armor is borne by the whole body, and it is also comfortable to wear. The breastplate of this plate armor is made up of 3 pieces. The middle piece is narrower and serves as a connection. This structure also allows the breastplate to have a certain degree of mobility, allowing the wearer to move more flexibly. Of course, the biggest feature of this set of plate armor is the use of the neck armor. A simple helmet couldn't protect the parts below the mouth, but this set of plate armor used a large neck guard with a jaw guard to achieve the effect of complete protection of the face. For the purpose of insurance, this set of plate armor also used armpit guards to protect the armpits. In addition, the surface of the plate armor is designed with ridges to strengthen the protective effect and reduce the weight. This way, all parts of the human body are within the steel armor. On the battlefield, it is completely impenetrable and unafraid of a rain of arrows. In fact, the plate armor that Li Zishuan wanted to make was called Gothic plate armor. In his previous life, he was not only an engineering student, but also a military enthusiast. He had seen many disassembled pictures of ancient countries' armor on the internet. Plate armor was known as the king of armor, and it was the symbol of medieval knights. It was the ultimate defense of the cold weapon era. In the 100 years of war between England and France, there was no record of an arrow being able to penetrate plate armor. Later on, when firearms were introduced, plate armor was so strong that it could even withstand the damage of ordinary matchlock guns. From the 14th century to the 15th century, the progress in the structure and shape of armor was very obvious. The most famous plate armor in the history of the world, the Gothic and the Milanese plate armor, began to appear at this time. Because the former became popular in Milan, while the latter was greatly influenced by the Gothic art style, these 2 styles of armor were called the Milanese and the Gothic. However, whether it was the Milanese style or the Gothic style, both originated from Italy. It was just that the Germans had developed the Gothic style to its peak, causing many people to mistakenly believe that the Gothic style originated from Germany. Among all the plate armors, these 2 were the most popular. It wasn't that there were no other styles, but they were all imitations of these 2 styles. The Milanese style was characterized by its smooth lines, close-fitting, elegant, and beautiful design. The Gothic style was simple, full of functional beauty, with many edges and corners and good movement. Wonderful work of art. It is indeed wonderful work of art. With these designs, it is indeed possible to protect the whole body without affecting the movement of the body's joints. But how heavy is this set of plate armor? Can the soldiers bear it? Zhang Hongsheng couldn't help but exclaim. The Tang dynasty's Mingguang armor was considered the most advanced and defensive armor in the Tang dynasty. However, compared to the full-body plate armor designed by Li Zishuan, it paled in comparison. However, the only thing that Zhang Hongsheng was worried about was the weight of the full-body plate armor. The rest of the people also looked at Li Zishuan doubtfully. Obviously, everyone agreed that the defense of the plate armor was far superior to the Mingguang armor. The only thing they were worried about was the weight. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, you don't have to worry about the weight. This kind of plate armor is at its peak. The weight of a full-body plate armor will definitely not exceed 40 pounds. As for the Mingguang armor, it should be around 50 pounds, right? At the same level of defense, the plate armor is definitely lighter than the Mingguang armor. Li Zishuan wasn't bragging. In the modern era, when plate armor was mentioned, people's first reaction was that it was heavy and inflexible. In fact, this was a misunderstanding of plate armor. In fact, plate armor was not only flexible, but also light. A full body of Gothic plate armor would not exceed 25 pounds. 1 pound in the Tang dynasty was about 600 grams in the modern era, so 25 pounds would be about 40 pounds in the Tang dynasty. A full body of Mingguang armor would weigh about 30 pounds. A soldier wearing Gothic plate armor could even perform all kinds of difficult movements. It was very flexible. Moreover, the plate armor made by a skilled armor master could not even fit a piece of paper in between the plates. Its defense was simply too good. It was like a beggar's version of Iron Man. And Li Zishuan wanted to make 5,000 of such Iron Man. How is this possible? This set of armor is definitely more than 40 pounds. Zhang Hongsheng shook his head fiercely, his face full of disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Zhang, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I don't intend to use the casting method for this plate armor. I want to use the forging method to polish the plate armor to about this thickness. As he spoke, Li Zishuan used his hand to indicate a thickness of about 5 millimeters. Not only was the forged armor thin, but it was also stronger than cast armor. This was already an indisputable fact. Forging? Such a thin thickness? And you want to ensure that the thickness is uniform? Zhang Hongsheng was a little troubled. Marty, according to your request, it's not impossible, but it's extremely time-consuming and laborious. I can still make 1 or 2 pieces, but if there are too many of them, I really can't do anything. At this time, Zhang Hongsheng was very glad that he stopped in time when he was bragging. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself again. At the same time, he secretly vowed not to brag in front of Li Zishuan in the future, because Li Zishuan was poisonous. As long as he bragged in front of him, he would be instantly slapped in the face. Li Zishuan smiled again and said, Brother Zhang, you've misunderstood again. The forging method I'm talking about is not the manual forging method you think it is, but a stamping machine with constant power and constant speed. It can ensure that the surface of the forged item is smooth and uniform. Stamping machine? There's such a magical weapon in the world? Why don't I know about it? Zhang Hongsheng said excitedly. According to Li Zishuan's words, the stamping machine could be regarded as a magical weapon in the eyes of blacksmiths. After all, with this thing, there would be no need to hammer at a time to forge iron. Li Zishuan said, this stamping machine is driven by water, so it can also be called a hydraulic stamping machine. But it hasn't been made yet. When it's done, it will definitely have this effect. Xiaoxi, go and invite Mr. Mo and Ink Girl over. Tell them that I have something to ask of them. Young master. Song Xiaoxi took the order and left. Faubert then asked, Young master, you want to invite Mr. Mo over to make the hydraulic stamping machine you just mentioned? Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes and no. It can only be said that it's not all of it. The hydraulic stamping machine is only a small part of the work. We now have a water wheel under the Ba River Dam. This thing can directly provide power for our machine. We just need to connect some transmission mechanisms on it. However, in addition to the hydraulic stamping machine, I also plan to make some other things. We'll talk about it when they come. The reason why Europe could make full-body plate armor in the Middle Ages was because of the hydraulic stamping machine. Li Zishuan wanted to make this thing last year, but he didn't have a dam at that time, so he couldn't make the hydraulic stamping machine. Now that the dam and hydropower station were all built, he could finally show his skills. Chapter 1424. Young Master Mr. Mo and Miss Mo are here. Oh, young Master Yen is here too. Song Xiaoxi led Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei to Li Zishuan's office in the workshop. Surprisingly, Mo Lingwei was followed by Yen Xiaoning. Li Zishuan clicked his tongue in wonder, wondering if Yen Xiaoning had already settled his father-in-law, Mo Huai. Yamacho, I heard that you have some instructions for us? Mo Huai cupped his hands and said. Li Zishuan hurriedly greeted them. Mr. Mo, Ink Girl, please take a seat. I called you here because I plan to start a new round of technological innovation in our workshop. There are many aspects involved, and I need your help. Technological innovation? Then why didn't you call me Xiao? Yamacho? Yen Xiaoning was a little dissatisfied. Li Zishuan said unhappily, I didn't call you, but didn't you come here yourself? Besides, if I called Ink Girl, isn't that the same as calling you? What are you saying? Yen Xiaoning couldn't help but laugh. Mo Lingwei blushed and pinched Yen Xiaoning's arm hard. Mo Huai's eyes were very sharp. How could he not notice these two's little movements? His old face immediately darkened. He coughed heavily and said, Yamacho, if there's anything you need us to do, just say it. I'll do my best. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Take a seat first. Let's sit down and talk. The few of them sat around a glass coffee table. Fortunately, Li Zishuan's office was big enough that it didn't seem crowded even with 7 or 8 people. After everyone sat down, Li Zishuan took out a few blueprints, spread them out, and said in a deep voice, Now, we have a dam. Ladies and gentlemen, at present, not only do we have a dam, but we also have a water wheel. This water wheel is not only used to irrigate the farmland, but it can also provide power for the machinery. Actually, I don't need to say this, and all of you should understand. The first thing we need to do is to build a hydraulic press. This is the blueprint of the hydraulic press. After the press was completed, the water wheel needed to be modified into a power device that could be connected to the press. This was nothing more than adding some cranks and connecting rods for transmission. It was very simple. After the modification, the punching machine can be connected to the water wheel. Under the driving of the water wheel, it can replace human strength and repeatedly forge steel. Moreover, the impact force is almost the same every time. In terms of precision forging, the effectiveness of this thing is absolutely incomparable to human strength. Mo Huai looked at the drawing seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, Yamacho, there's no problem with the modification of the press machine and water wheel. Leave these two matters to this old man. Li Zishuan smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Mr. Mo has been involved in the Murky River project from the beginning to the end. Now that you're in charge of the hydraulic machine, that's the most suitable. Everyone in the workshop will do their best to assist you in this matter. Thank you, Yamacho. Mo Huai cupped his hands and said. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Zhang, after the hydraulic press machine was completed, you will lead all the blacksmiths in the workshop to produce the plate armor I gave you. You will need to make at least 5,000 sets of such armor. Previously, Li Er had talked to him and said that he wanted to expand the black armored army from 3,000 to 5,000. After the expansion, the black armored army would need to upgrade their military equipment. These equipment would all be supplied by the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop and must be made of vanadium steel. 5,000 sets? Marquis, did I hear wrongly? Zhang Hongxing's body trembled and he almost fell off his chair. He opened his mouth wide in shock. The rest of the people in the office also looked at Li Zishuan in shock. Obviously, everyone was shocked by the news that Li Zishuan wanted to make 5,000 sets of armor. Yamacho, why do you want to make so many sets of armor? What if someone finds out? After the shock, Mo Huai asked worriedly. Making military equipment without authorization was a capital offense. Li Zishuan said indifferently, "Mr. Mo, don't panic. This is a task given by His Majesty. It's not against the law." Hearing this, Mo Huai felt a little relieved. Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Hongxing and said, "Brother Zhang, these 5,000 sets of armor are not for you to make alone. You only need to teach the other blacksmiths how to make them." Zhang Hongxing quickly waved his hand and said, "Marquis, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that 5,000 sets of armor will require an astonishing amount of steel. I'm afraid that the workshop won't be able to bear it, especially vanadium steel. This material is so rare. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it to make armor?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. "You don't have to worry about this. I have iron mines, coal mines, and vanadium mines now. Besides, the Zhangsun family's iron mines can also support our workshop. Even if you make another 5,000 sets of armor, I can still bear it." The Turks in the north were a real threat to the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan could be considered a big family in the Tang Empire, and his family was living a happy life. He was determined not to allow the Turks to destroy his beautiful life. As long as he could get rid of the Turks, what was a little bit of steel? Li Zishuan's strategy was undoubtedly very wise. On the vast grassland, the use of infantry was very limited. Only the highly mobile cavalry could gallop freely on the grassland and achieve a surprise victory. The black armored army was the trump card of the Tang Empire's cavalry. Li Zishuan wanted these 5,000 black armored army to transform into 5,000 Iron Mans and sweep through the Turks' lair. At that time, the revamped black armored army would give the world a surprise. Zhang Hongxing finally understood the true foundation of the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. He clasped his fist and said, "Since that's the case, I will do my best to lead all the blacksmiths in the workshop to make 5,000 sets of armor for Marquis in the shortest time possible." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's great. Before the hydraulic press is completed, Brother Zhang can lead the blacksmiths to make 5,000 horse lances. All of them must be made of vanadium steel. In addition, we will also make a batch of horseshoes." The cavalry of the Tang dynasty usually used horse lances as their weapons. They were longer than swords and were the most convenient weapon to use when charging. If they were made of vanadium steel, it would undoubtedly increase the sharpness of the lances. Against the Turks who wore simple leather armor, it would be as easy as cutting vegetables. As for the horseshoes, when his white horse was injured last year, he nailed horseshoes to it. However, he did not popularize it because there was a shortage of iron at that time. According to academic research, horseshoes first appeared in ancient Rome around the 1st century BC. These horseshoes were made of copper or iron and were shaped like the lower part of a horse's hoof. However, they were not fixed the same way as now. In addition to using short nails, they also needed to be tied with leather. It was similar to the Roman shoes worn by the ancient Roman soldiers. Hence, it was also known as horse sandals. In China's Dunhuang Mogao grottos, there was a painting of nailed horseshoes. It was built on the wall of Cave 302 in the 4th year of Sui Kaihuang, 584 AD. From the painting, a horse was standing and tied to a tree. A man was standing behind the horse, holding the horse's right hind leg. The horse's hoof was turned upside down. There was an oval-shaped horseshoe painted on the hoof. Therefore, some people speculated that there were horseshoes in China during the Sui dynasty. However, this theory lacked archaeological evidence to support it. Moreover, according to Zhao Rushi of the Southern Song dynasty in his book, Zhu Fanji, it was recorded that the horses of Dashi used iron as shoes. This was very novel. This showed that horseshoes were not very popular in the Southern Song dynasty. Indeed, from the Qin and Han dynasties to the Tang and Song dynasties, horseshoes were not found in the Central Plains. It was not until the Yuan dynasty that horseshoes began to be used on a large scale. As for why there was a painting of nailed horseshoes from the Sui dynasty in the Dunhuang Mogao grottos, only the heavens knew. Horseshoes? What's that? Zhang Hongxing could not help but wonder. Li Zishuan took out a drawing and explained, "It's a shoe for the horse to wear. It prevents the horseshoes from cracking due to long-term wear and tear." It can greatly reduce the consumption of horse's fart. The appearance is like this. If you don't understand, you can go take a look at my white horse later. The horseshoes on its hooves have been installed for almost a year. Zhang Hongsheng reacted and said happily, wearing shoes for the horse? Marquis, this is a good idea. In the past, I don't know how many horses I've seen crippled because of cracked hooves. With these horseshoes, it can prevent the horse's hooves from being damaged. Everyone was also amazed. Yan Shaoning could not help but say, Gee, why didn't I notice that your white horse was wearing shoes before? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, That's because you're blind. Mo Lingwei could not help but laugh. However, when she saw Mo Huai's face darken, she quickly stopped laughing. That's right. Other than the horseshoes, when the time comes, you can make a batch of horse armor. It doesn't need to be too thick. It just needs to be able to withstand ordinary swords and sabers. Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Hongxing and said, As for horse armor, leather vest had already appeared during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. During the Three Kingdoms period, full horse armor began to appear. There was no need to give a blueprint for this thing. Li Zishuan believed that with Zhang Hongxing's knowledge, he could definitely make it. Hearing this, everyone could not help but gasp. Vanadium steel plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, horseshoes, and horse armor. Was Li Zishuan planning to build a super steel cavalry that was armed to the teeth? They believed that such a terrifying cavalry would give even the Turkic wolf cavalry a headache. This was because this was a cavalry that was invincible in both offense and defense. Gulp. No matter how stupid Zhang Hongxing was, he understood that Li Zishuan wanted to play a big game. He swallowed his saliva and replied with difficulty, Yes. Li Zishuan nodded. He took out the wind-chasing sword and handed it to Zhang Hongxing. All right, there's nothing else for you to do. Take this wind-chasing sword first. Zhang Hongxing was pleasantly surprised. This time, he didn't dare to use one hand to receive it. Instead, he used both hands to forcefully receive it. He then bowed to Li Zishuan and said, Many thanks for your trust, Marth. 3 days later, this Zhang will definitely return this wind-chasing sword intact. This Zhang will take his leave now. Li Zishuan nodded and hummed in agreement. He was not worried that Zhang Hongxing would run away with the sword. After all, Zhang Crow's reputation was there. A monk could run away, but the temple could not, right? Mr. Wang, Ink Girl, although the hydropower station's generator can operate normally, the copper core used in the coils is not pure copper. This will greatly affect the generator's efficiency. Therefore, I plan to build a second-generation generator with a high-purity copper core to upgrade the current generator. After Zhang Hongxing left, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Ji and Mo Lingwei. High-purity copper core? Yamacho, it is inevitable that there will be impurities in the copper. How are we going to purify it? Wang Ji frowned and asked. Mo Lingwei also looked at Li Zishuan. Although she was good at physics, she was not weak in chemistry. After all, smart people learned everything quickly. She had read the Academy's chemistry textbook more than once. Li Zishuan replied in a deep voice, Electrolytic refining. Now that we have electricity, we can use electrolytic refining to remove the impurities in the copper and obtain high-purity brass. The specific steps are very simple. We will use a copper sheet as the anode and sulfuric acid and bilalumina as the electrolyte. When electricity is applied, the copper on the anode will dissolve and enter the solution. The copper in the solution will then precipitate at the cathode. During this process, other than copper, there will also be impurities such as iron and zinc. Because iron and zinc are more flexible than copper, they can replace the copper in the electrolyte and precipitate copper at the cathode. When the metal is less flexible than copper, it will not dissolve and will form anode mud. This way, the copper precipitated at the cathode will be very pure. I see. This old man understands. Wang Ji thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Li Zishuan sighed and said, That's good. We need to build an electrolytic workshop in the workshop as soon as possible to refine copper. Yamacho. Wang Ji cupped his hands and replied. Li Zishuan looked at Mo Lingwei and said, Ink Girl, other than upgrading the generator, I also want you to help me make an electric motor. Electric motor? What's an electric motor? Mo Lingwei was puzzled. Li Zixuan took out a thick stack of drawings and said, the generator uses the principle of magnetism to generate electricity, and the electric motor uses the principle of electromagnetism. The general process is that the coil will generate a rotating magnetic field and act on the rotor to form a magneto-electric force rotation torque. Thus, the rotor will constantly rotate. The details are very clear in these drawings. Ink Girl, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Mo Lingwei said happily, okay. Yamacho. Yamacho is just a girl. Do you have the heart to let her do so many things by herself? Yan Xiaoning could not help but ridicule. Mo Lingwei glared at Yan Xiaoning and said, I'm willing to do this. You can't blame Yamacho. Li Zixuan could not help but laugh and said, Xiaoning, if you can't bear it, you can help Ink Girl more. You two are colleagues now, so you should help each other. After saying that, he looked at Mo Huai quietly. The latter's face was tense, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Li Zixuan could not help but mutter in his heart, has Yan Xiaoning settled Mo Huai or not? Chapter 1425. After the tasks were assigned, everyone began to get busy. According to Mo Huai's estimation, the modification of the water wheel and the manufacturing and installation of the hydraulic stamping machine could be completed in 3 to 5 days. By then, they could begin to forge the plate armor. Moreover, with the hydraulic stamping machine, the overall forging level of the workshop would rise to a new level. Not only in terms of forging, but the workshop's electricity and metal refining technology would also rise to a new level. This was a comprehensive technological innovation that could be considered as an upgrade for the workshop. After the upgrade, the workshop would soon have the ability to manufacture the second generation of bicycles. Because of the hydraulic stamping machine, they could manufacture bicycle chains. The previous front-wheel drive bicycles could be eliminated. As for the electric motor that Mo Lingwei was building, this was also very important because electricity could not only be used to light up light bulbs, but it could also be used to power machines. Mr. Mo, what do you think of Xiaoning? After leaving the workshop, Li Zixuan and Mo Huai went to Yunshan together. On the way, Li Zixuan suddenly asked. Hearing this, Mo Huai was stunned. After a while, he frowned and said, why did Yamacho suddenly mention young Master Yen? I'm just asking casually. If Mr. Mo doesn't mind, you can say whatever you want. Li Zixuan laughed dryly and hurriedly said. He was trying to help his good brother sound out the situation. Mo Huai was silent for a moment and replied, although young Master Yen is the son of a minister, he's not like those hedonistic sons who spend all their time fooling around in brothels. Instead, he's willing to study and is ambitious. However, this kid keeps pestering my wire all day, which is really damaging my wire's reputation. If it weren't for Yamacho's face, I would have broken his legs a long time ago. At the end of his sentence, Mo Huai's originally amiable face suddenly changed into an angry expression. Li Zixuan laughed in his heart. What do you mean by, for my face? You're probably doing it for your daughter's face, right? If you break Yan Xiaoning's legs, let's see if Mo Lingwei won't make a fuss with you. Li Zixuan wanted to say, you don't have to give me face, go ahead and do it, but he was worried that this would embarrass Mo Huai, so he coughed lightly and laughed. Ink Girl and Xiaoning are doing academic research. Mr. Mo, you really shouldn't care about those secular views. You should support them. Support? When Mo Huai heard this, he was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. He grunted and said, this old man can't possibly support them to mingle together like this without any status. Even though the Mahist clan doesn't have many complicated formalities like the Confucian clan, this old man has no choice but to attach importance to a woman's reputation. When Yamacho has a daughter, he'll understand my current state of mind. It was impossible for him to support them fooling around like this without a proper title. Did that mean to say they could be together with their reputation? It seemed that Mo Huai didn't object to Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning being together. What he objected to was that Yan Xiaoning was so close to Mo Lingwei without establishing a status with Mo Lingwei. He was hinting at Li Zixuan in a roundabout way. Li Zixuan thought that there was hope. he chuckled and said, I roughly understand Mr. Mo's meaning. I'll immediately look for Xiaoning later and convey Mr. Mo's meaning to him so that he won't pester Ink Girl without any status in the future. Mo Huai nodded. After a moment of silence, he let out a heavy sigh and said, Well, Laura's mother passed away early, so I've naturally spoiled too much all these years. That's why she has such an unruly character. I don't hope that she can marry into a noble family and live a life of wealth. I only hope that she can find someone she truly loves. Even if she's poor, as long as she can be happy and safe. Li Zishuan turned his head to look at Mo Huai. His turbid eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life and reluctance. His heart was slightly moved. The pitiful hearts of parents in the world. Mo Huai must have realized by now that the pearl in his palm was about to marry someone else, right? This made Li Zishuan feel conflicted. If he had a daughter with Han Yushi in the future, wouldn't he have to experience what Mo Huai was going through now? The people are starting to plant rice. At this moment, Li Zishuan noticed that there were people barefoot in the fields with their pants rolled up and planting rice in the paddy fields. He couldn't help but recall his childhood in his previous life. At that time, he had also helped his parents plant rice in the fields. Most of the areas in Chang'an were plains. It was a warm temperate zone with a humid continental monsoon climate. The 4 seasons were distinct, and there was wheat and rice planted every year. This was very similar to Li Zishuan's hometown in his previous life. It was the middle of May, and it was the season to plant rice. That's right. Now that all the canals in Lantian County have water, the people have to take this opportunity to plant the rice seedlings. Otherwise, if they miss this opportunity, they won't be able to harvest anything during the autumn harvest. Mo Huai also turned his gaze to the fields by the roadside and said with a smile. Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks. He suddenly had the urge to go into the fields. He immediately took off his shoes and socks. Lu Feng, help me watch. I'll go down and help the old man plant the rice seedlings. With that, he had already taken off his shoes and socks, rolled up his pants, and was about to go into the fields. Mo Huai and the guards behind Li Zishuan, such as Lu Feng and Lu Yun, couldn't help but be stunned. The old farmer in the fields even widened his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. The Marquis of Yong, and actually wanted to go into the fields to help him plant rice seedlings? Am I dreaming? You can't do that. You absolutely can't do that. You have a precious body, how can you go into the fields? This field is full of mud, so don't dirty your feet. The old farmer rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh. After confirming that he hadn't seen wrongly and that he wasn't dreaming, he hurriedly threw away the large bunch of seedlings in his hands. His body trembled as he walked quickly toward Li Zishuan. You're 4th Master Zhang, right? You must be careful, don't fall. I just suddenly wanted to plant rice seedlings in the fields. You go about your business, don't worry about me. Li Zishuan said with a smile. His memory was extraordinary, and he had the ability to remember everything he saw. He had some impression of this old man in front of him. He was Li Zheng from the Zhang family village in the west. He had seen him before when the people from the other villages came to Yun Mountain to learn how to plant cotton. Plant rice seedlings? Marquis, you absolutely can't do that. How can you do this kind of rough work? Even I can do it myself. 4th Master Zhang was shocked and hurriedly said. 4th Master Zhang, look at what you're saying. Everyone is born equal. If you can do the work of planting rice seedlings, why can't I do the same? Don't worry, I'm not the kind of hedonistic son who doesn't know anything about farming. I won't waste your seedlings. Li Zishuan smiled. As he spoke, he went forward to pick up a bunch of seedlings in the field. Then he skillfully separated 3 to 4 seedlings from the bundle of seedlings and used his index and middle fingers to clamp the roots of the seedlings. His palms faced the seedlings, and his index and middle fingers followed the seedlings downwards, inserting them into the soil. This series of actions was simply too perfect. 4th Master Zhang, Mo Huai, Lu Feng, and the others on the ridge were all stunned. Because at this moment, Li Zishuan didn't look like a marquis at all. He was simply like a genuine old farmer. It was truly inconceivable. 4th Master Zhang was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly joined the planting team. Li Zishuan's initial speed wasn't fast. After all, he hadn't planted rice in the field for many years. But once he got the hang of it, coupled with his super agile reaction speed, his planting speed couldn't be faster. Fourth Master Zhang's jaw almost dropped because he couldn't see the movements of Li Zishuan's hands at all. He could only vaguely see a series of afterimages. What was even more terrifying was that Li Zishuan's planting speed had increased, but the quality didn't drop at all. The distance between the seedlings he planted was constant, about 2 fists wide. Moreover, every seedling stood upright, and none of them collapsed. In just a short while, Li Zishuan had already planted 2 rows of seedlings. From Mo Huai, Lu Feng, and the others' point of view, these 2 rows of seedlings were actually a perfectly straight line, as if they had been drawn with a ruler. Mo Huai raised his eyebrows in surprise. At first, he thought that Li Zishuan was only putting on an act. After all, in this era, even the emperor would bring the members of the royal family to work in the fields every year. This was to tell the people of the world that the royal family valued farming. Li Zishuan was putting on an act for the people of the fiefdom. But now, it seemed that Li Zishuan wasn't putting on an act for others to see. He was truly working seriously and immersing himself in it. A complicated look flashed across Mo Huai's eyes as he looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. In the imperial court, he could govern the country and help the emperor. In the pugilistic world, he could plant rice for the people. Li Zishuan's many qualities had completely conquered Mo Huai. In Mo Huai's heart, perhaps only the word saint could represent Li Zishuan. I'll have to trouble the 2 little generals to help me look after my shoes. I'll go down and plant seedlings too. After sighing in his heart, Mo Huai rolled up his trousers, took off his shoes, and said to Lu Feng and Lu Yun, "Hey, Mr. Lu Feng was stunned. Then he was shocked. Just as he was about to dissuade him, Mo Huai had already gotten off the ground. Seeing that another person had come down to help him plant seedlings, and judging from his clothes, he should be from Yanhuang College. Fourth Master Zhang was a little confused at this moment. He suspected that there was smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. Otherwise, why would the dignified Marquis of Great Tang and the respected teacher of Yanhuang College help him plant seedlings? Yo, Mr. Mo, why did you come down too? Li Zishuan noticed Mo Huai's arrival. As he spoke and laughed, his hands didn't stop moving at all. Mo Huai smiled and said, seeing the Yamacho happily planting seedlings in the field, I couldn't help but feel a little itchy, so I came down to have some fun too. With that, Mo Huai picked up a bunch of seedlings and began to plant them from the other end of the field. His movements were standard, and his speed wasn't slow at all. He was clearly an old hand. It was likely that when the Mo family lived in a remote place and didn't care about worldly affairs, Mo Huai also did a lot of farm work. The commoners who were busy working in the fields had long noticed the commotion here. At this moment, they all put down their farm work and ran over to look. It didn't matter if they didn't see it, but when they saw it, they couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Marquis actually personally helped 4th Master Zhang plant seedlings? 4th Master Zhang's ancestral graves are smoking, right? Isn't that so? If I were 4th Master Zhang, I would definitely worship this land in the future. After all, these are seedlings planted by Marquis himself. Go away. Zhao Lao, look at your useless appearance. What's wrong? If it were you, wouldn't you worship this land? You want me? If it were me, I would worship it too. Marquis' planting speed is so fast. Wow, it's really fast. This speed is equivalent to 3 of me. That teacher from Yanhuang College is also planting seedlings very fast. At this rate, 4th Master Zhang's 1 mu of land will probably be finished planting in half an hour. Marquis is really benevolent. I've never seen a Marquis who would help us plant seedlings, and he's planting them so well and so fast. Yeah. To have such a good Marquis, we're going to be blessed in the future. Everyone, quickly go back to work. The water in this field is not easy to come by, we have to hurry up. Don't let down Marquis' good intentions. The surrounding commoners watched the commotion and sighed for a while before returning to their own fields to work. Fourth Master Jiang, are you having any difficulties in your life recently? Just as the commoners had expected, in less than 30 minutes, all the seedlings in the field had been planted. Li Zishuan pulled Fourth Master Jiang to the edge of the field to rest and then casually asked, "What's the matter?" Fourth Master Jiang was not as agitated as before. He had probably gotten used to it. When he heard the question, he quickly waved his hand and said, "No difficulties. No difficulties. I'm doing very well. Previously, there was a shortage of water in the fields, but Marquis, you solved it. Now, everyone in the village is busy working in the fields. After all, now that we can plant seedlings, we have something to look forward to. Everyone is working energetically. I heard that many people in other counties are still working in their fields. We can only start planting seedlings so early because of you, Marquis. Also, many of the dead wheat in the wheat field have come back to life. In another 20 days, we can harvest the wheat. Although this year isn't a bumper harvest, we won't starve." Li Zishuan smiled with relief and said, "That's good. That's good. Fourth Master Jiang, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can go to the county to find County Magistrate He. If he doesn't help you, you can come to me again. I will make the decision for you and punish him severely." Fourth Master Jiang trembled and quickly said to Li Zishuan, "Marquis, please don't say that. County Magistrate He is also a good official. Before you came, County Magistrate He was honest and upright. He was not like the officials in other counties, collecting exorbitant taxes from the commoners. He is a good official." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ha! If County Magistrate He knew that Fourth Master Jiang was praising him like this, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. All right, it's time for this Marquis to return. Fourth Master Jiang, don't worry. The taxes on the citizens of Lantian County will definitely be reduced year by year. Your lives will also be better year by year. I believe in Marquis. He take care." Fourth Master Jiang quickly got up from the ground and bowed to Li Zishuan. Chapter 1426. The people who suffer the most in this world are the common people who dig for food in the soil. After washing the mud off their hands and feet in the canal, Li Zishuan and Mo Huai put on their shoes and walked toward Cloud Mountain. As for Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the other guards, Li Zishuan sent them back first. On the way, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. It's the great fortune of the people of Lantian County that Marquis can understand this. With Marquis in Lantian County, the people of Lantian County will definitely live better than the people of other counties. Mo Huai smiled with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan paused and raised his eyebrows. He looked at Mo Huai and said, "Does Mr. Mo think so highly of me?" Mo Huai shook his head and said, "It's not that this Mo doesn't think highly of the Yamacho. It's that the Yamacho's heart drives the Yamacho to work for the well-being of the people. Today, the Yamacho personally planted rice for an old farmer. This kind of kindness can't be faked. This Mo hopes that the Yamacho can always remember and maintain this kind of kindness to benefit the people of the world. This is because engineering needs a saint. Engineering needs a saint." These short words caused Li Zishuan's heart to tremble, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Mo Huai's words seemed very simple, but they were actually very profound. Confucianism had been passed down for thousands of years without decline because of sage Confucius and his 3,000 disciples. The Taoists had Laozi, the Mahists had Mozi, and the legalists had Han Fizi. As for engineering, although there were more than 600 engineering disciples, they still lacked a saint who could represent engineering. The saint. Li Zishuan had never thought of becoming a saint, but after hearing Mo Huai's words today, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Speaking of which, if he could make engineering flourish and make the Tang dynasty's industry prosper, wouldn't he also be able to become a saint who was revered by tens of thousands of people and whose name would go down in history? At that time, who would dare to say that engineering was a low-class miscellaneous study? At this thought, Li Zishuan couldn't help but become excited. But was the title of saint really what he wanted? Suddenly, Li Zishuan had such a thought. Under the temptation of the sage's name, this thought seemed so small, but it was so strong. It was like a weak spark in the dark night, stubbornly illuminating a space. A single spark could start a prairie fire. That wisp of starfire became more and more exuberant, burning crazily in the endless night, burning more and more fiercely. After Mo Huai waited for a long while, Li Zishuan finally spoke. He said softly, "The title of saint is not something I want. Everything we do in our lives should be based on our hearts, punishing evil and promoting good, upholding justice, benefiting the common people, and living a carefree life. As for how the future generations evaluate me, what does that have to do with me? Let them say whatever they want to say about my merits and demerits." After these words, Li Zishuan only felt that his previously chaotic mind suddenly exploded with a bang, but soon became clear again. At the same time, the genuine qi in his dantian, which had been quiet for a long time, became a little restless at this time. The threshold of the late stage of Grandmaster seemed to have become a little loose. Since the battle with the bearded man last year, Li Zishuan had luckily entered the middle stage of Grandmaster. Since then, he had given up the idea of making progress in martial arts, because he knew that on the road of martial arts, the further one went, the more difficult it would be. If he wanted to become a great Grandmaster like his master, spiritual master Ling Xiu, he might not be able to achieve it even if he spent his whole life. Instead of practicing martial arts 24 hours a day without rest, it was better to take time out to accompany his family and have fun. With his current status, there was no need for him to suffer. Moreover, Li Zishuan was a modern intellectual with high academic qualifications. He valued science and technology much more than martial arts. Therefore, for the past half a year, he had only practiced his sword for an hour every morning. After that, he would be busy with his fief and the matters of the academy. But he never expected that his dantian, which had been quiet for more than half a year, would become restless and active at this moment. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was the sign of the loosening of the realm and the hope of breaking through the realm. People like to say that fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds, to show that they were indifferent to fame and fortune. But when great fame and fortune were really in front of them, how many people could resist the temptation? Li Zishuan resisted. In his life, he only did what he wanted to do. He practiced the Tao of following his heart, and everything went according to his heart. He did not want to be bound by the title of saint and be afraid of the slightest thing. It was because of this that he was able to have a clear mind at this moment. When Mo Huai heard Li Zishuan say that the title of saint is not what I want a moment ago, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. After all, if Li Zishuan could become a saint, it would be a huge blow to Confucianism. Although he did not expect Mo Huai to become a saint again, it did not mean that he could get used to the Confucianism that was spread all over the world now. Just as he was feeling disappointed, Mo Huai's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Li Zishuan with a little fear in his eyes. Because he felt the fluctuation of vital qi. Looking at Li Zishuan with his eyes closed and his face facing the sky, as if he was undergoing a heavenly connection, Mo Huai's heart suddenly surged with great waves of shock. Heavens! Could it be that Yamacho was going to break through the realm again? Did he have to be so monstrous? He had clearly just entered the mid-stage of Grandmaster last year. How long had it been? Why was he going to break through again? At this moment, Mo Huai could not care less about his disappointment. He quickly focused and guarded Li Zishuan to prevent anyone from disturbing Li Zishuan's epiphany. Fortunately, they were now beside the forest at the foot of the mountain. Usually, no one would come here at this time. While Mo Huai was guarding Li Zishuan, he looked at Li Zishuan with an extremely complicated expression. Perfect. Li Zishuan's martial arts, knowledge, and character were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If such a person had to be described with a word, it could only be perfect. Such a perfect young man with time and ability. If he did not become a saint, it would be a pity. Mo Huai sighed with regret in his heart. However, after Li Zishuan refused to become a saint, his thoughts were clear and he had an epiphany. This showed that the Tao he had chosen was the one that was most suitable for him. Thinking of this, the pity in Mo Huai's heart instantly turned into blessings for Li Zishuan. After an entire half an hour, the sky had completely darkened, and Li Zixuan finally opened his eyes. At the instant he opened his eyes, Mo Huai could clearly sense a strand of bright light flashing within those sharp eyes of Li Zixuan. "How is it, Yamacho? Have you broken through?" Mo Huai quickly asked. He asked because Li Zixuan's genuine qi was restrained. At this moment, he could not feel the fluctuation of genuine qi in Li Zixuan's body. Naturally, he could not see Li Zixuan's current realm. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Mo, you must be joking. How can it be so easy to break through the realm after the Grandmaster? I just walked around the threshold just now." Mo Huai said seriously, "Yamacho, this is already very good. Since you've already touched the threshold, it's only a matter of time before you break through. It's hard to imagine that, Yamacho, you're not even 20 years old yet, and you're already at the threshold of the Grandmaster late stage. With this kind of martial arts aptitude, it's hard to find a second person in the world, let alone the entire Tang Empire." Li Zixuan only felt that his mind was clear and his body was comfortable. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "This is just pure luck. Mr. Mo, don't praise me. Maybe I'll become arrogant. It's getting late now. Let's go up the mountain quickly." With that, Li Zixuan led the way up the mountain. Mo Huai responded and followed him. "Oh, that's right." Li Zixuan suddenly stopped. With Mo Huai on his back, he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Mo, don't mention the sage in the future. Gong Xue is still a seedling. I don't want to stir up a dispute between the sects now. It's good that we're content with this corner of the world. Although a single spark can start a prairie fire, Gong Xue only has a few hundred disciples now. It's not enough to start a prairie fire." With that, Li Zixuan continued to walk up the mountain. Mo Huai, who was following behind, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Obviously, Li Zixuan had sensed his little thoughts, which made him feel a little ashamed. He thought to himself that he couldn't play any tricks in front of Li Zixuan in the future. The next day, after Li Zixuan finished his sword practice and had breakfast, he walked to Sun Simiao's courtyard. After he returned home last night, Han Yushi told him that Sun Simiao had looked for him yesterday afternoon, but he couldn't find him. Therefore, Li Zixuan came over personally. When he walked into Sun Simiao's courtyard, he saw that who was already helping Sun Simiao clean the courtyard. This little girl stayed at her house at night. Early in the morning, she would come to Yunshan to take care of Sun Simiao's daily needs and help Sun Simiao treat illnesses and save people. She really treated Sun Simiao as her savior and was trying her best to repay him. She wanted to repay Sun Simiao for letting her see the light again. She also wanted to repay Sun Simiao for curing her brother's stuttering. "Young master, you're here. Master and I went to the courtyard and the academy yesterday, but we couldn't find you. Master is reading a medical book in the backyard now. Go quickly." When Hu saw Li Zixuan, she hurriedly went forward and said with a smile. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "I was busy at the workshop at the foot of the mountain yesterday. I wasn't on the mountain. Actually, what did you guys look for me for yesterday?" Hu actually replied with an "oh," and replied, "Young master, the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County has been built. I'm guessing that master is looking for you because of this matter. Why don't you go to the backyard and ask him personally?" "What? The medical center is built? When was it built? Where is it built?" Li Zixuan was stunned. He had never heard of any medical center being built in Lantian County. How could it be built so suddenly? "It was built 2 days ago. It's built in Yong and Lane in the county. It's not far from young master's marquee mansion. In the past, young master told master that the medical center should be divided into departments. This time, master built the medical center according to your wishes. That medical center is huge. There are over 30 rooms. Over 30 rooms? Can 30 rooms be considered big? This is still considered a county hospital, right? How can it be so shabby? Unexpectedly, why didn't Taoist Sun discuss with me when he built the medical center? Also, where did he get the money to build the medical center?" Li Zixuan said helplessly. Hu thought for a while and replied, "Young master, you've been so busy recently that I can't even see your shadow. Master felt that you seem to have forgotten that you promised him to help build the medical center. A few days ago, he went to find County Magistrate He. As for where Master got the money to build the medical center, I don't know. You should ask Master personally. Li Zishuan couldn't help but pat his forehead. If Hu didn't mention it today, he would have been so busy that he had forgotten about the medical center. He coughed embarrassedly and said, "Cough, cough. Okay, I'll go find Daoist son. You're busy with your things." After saying that, he quickly went to the backyard. "Well, Xiaoxian, you're here? Have a seat." In the backyard, Sun Simiao was reading medical books and taking notes under a small pavilion. He sensed someone coming and looked up. When he saw that it was Li Zishuan, he smiled and pointed to the stone bench opposite him. Li Zishuan saw that Sun Simiao didn't mean to blame him and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He sat down and asked Sun Simiao tentatively, "Daoist son, I heard that the county's joint medical center has been built?" Hearing that, Sun Simiao put down the medical book and nodded. "Yes, I came to find you yesterday for this matter. Now that the medical center has been built, it must be put into use as soon as possible to treat patients. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to leave so many rooms empty?" Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Yes. Daoist son is right. It should be put into use as soon as possible. Oh, right, I heard that there are more than 30 rooms in the medical center. Is that true? Sun Simiao said, "Yes. It's true. I was thinking that if the medical center was divided into departments, it would need to prepare more rooms. I'm not wasting your money on purpose." Li Zishuan shook his head. That's not what I meant. I just think that you prepared too few rooms. You should prepare at least 100. That's not right. What do you mean by saying that you're wasting my money? Are you saying that you're using my money to build the medical center? Sun Simiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Yes. Xiaoxian, didn't you say that you would fully support me in developing and spreading medicine in Lantian County? You said that the manpower, material, and financial resources would be provided by you. Of course, the money to build the medical center should be provided by you too. All right. The county government still owes the people money for the construction. Xiaoxian, you should pay the money as soon as possible." Li Zishuan was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Obviously, Sun Simiao was using his name to ask County Magistrate He to gather a construction team to build the medical center. He didn't expect Sun Simiao to be so naughty at his age. It seemed that he shouldn't be called Li Shizen's naughty, but Sun Simiao's naughty. Ahem. Good. I'll go to the county government later and settle the debt with County Magistrate He. You don't have to worry, Daoist son. Although old Sun was a little naughty, he had promised to help Sun Simiao build the medical center. Therefore he had to pay for it. Sun Simiao nodded and sighed. Xiaoxian, the medical center has been built, but it still lacks a lot of doctors. You have to help me. Chapter 1427. Don't worry, Taoist Sunday. I'll go to the editorial department in a while and ask them to publish a notice on tomorrow's Datang Daily. I don't believe that we can't recruit people with money. At that time, the people we recruit will be personally tested by you, Taoist Sunday. Not only will they be tested on medical skills, but they will also be tested on medical ethics. Our Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center will definitely not recruit those doctors with corrupt medical ethics and evil intentions. Yunshan Villa. Li Zishuan heard Sun Simiao say that the medical center lacked doctors, so he said with a smile. Sun Simiao nodded and said, "You don't need to say that. I'll do it. Those with bad medical ethics will only damage the reputation of our medical center. But Xiaoxian, there's something I have to tell you first. The Tang United Medical Center can't monopolize the doctors in the world and drive up the medical fees. Otherwise, I won't work for you." The scale of the Tang United Medical Center was huge. At least in this era where private medical centers were popular, the scale of the Tang United Medical Center was definitely the top. The bigger the scale, the more doctors they could recruit, and the private medical centers among the people would inevitably be excluded. At that time, once the private medical centers could no longer survive, the Tang United Medical Center would form a monopoly. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Taoist priest, you are looking down on me by saying this. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center was established with the purpose of saving the dying and healing the wounded and benefiting the common people. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't do such a wicked thing as raising the medical fees. In the future, the Tang United Medical Center will be curated by Taoist Sunday. Everything will be decided by you, including the pricing power of the medical fees. You can order as many as you want, but don't let me lose too much. After all, a medical center is a medical center, not a charity organization like the Nguyen Tang Foundation. Although Sun Simiao didn't care about the position of curator, he thought that the curator could control the pricing power. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally agreed. Okay, this humble Taoist will accept the position of curator for the time being. When there is a suitable candidate in the future, this humble Taoist will step down. As for the price of the consultation fee, let's follow the average price of the current folk medical centers. This way, Shaoxian, you won't lose money, and it won't cause the other folk medical centers to have no patients. Li Zishuan had to admit that Old Sun's consideration of the problem was very thorough. He even considered the survival of the civilian medical center. This made Li Zishuan admire him. This old Taoist really had the heart of a bodhisattva. That would be for the best. After leaving Sun Simiao's place, Li Zishuan first went to the workshop and told the editorial department to put a recruitment notice for the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center and the Yanhuang College Medical School in a prominent position in the Datong Daily tomorrow. He also went to check on the progress of the technical upgrading of the workshop. Then he went to the county government in the county. County Magistrate how much did the Tang Alliance Medical Center cost? Li Zishuan asked County Magistrate when he arrived at the back hall of the county government. He came here today to help Sun Simiao settle the project debt. When County Magistrate heard this, he immediately cheered up and said, Marquis, please wait for a moment. I will go and get the account book now. Li Zishuan frowned and said, Why do you want to get the account book? Just tell me how much it cost. Do you think I don't trust you? County Magistrate had a good reputation as an official. He wasn't greedy for money and wasn't lustful. Other than being a little less daring at critical moments, he was generally a good official. Li Zishuan didn't believe that he would have the guts to embezzle money from him. Thank you for your trust, Mar. The Tang Alliance Medical Center cost 4,276 strings of coins, including wages, materials, and tools. Marquis has been busy with official business recently. I can't disturb Marquis for such a small matter. Therefore, I will still pay on credit. For the rest, I will use the county government's savings to pay for Marquis. County Magistrate was flattered by Li Zishuan's trust. He cupped his hands and said, But later, you can ask someone to get the money from the housekeeper of my residence. In the future, you can also go directly to the housekeeper. The money for the craftsmen and the workers can't always be in arrears. Li Zishuan nodded his head and said sincerely and earnestly, County Magistrate hurriedly said yes. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, The taxes and provisions collected by the county in the past were all handed over to the Chang and Governor's office. Now that Lantian County is this Marquis' fief, it is reasonable to say that all of the annual income should be handed over to me. However, this Marquis is unwilling to be a money grubber. Therefore, a portion of the taxes collected by Lantian County each year can be allocated by the county yamen. County Magistrate was shocked. Didn't all the fiefs of the nobles in the world have all the taxes collected by the fief owner? Who would be like Li Zishuan, handing over the taxes to the county government? He subconsciously thought that Li Zishuan was testing him with money, so he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, you can't do that. You can't do that. This county government is just a place to solve cases for the people. How can it be qualified to allocate a county's taxes? This is overstepping its authority and is also against the rules. This lowly official doesn't dare to comply. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, County Magistrate, you're wrong. Lantian County's county government is not only used to solve cases for the people, it should also play a role in maintaining public order and the welfare of the people. In the future, the county government will have the right to allocate a portion of the annual taxes to build a city and do some public works that can improve the livelihood of the people. For example, the Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center this time is specially used to provide health services for the tens of thousands of people in Lantian County. This marquis can fork out the money to build the medical center because the taxes collected by the county government are not much. In addition, the county government also spent a lot of money to build the canals a while ago. However, in the early stages of the establishment of the medical center, the purchase of medicinal herbs and the recruitment of doctors with superb medical skills all needed to be invested in it. This money will have to be paid by the county government in the future. In addition, the renovation of Lantian County that I mentioned to you before can start now. It must be done in the shortest time possible to turn all the roads in the county into cement roads. This marquis will not ask the county government for money for the cement needed to build the roads. However, county magistrate there is one thing you need to remember. When the county magistrate collects taxes from the commoners and merchants, it must be taken from the commoners and used by the commoners. You must not fill your own pockets. In the end, you will enrich the county magistrate and impoverish the commoners. If that happens, I will remove you from your positions. Li Zishuan's intention was actually very simple. He wanted to use the county government's initiative to increase the scope of the county government's authority. Not only did the county government have the right to solve cases, it also had the obligation to use taxes, build infrastructure, and benefit the people. This was a bit similar to the modern-day county government. As a feudal lord, Li Zishuan actually did not want to interfere too much with the management of the fief. He only wanted to take care of the general direction. If the county government officials could think of ways to let the people live a good life without his guidance, then Li Zishuan would be very happy to see it. Take from the people and use it for the people. County magistrate He's eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a novel idea before. In China's thousands of years of feudal dynasties, taxes were collected from the people to govern the country and feed the army. At most, they would give some money and food when there was a disaster. Who would be like Li Zishuan, who directly let the county government transfer the collected taxes to build roads and medical centers for the people? County magistrate he muttered to himself and cupped his hands in respect. Marquis treats the people with benevolence and benevolence. He will definitely receive the people's heartfelt love and respect. This official can help Marquis govern Lantian. It is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Marquis, don't worry. This official will definitely implement Marquis, take from the people and use it for the people, governing philosophy and let the people of Lantian live a good life. Li Zishuan nodded and said, the population of Lantian County is still too small. Many of the lands are uncultivated. We can only implement benevolent policies to allow more citizens to migrate to Lantian County. This way, our county will be able to prosper and prosper. Moreover, in addition to the medical center, I also want to wait for an opportunity to introduce a cooperative medical system to reduce the burden of medical treatment for the people. Cooperative medical system? Marquis, what do you mean? County magistrate he was suddenly puzzled. Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, as the name suggests, this cooperative medical system is a medical treatment model where if one person is sick, the whole people will share the medical treatment. Every household only needs to pay a small sum of money every year to join the cooperative medical system. Within the validity period, as long as they are sick, they will be able to enjoy a certain percentage of the medical treatment fee and medical treatment fee reduction at the Tang United Medical Center. This will greatly reduce the burden of medical treatment for the people. It was the first time county magistrate he had heard of this cooperative medical system. He couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly as he weighed the feasibility of Li Zishuan's plan. After pondering for a while, county magistrate he opened his mouth and said, Marquis, how can a person not fall sick after eating all kinds of crops? Moreover, among the people, there are many people who still have old illnesses. These old illnesses are not only time-consuming and laborious to treat, but also costly. In this way, if we charge too much money, the enthusiasm of the people to join the cooperative medical system will be greatly reduced. However, if we charge too little money, the amount of money we have to spend every year to fill this hole will definitely not be a small amount. It had to be said that county magistrate he was a discerning person. He could see the hidden problems in the cooperative medical system at a glance. Li Zishuan nodded and said, you are right. This cooperative medical system is indeed not enough. so I didn't ask you to implement it immediately. However, one thing is certain. The county government will not charge too much for the cooperative medical system. Otherwise, it will go against my original intention. As for the annual deficit, it will be subsidized by the taxes collected by the county government every year. Therefore, if we want to implement the cooperative medical system, the county government must have money. This is also why I set up the Department of Commerce and reformed the business tax. The more money we have, the more things we can do. The cooperative medical system he was talking about was actually the modern cooperative medical system in rural areas. It was a little similar to medical insurance. Although it was a little ahead of its time in the Tang Empire, Li Zixuan felt that when his fief's finances were strong, it was very necessary to implement it throughout the county. County magistrate, he was suddenly enlightened. He said with admiration, "Marquis has great foresight. Your plan is truly admirable. Now that the business of our Lantian County is thriving, the opposition of the merchants to the new business tax law is getting lesser and lesser. The time for us to implement the cooperative medical system to the people is just around the corner." However, although this marquis has given the county government the right to control the taxes, the county government must also prevent corruption. From now on, every sum of money that the county government pays must be recorded clearly. This marquis will send someone to check the accounts every 3 months. So, you have to take good care of the money for this marquis, Li Zixuan said sternly. County magistrate, his heart trembled. He quickly replied, "Yes, sir." The next day, the 2 announcements on Datang Daily attracted the attention of many people. Lantian County's Tang Empire Joint Medical Center has been established. Sun Simiao is the head of the medical center. Many medical experts have been gathered to treat difficult and complicated diseases for the people. The fees are fair and honest. As the medical center has just been established, we are recruiting a large number of people with excellent medical skills and high medical ethics. Their monthly salary will be constant. Those who are both virtuous and skilled will have no upper limit on their salary and will be treated well. In terms of medical skills, they may even receive personal guidance from Head Sun. Those who are interested, please go to Lantian County's Yong and Lane Tang Empire Joint Medical Center to sign up and accept the examination. Yanhuang College's School of Medicine has been established. The previous students of the academy will be integrated into Yanhuang College's School of Engineering. The head of the medical center will be Sun Simiao. Among them, there are 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau. Their medical skills are superb and their medical ethics are noble. We are now recruiting medical students who aspire to become doctors to study medicine in the future. Those who are interested in medical skills, please go to Datang Daily's offices to sign up. On July 15th, together with the students who are applying for Yanhuang College's School of Engineering, come to Yunshan to take the entrance examination. The examination content for medical students will be announced in 2 days. Of the 2 announcements, one was about the Joint Medical Center of Tang Dynasty, and the other was about the enrollment notice of Yanhuang Academy's medical school. It caused a great reaction among the people. After dinner, the people couldn't help but gather in groups to discuss it. Tang Empire Joint Medical Center? Dr. Sun is the head of the medical center? Then this medical center is too amazing. If I fall sick in the future, I must go there. That's a must. Dr. Sun's medical skills are known all over the world. With him around, is there any illness that can't be cured? I just don't know how the consultation fees are collected. Look, the salary that Tang Empire Joint Medical Center gives to the doctors is so high. In my opinion, the consultation fee definitely won't be too high. After all, the head of this joint clinic is Divine Dr. Sun, and the founder is the Marquis of Yong. Both of them are immortal-like figures, so how could they possibly earn this kind of money that goes against their conscience? Don't worry. Right. With Dr. Sun and Mark Yong, and this medical center definitely won't harm the people. It's just that this medical center is in Lantian County and not in Chang'an City. It's a bit inconvenient to run around. TSK, the salary that this medical center gives to the doctors makes me want to go. Hey, you're such a short-sighted guy. The salary is secondary, do you understand? The most important thing is that if you go to the medical center, you will have the chance to ask Dr. Sun for advice. This is something that can't be exchanged for with any amount of money. De Shun is right. To be able to ask Dr. Sun for advice on medicine, how many people can only dream of it? It's a pity that no one in our family knows medicine. It doesn't matter if no one knows medicine. Didn't you see it on the newspaper? Yanhuang College's medical center is recruiting students. Let your eldest child take the exam. If he passes, not only will he be able to go to Yanhuang College, he will also be able to receive personal guidance from Dr. Sun. Hey, why didn't I think of that? I'll let my eldest child register. That kid has always wanted to be a doctor. Right. I'll also let my second child take the exam for Yanhuang College's medical center. Chapter 1428. The announcement of the Tang Dynasty daily stirred up a heated discussion among the people again. The generous conditions offered by the Tang Dynasty United Medical Center to the doctors made many doctors around Chang feel a rush of excitement. After all, the monthly salary of many doctors in the private medical centers was not even enough to reach the usual amount. Not to mention the possibility of receiving guidance from Sun Simiao after going to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center. All these benefits attracted many people who were proficient in medicine and wanted to go to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center to participate in the examination. The doctors in charge of the private medical centers began to think about what excuse to take leave 3 days later so that they could go to the Joint Medical Center in Lantian County to participate in the examination. If he were to be selected, then he would have an iron rice bowl in the future. After all, the Tang Alliance Medical Center was backed by the Lantian County Yamen and Li Zishuan. Basically, it would not collapse. As for a small medical center among the people, if there were a day when the number of people who came to see a doctor decreased and they could no longer earn money, then he would very likely be fired. In contrast, there was nothing wrong with saying that the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center was an iron rice bowl. Therefore, after the doctors in the private medical centers learned about the announcement on Datang Daily, almost all of them wanted to apply for a job at the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center. However, this was a tough situation for the managers of the small private medical centers. They also knew that they had no advantage compared to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center. In order to retain their doctors, they had to increase their doctors' salaries. After such a fuss, in the entire Chang'an city and the surrounding counties, there were basically no medical centers that gave their doctors a lower salary than usual. This also greatly reduced the loss of talent in the private medical centers and resolved the devastating blow brought by the announcement on Datang Daily to the private medical centers. This was also what Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao wanted to see. They never had the intention to wipe out the private medical centers. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center was equivalent to a modern state-owned enterprise, and the small private medical centers were equivalent to private enterprises. The joint development of the two economies was a healthy development. Otherwise, it would be easy to form a monopoly. In addition, there were quite a lot of people who wanted to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school. After all, this medical school not only carried Sun Simiao's name, but also hung the signboard of Yanhuang College. Today's Yanhuang College was no longer a nameless college like last year. It was already famous. Those young people who thought they couldn't get into the Yanhuang College's School of Engineering and had the ambition to be a doctor all turned their attention to the medical college entrance exam. Many people ran to the nearest Datang Daily office to sign up before noon after reading the newspaper. As time went by, the news would spread wider and wider. There would be more and more people who knew about it and were willing to sign up for the entrance exam. This directly caused a certain amount of pressure on the Imperial Medical Department in Chang'an City, because the Imperial Medical Department was not only responsible for treating the diseases of the nobles in the palace, but also for training medical students. Now that Yanhuang College had established a medical school, the number of students who applied for the Imperial Medical Department this year was bound to decrease. Not only that, many of the current students in the Imperial Medical Department wanted to directly leave the department midway and take this year's entrance exam of Yanhuang College's medical school. This was because Sun Simiao and the previous two respected doctors from the Imperial Medical Department, Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang. However, although the medical college's enrollment announcement had a certain impact on the Imperial Medical Department, the impact was very limited. After all, the Imperial Medical Department had a unique and incomparable advantage. That was, the students who entered here had a chance to become an imperial doctor in the future and had a chance to become an official. A medical officer was also an official. Based on this point alone, the Yanhuang College's medical school couldn't compare with it. As for the Tang Joint Medical Center, although the examination and recruitment of doctors would start 3 days later, Sun Simiao didn't want the medical center to be so empty, so he opened the medical center in advance. As for the doctors in the medical center, they were temporarily the 3 of them, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang. Hu Jing and the 2 students from the Imperial Medical Department that Dr. Qin brought with him when he joined Yanhuang College were assistants. According to the original plan, the medical center's lobby on the first floor should have an inquiry desk and a registration desk. The medical center should also be divided into 7 departments: internal medicine, surgery, pediatrics, gynecology, acupuncture, ENT, and orthopedic. However, because of the lack of manpower, Sun Simiao and the others took the simplest way of waiting in line to treat the patients who came to the joint medical center. The 3 of them were all people with excellent medical skills, so naturally, they could treat any disease in any department. In fact, strictly speaking, Chinese medicine didn't need to be divided into departments, because Chinese medicine was a holistic system, unlike Western medicine, which was divided into many small parts. However, the reason why it was divided into departments was that the doctors who came from the common people certainly didn't have excellent medical skills like Sun Simiao and Dr. Qin, who could easily solve all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Everyone actually had their own strengths, and the division of departments was undoubtedly to bring everyone's strengths to the extreme. Old lady, you have a deficiency of yin and internal heat, which can be seen from the internal disturbance. Your heart is in a mess, and your spirit can't be controlled. It seems to be bloated, but it's not bloated. You feel stuffy. Have you been having trouble eating and sleeping recently? At this time, Sun Simiao had just finished feeling the pulse of an old woman and said, Yes, Dr. Sun, you are really amazing. I not only have no appetite recently, but I'm also often upset. I can't sleep all night. The old woman hurriedly said. An old man next to the old woman looked at Sun Simiao eagerly and asked, Dr. Sun, do you think my old lady's illness can be cured? Sun Simiao smiled slightly. He picked up the writing brush and calmly replied as he wrote, This old lady has a deficiency of yin and yang. It's just a minor illness, so you don't have to worry. I'll give you a prescription to calm your nerves and nourish your qi. After 3 days, the illness will be cured. This is the prescription. Keep it well. There aren't any medicinal herbs in the clinic for the next few days, so take the prescription and go to other pharmacies to get the herbs. While speaking, Sun Simiao had already finished writing the prescription and handed it to the old couple. The old man quickly thanked him profusely. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Thank you, Dr. Sun. How much is the consultation fee? Sun Simiao stretched out a finger and said, The consultation fee is 100 copper coins. 100 copper coins? The old man was a little surprised when he heard this. When he brought his wife to the magnificent joint medical center, he saw how grand and luxurious the medical center was. He thought that the consultation fee and medicinal fees in this medical center would be much more expensive than other places. But who knew that this was not the case? The consultation fee of the joint medical center was basically the same as the consultation fee of the small medical centers outside. It was even cheaper than some. How could he not be surprised? Good. This is 100 copper coins. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Thank you, Dr. Sun. The old man quickly took out 100 copper coins, and then left with the old woman, thanking her profusely. In fact, the old man was not the only one who was surprised by the friendly consultation fee of the Tang Joint Medical Center. The people who came to see the illness today were definitely here for the 3 famous doctors, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang. But at the same time, they were also a little nervous because they didn't know how much the joint medical center charged. Now that they knew that the consultation fee of the Tang Joint Medical Center was almost the same as outside, or even much less than the consultation fee of those black-hearted medical centers, the people were all overjoyed and ran to spread the news. This reputation soon spread out. Chapter 1429. In the future, Lantian County won't be the only joint medical center in the Tang Empire. We will strive to have a joint medical center in every one of the 300 provinces and counties in the Tang Empire. This is a difficult project, and it will require a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. However, our top priority now is to set up the medical center in Lantian County and make a name for ourselves. Only then will we be able to open joint medical centers in other places more smoothly. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center in Lantian County had been running well in the past 2 days. On this day, Li Zishuan gathered the main personnel in the medical center and held a small work deployment meeting. Because the medical center would be recruiting doctors tomorrow, the medical center would slowly get on the right track, and some things had to be arranged in advance. Tomorrow, there will be many doctors coming to apply for the job. Daoist Sun and the 2 doctors must check carefully. Those who have bad medical ethics and bad intentions, no matter how good their medical skills are, cannot be hired by our joint medical center. On the contrary, although some people's medical skills are lacking, if they have noble medical ethics and are diligent and eager to learn, we can also relax the conditions to recruit them and train them well. There is no limit to the number of doctors who can pass your eyes. We will recruit as many doctors as we can. First, the scale of the medical center is too small, and I will recruit more craftsmen to expand it later. Second, when the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center is established in other provinces and counties, we will definitely need to transfer some elites over. Third, Yanhuang College's medical school also needs a group of teachers. When the time comes, we will need to transfer a group of experienced doctors to teach there. It can be considered as a part-time job for both sides. Li Zishuan's words sounded rich and overbearing, but that was the truth. The joint clinic was in need of doctors, and so was the Yanhuang Academy's medical school. This time, they could use Sun Simiao's prestige and great reputation in the apricot forest to attract a large number of doctors to join. Hearing this, Sun Simiao nodded and said, "Little Xian, we understand what you mean. Tomorrow, we will recruit a group of excellent doctors for you." Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang also smiled and agreed. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Then I will have to trouble you all tomorrow." Now, all kinds of herbs and tools have been prepared in our medical center. After we recruit all the doctors tomorrow, we can officially open for business and treat the illnesses of the common people. Sun Simiao couldn't help but smile. The emergence of the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center and the Yanhuang College Medical School ignited a fire in his heart, a fire that spread the medical knowledge. He felt that what Li Zishuan said to him before was very reasonable. No matter how good his medical skills were, he couldn't save all the patients in the world. However, if he passed his medical skills to the doctors in the world, the result would be very different. It was precisely because of this that Sun Simiao, who had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, agreed to serve as the director of the Joint Medical Center and the dean of Yanhuang College's School of Medicine. One had to know that when Li Zishuan asked Sun Simiao to serve as the head of the Imperial Medical Center, Sun Simiao did not agree. Now that Li Zishuan asked Sun Simiao to serve in 2 important positions at the same time, Sun Simiao agreed. Who knew if Old Li would be angry when he found out? "Little Xian, if I remember correctly, you should have a set of self-made blood transfusion needles, right? I don't know if you can leave some in the medical center. In case you encounter a patient who is bleeding heavily, it can play a key role." Just as Li Zishuan was about to announce the end of the meeting, Sun Simiao suddenly remembered that Li Zishuan had transfused blood to Qin Qiong last year, so he quickly said. Li Zishuan's heart moved, and suddenly some ideas came to his mind. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Of course. In addition to the blood transfusion needles, I will also get a batch of disposable rubber gloves, medical disinfectant alcohol, masks, and so on. In the future, all the doctors involved in all the surgical operations in the medical center must wear gloves and masks, and their hands and instruments must be disinfected with alcohol. In addition, I have a set of wound suturing methods here. When I have time, I will teach it to the surgeons in the medical center. Ever since he had rubber, Li Zishuan could not only make rubber needles, but also rubber gloves. This was very useful in surgical operations. Thinking back to the time when he had transfused blood to Qin Qiong, he had made the needles from disinfected duck intestines. It was simply too low class. As for the wound suturing techniques, he did not intend to keep it a secret. Teaching it to the doctors in the hospital so that they could save more people would be a great merit. Wound suturing? There's such a treatment method? It's amazing! Yamacho, you have to keep your word. In the future, you must come and teach this method to the doctors in our medical center. Hearing this, Dr. Qin was pleasantly surprised. Of course, Li Zishuan nodded. Seeing that no one had anything else to say, he decisively announced the end of the meeting. It happened to be noon, and there were no patients lining up in front of the medical center. They had probably all gone home for lunch. Li Zishuan invited Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, Hu Jing, and the 2 former students of the Imperial Medical Department to Zuaxian restaurant for lunch. Marquis, not good. There are many women surrounding the Datang Daily office in Chang'an City. After lunch, Pang Feiji rushed to Li Zishuan and reported to him as soon as he came out of the Zuaxian restaurant. Chicken Bro had just gone through a big wedding, but he was still very dedicated. He reported back to Yunshan the day after the wedding. Now, he had become Li Zishuan's personal bodyguard, running errands and delivering messages for Li Zishuan everywhere. Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but frown. He asked in confusion, Datang Daily office is surrounded by women? Why is that? Pang Feiji wiped his sweat and said awkwardly, Marquis, the reason for this is that a few women wanted to sign up for the Yanhuang College Medical School's entrance exam. But since ancient times, there has been no precedent of women entering the school. The people in the office rejected them, but the women did not let it go. They said that in the Datang Daily's admission notice, there was no restriction that only men could sign up. Their ruckus attracted even more women to join them. They said, why can't women enter the school? Why can't women study medicine? There are even female medical officers in the palace. After hearing Pang Feiji's words, Li Zishuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were running through his heart. How could this be blamed on the admission notice he had written? Wasn't the admission notice in ancient times that only men were admitted? Did it need to be specifically stated? Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang all frowned. This was not an easy matter to deal with. Then let the Datang Daily office in Chang'an City close early today. We can't afford to offend them, but can't we avoid them? Li Zishuan said helplessly. Li Zishuan could not force the women who wanted to go to the medical school to study because he had never hit women. However, it was also impossible for him to let them go as they wished. Allowing women to enter the school was a crime against the world. When the time came, those Confucian defenders would definitely gang up on him. This was a red line. Once crossed, there was a high possibility of being consigned to eternal damnation. Li Zishuan did not want to take this risk. He did not want to be entangled in trouble and bicker with people every day. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to escape. It was not that he was biased against women, but the times did not allow it. Pang Feiji heard this and hesitated for a moment. Then he cupped his fists and hurriedly left. Sun Simiao, who was at the side, said worriedly, Xiao Xian, hiding like this is not a solution. The Datang Daily office is still open for business. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. From what I see, why don't you tell the world about this in tomorrow's newspaper? Then, those women will stop bothering you. Professor Qin nodded and said, yes. Xiao Xian, hiding like this is not a solution. Why don't we do as Priest Sun said? At this moment, Li Zishuan's mind was occupied with other matters. Hearing that, he only replied indifferently, I got it. Actually, he was thinking in his heart. Even if tomorrow's newspaper said that women were not allowed to enter the school, would these women really give up? Sir, you're finally back. When he returned to the home mansion, Xiao Yu hurriedly greeted him as soon as he stepped through the door. The workshop was undergoing technical upgrades. Recently, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi had returned to the county to live. He did not expect Li Yu to find him here, and it seemed like she had something urgent to tell him. Li Zixuan quickly stopped in his tracks and looked at Li Yu. He asked, "What's wrong? Xiao Yuer? You're looking for me today?" Of course. Xiao Yuer nodded and said, "Sir, there are many commoner women who want to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school, but they were rejected by your subordinates. You have to make a decision for those women, right?" Make a decision? Make a decision for what? Li Zixuan was puzzled. Then he rubbed his eyebrows helplessly and said, "Xiao Yuer, I can't make a decision for them. On the admission notice, although it didn't say that women were not allowed to apply, shouldn't it be tacitly agreed? Since ancient times, where has there been a precedent of women entering the school? I can't help you with this, otherwise, Yanhuang College will be in big trouble." "Sir, I misjudged you." Xiao Yuer pouted and suddenly said angrily, "I always thought that you were a different person. I didn't expect you to look down on women like those Confucian scholars. What's wrong with women? There are some things that women are not worse than men. Sir, what right do you have to look down on women? Besides, although there has been no precedent of women entering the school since ancient times, there are many precedents of women studying medicine. The Imperial Medical Department recruits many female students every year to act as female medical officers in the palace. Why can't Yanhuang College's medical school recruit women? Sir, when have you become so pedantic?" After knowing Li Yu for so long, Li Zixuan had never seen Li Yu so angry. It was as if she was angry and unwilling to accept the fact that her idol had some flaws. After Xiao Yuer finished speaking, she snorted and turned her head to walk out of the door angrily. "Xiao Yuer, wait." Previously, Li Yu's voice was relatively loud, so the people in the room had already walked out. Seeing Xiao Yuer leave angrily, Han Yushi hurriedly shouted. Xiao Yuer stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were a little red. She turned her head to look at Han Yushi and said, "Sister Yushi, in Sir's eyes, you are the only woman he looks up to. He looks down on all the women in the world. It's useless no matter what I say. He doesn't know that many of the women who apply are pure and kind. They want to learn medicine at Yanhuang College so that they can save the dying and heal the injured and benefit the people in the future. Today, because of his light sentence, women are not allowed to enter the school. He rejected all the women in the world who are interested in medicine. I think that one day, Sir will definitely regret his decision today." After saying that, she raised her arm, wiped her eyes, and prepared to leave. This girl was also a sentimental person. As she spoke, she actually ended up crying. In the front yard, Li Zixuan, Han Yushi, Li Jingma, Yi Guozhong, and the others couldn't help but be silent when they heard that, especially Li Zixuan. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind in a very short period of time. Seeing that Xiao Yu was about to leave the house, Li Zixuan suddenly said, "Stop." It was just 3 short words, but they were like a spell that froze Li Yu's foot in the air. Then he pulled it back. Li Zixuan continued, "This matter is indeed my lack of consideration, but I definitely don't mean to look down on women. On the contrary, I think that women's medical skills are not worse than men's. For example, Sun Daozhang's disciple, Hu Jing, is now a little accomplished in her medical skills. She is also called the Little Fairy Doctor. But even so, if we rashly let women enter Yanhuang College, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. If this matter is not handled properly, it will put Yanhuang College in a whirlpool of storms. The already weak academic skills will be difficult to advance in the future. Therefore, the matter of letting women enter the school must be carefully considered. Xiao Yuer, can you give me a few days? I might be able to come up with a perfect plan." Xiao Yu turned around and looked at Li Zixuan with her slightly moist eyes. After a while, she smiled through her tears and said, "Yes, yes. I believe that Sir will be able to do what others can't." Xiao Yuer thanked Sir on behalf of those women. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right. All the good and bad things have been said by you alone. You really like to give me problems. Quickly wipe your tears. You're already a big girl. If others see you like this, they'll say that you've been wronged by your teacher." Xiao Yu wiped her eyes and said, "I'm not crying. Sir, I still have things to do in the editorial department. I'll go back first. I hope sir can come up with a good idea to give those women who really want to study medicine a chance." After saying that, she hurriedly left. "Xiao Xian, are you really going to admit women into the school?" After Xiao Yu left, Yi Guizhong looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan nodded and sighed deeply. He said, "Grandfather, what Xiao Yu said just now is not without reason. But there will be a lot of trouble in this operation. I have to smooth things out one by one before I can officially admit women into the school." Chapter 1430. Grandfather, just now little Yu said that the Imperial Medical Department recruits many female students every year. Is that true? Lantian County, the main hall of the Marquis' mansion. Li Zishuan looked at Yi Guizhong and asked. He knew that there were female medical officers in ancient times, but he didn't know that the Imperial Medical Department recruited female students. Yi Guizhong heard this and nodded. Little Xian, the Imperial Medical Department does recruit female students every year, and this isn't without precedent. As early as the Western Han Dynasty, there were female medical officers in the palace. Because of her superb medical skills, she was conferred the title of the first female national healer in the history of the Western Han Dynasty. Since the emperor ascended the throne, the system of the Imperial Medical Department gradually improved and began to recruit female students to serve as female medical officers in the palace in the future. After all, there were many concubines and princesses in the harem. If they fell ill, it wouldn't be appropriate for an ordinary imperial physician to treat them. The female students of the Imperial Medical Department came from two sources. One was to select unmarried servants between the ages of 20 and 30 to let them enter the Imperial Medical Department to learn medical skills. The second was to recruit women with medical skills from the common people to take an examination. If they passed the examination, they would directly enter the Imperial Medical Department. In the future, they would have the qualifications to enter the palace after their medical skills had reached a small level. Most of the female doctors that were gathered from the common people came from medical families. Their ancestors had been practicing medicine for generations. After the accumulation of time, they also had a lot of experience. After going through the training of the Imperial Physician Bureau, their medical skills were often better than those of the illiterate servants of the officials. Those women who want to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school should belong to this kind of people. Li Zishuan heard this and frowned. He muttered in his heart for a moment and sighed. Hearing grandfather say this, if our Yanhuang College rejects these women who want to study, it would be a great loss. As far as he was concerned, he was actually happy to see a woman enter the medical school to study medicine. This was because the profession of a doctor couldn't lack women. Firstly, there were both men and women among the patients. Although doctors didn't differentiate between men and women, it would still be inconvenient for a male doctor to treat a private illness. Secondly, female doctors were usually more meticulous, which was a good supplement for male doctors. Didn't modern hospitals not only have female doctors, but also female nurses? Little Xian, you can say that, but you can't do that. In the eyes of many great scholars in the world, your engineering studies are deviant and rebellious. But because you are blessed by the emperor, they can't accuse you. But if you allow women to enter the school, you will give them a reason to attack you. Yanhuang College, which is already in a precarious situation, will become the target of public criticism. At that time, even His Majesty won't be able to protect you. When Yi Guizhong saw Li Zishuan's expression, he couldn't help but ask anxiously. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Grandfather, don't worry. I know the severity of the matter. However, since the Imperial Physician Department can recruit female students, then this matter may not be without room for mediation. Tomorrow, I will go to see His Majesty and sound out His Majesty. Husband, did that matter make things difficult for you? At night, after dinner, the husband and wife returned to the bedroom. Han Yushi hesitated for a moment, then looked at Li Zishuan, who was sitting in front of the desk and reading documents, and asked softly. Hearing this, Li Zishuan turned around and asked, Wife, are you talking about the matter of letting women enter the medical school? Han Yushi nodded, then got up and walked to Li Zishuan. She said with an ashamed face, Husband, I'm sorry. When little Yu came to the residence during the day, I heard what she said and felt that those women were very pitiful. In the end, I asked her to wait for you to come back and ask for your help. I didn't expect that it would cause so much trouble for you. Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, wife. Although this matter is a bit troublesome, it's not completely impossible. In fact, in your heart, you should have the same thoughts as little you right?" Han Yushi's expression was slightly sluggish. Seeing Li Zishuan staring at her with a burning gaze, she said helplessly, "Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. I just feel that those women among the common people came to study with the heart of benefiting the common people, but they were rejected. It's really a bit pitiful. Besides, I don't think that women can't learn good medicine and can't be good doctors. Isn't our villages Huzhen an example?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, all right. Wife, I already said during the day that I don't have any intention of looking down on women. It's just that letting those women enter Yanhuang College will inevitably cause criticism. Tomorrow, your husband will go to the palace to ask His Majesty and see what his opinion is. All right, it's getting late. Let's rest." The development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. Ever since Li Zishuan released the Tang Dynasty Dictionary and introduced pinyin last year, more and more people became literate, including women. Once a person became literate, they would become sensible and their thoughts would be liberated to a certain extent. In addition, the Tang Dynasty was an era of openness. At this time, the social status of women in the entire history of China was rarely matched. Therefore, early the next morning, the offices of Datang Daily in Chang and City, Lantian County, Xinfeng County, Xianyang County, Yunyang County, and more than 20 other counties were besieged by women who wanted to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school. Many people were shouting, "Why can the Imperial Medical Department accept female students but Yanhuang College can't?" There were even women who shouted, "We want to see the Marquis of Yong and ask him to give us an explanation." After receiving the news from various places, Li Zishuan had no choice but to order the besieged offices of Datang Daily to close down immediately. As for today's Datang Daily, it was all handed over to the newsboys to sell. Lantian County, Yong, and Square, Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center. Today, doctors from all over the country had gathered here to accept Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang's assessment and interview. Now, in the bamboo sieve in front of you, there are a total of 9 types of medicinal herbs. Please write down the names of the herbs on the paper. In a room on the 2nd floor of the medical center, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang were the main examiners. In front of them sat 7 or 8 doctors who came to apply for the position. The youngest of these people were only 25 or 26 years old, and the older ones even had white beards. From this, it seemed that the position of a doctor in the Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center was very attractive to civilian doctors. When they heard Sun Simiao's first question, a few of them quickly identified the herbs and wrote at a fast speed. All right, time's up. They actually collected the answers they wrote. After about 15 minutes, Sun Simiao said to who was beside him, "Yes, master," who responded and then went down to collect the answers written by those people. Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang took it and then reviewed it in the hall. After a while, the 3 of them exchanged opinions. After confirming that the review results were correct, Sun Simiao announced, "Wu Qingyi, the bamboo sieve in front of you contains alpine ginseng, June frost, rock peppergrass, coiling dragon 7, eucamia almoids, angelica, roasted astragalus, aracema, and willingzi. And the answers you just submitted, only 8 of them were correct and 1 was wrong. Except for Wu Qingyi, the rest of you have all answered correctly." After his voice fell, everyone below was overjoyed, except for the youngest doctor. This person stood up with an ashamed face and cupped his hands, saying, "I'm really ashamed. I actually mistook alpine ginseng for Taibai ginseng. I really shouldn't have. I've embarrassed myself in front of Dr. Sunday. I'll take my leave now and won't disturb Dr. Sun." After saying that, this guy actually prepared to leave the examination hall. Sun Simiao hurriedly said, "Hey, little brother Wu, today's assessment is not only about identifying medicinal herbs. You're still young, so it's normal that you can't distinguish between alpine ginseng and Taibai ginseng. But as long as you can answer the following questions well, you still have a good chance of passing the assessment. In this room, Wu Qingyi was the only person under the age of 30. Seeing young people, Sun Simiao's heart was filled with admiration. Wu Qingyi was stunned. He originally thought that he had no chance, but after hearing Sun Simiao's words, his heart suddenly became lively again. He quickly cupped his hands and thanked Sun Simiao with a happy face. "Thank you, Dr. Sun." Sun Simiao nodded and said, "N. Then the assessment will continue. Duan Shirchio, you will answer first." A patient often shows symptoms of sweating profusely. The sweat is like beads and slightly sticky. He is afraid of the cold. His hands and feet are cold. His breathing is weak. His face is pale, and even his lips are blue and purple. His pulse is weak or empty. What kind of illness is this? How should I treat it? Duan Shirchio was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hearing this, he frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he cupped his hands and said, "If I'm not wrong, this person should be suffering from the yang deficiency disease. If you want to cure him, you can use 2 tails of dragon bone, 1 tail of cinnamon, 1 tail of licorice, 1 tail of poria, 1 tail of ginseng, 2 tails of maimenda, 2 tails of oysters, 1 tail of Sichuan lacquer, half a portion of ginger, 3 large dates. Fry them until they are 6/10." Very good answer. Next Jutsaichi answer? In the examination room, a group of doctors were racking their brains to pass the assessment. Outside the examination room, the rest of the doctors were waiting anxiously. The people in the back were especially worried because they were afraid that when it was their turn, the admission quota would be full. Then, no matter how good they were, it would be meaningless. After Li Zishuan had breakfast in the morning, he came to the joint medical hall. Although he planned to meet Li Er today, the palace was in the morning court. He did not want to suffer, so he planned to wait until the morning court was over. As soon as he arrived at the medical hall, he saw this lively scene. "Please invite the 8 doctors in the back in." After asking for the location of the examination room, Li Zishuan went directly to the examination room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he reached the door, he heard Sun Simiao's voice full of energy. But after seeing the doctors who came in to apply, Li Zishuan's eyes instantly widened because he saw a woman in the team of doctors. So, he quickly quickened his pace and walked into the examination room. He heard Sun Simiao's surprised voice inside, "Miss, we are hiring doctors here. Those who have nothing to do with it, please leave." After his voice fell, a woman's voice sounded in the room, "Why do you say that, Master Sun? I came here to participate in the doctor examination of the joint medical hall. How did I become an unrelated person?" Li Zishuan had already walked in at this time, but Sun Simiao did not notice him at all. Instead, he frowned and said, "The Tang Joint Medical Hall only recruits male doctors. Miss, please leave." "Dr. Sun, as a person outside the medical field, how can you be as pedantic as those pedantic scholars? The Tang Joint Medical Hall is hiring doctors as long as their medical skills are qualified. Why does it matter if the applicant is a man or a woman? What's more, wasn't the little fairy doctor also a woman? If she can be your disciple, why can't I, Guqinyue, come to the Tang Joint Medical Hall to help the world and heal the wounded?" The woman said to Sun Simiao with a proud face. People in the world respected and feared Sun Simiao, but this woman spoke to Sun Simiao rudely. "You little girl, how can you be so disrespectful to Dr. Sun?" "That's right. Dr. Sun's medical skills are superb. He has saved millions of people and is the role model of the medical world. How can he allow a little girl like you to criticize him?" Gu Qingyue's words aroused the dissatisfaction of the doctors in the room, and they all began to criticize her. Who knew that Gu Qingyue was not afraid at all? She said coldly, "This is a selection of doctors. Since when did it depend on qualifications to be ranked? Dr. Sun has saved many patients, but what does that have to do with me? I just want a fair chance to compete. If Dr. Sun stumps me with medical skills, I have nothing to say. But if I am deprived of the opportunity to enter the Tang Joint Medical Hall because I am a woman, then I will not accept it. I will go to the Marquis of Yong and to ask for an explanation." Her words were powerful and full of vigor. Those doctors who had criticized her before were intimidated by this woman's cold and arrogant aura and actually shut their mouths. Although Hu Jingwei, who was beside Sun Simiao, subconsciously wanted to speak up for her master, she always felt that every word Gu Qingyue said was very reasonable. So much so that she could not say a single word of rebuttal for a long time. I heard that someone wants to ask for an explanation from this marquis. Is this true? Li Zishuan, who had been hiding at the back of the examination room, had no choice but to come out now. He touched his nose and said awkwardly, during the enrollment process of Yanhuang College's medical school, there were women who came to apply, but he never expected that in the examination room of the Tang Joint Medical Hall, there would be a female doctor who came to apply for a position. He could not help but think to himself, the Tang dynasty's culture is really open. The Tang dynasty's feminism is really stronger than any other dynasty. Xiaoxian, you're here. Yamacho. Young master, you're here. Marquis? Nice to meet you, ma. Hearing that, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, Hu Jingwei, and the other doctors in the room all stood up and greeted him. The woman named Gu Qingyue did not move. She used her beautiful eyes to seriously size up Li Zishuan. The surprise in her eyes disappeared in a flash. She probably did not expect Li Zishuan to look so young. After a moment of sizing him up, she bowed and said, I am Gu Qingyue. Nice to meet you, Marx. Chapter 1431. In ancient times, women had obtained a high status through their labor in harvesting. At that time, they had even become the kings of their own tribes. Later on, the change in labor force made men the representatives of sovereignty. Since the establishment of the feudal empire, women were not allowed to be officials or doctors. They seemed to have become a tool for reproduction. However, there was one dynasty that was an exception, and that was the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, women had a unique status. This seemed to be an era where men and women were equal. This was reflected in the laws of the Tang dynasty. The laws of the Tang dynasty stipulated that women of the Tang dynasty had the right to inherit and could become the head of a household. A woman's virtue was to have no talent. If this sentence was used on women of the Ming and Qing dynasties, it would be perfect. However, women of the Tang dynasty were not like this. In the Tang dynasty, women could ride horses and shoot arrows. They could also attend all kinds of grand banquets. They were not like the ladies of the Ming and Qing dynasties, who had to hide in their boudoirs all day long. It was because of this open culture and the tolerance of women from top to bottom. Coupled with Li Zishuan's introduction of dictionaries and pinyin, the literacy rate of the people of the Tang dynasty soared. Women's thoughts were also further liberated. This led to the pursuit of the Datang daily office in recent days. This led to Gu Qingyue speaking frankly and openly contradicting Sun Simiao in the examination room of the Tang dynasty's joint medical center. After the Tang dynasty, the feudal system became more complete and the centralization of power was further strengthened. This also led to the loss of women's rights. In the later dynasties, the Qing and Zhou Confucianism gradually became mainstream. The 3 cardinal principles and 5 constant principles became a fatal turning point for women. From then on, the status of women was gradually weakened. Until the Qing dynasty, women had almost no status in society. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that the Tang dynasty was an era where feminism was prevalent. Especially after Wu Zetian ascended the throne, feminism in the Tang dynasty reached its peak. Miss, did you want to ask this marquis for an explanation? Gu Qingyue's appearance could not be considered very stunning, but it was definitely not ugly either. Especially that pair of particularly tall and straight peaks, which gave her a lot of points. Li Zishuan did not dare to look down. He only dared to stare at Gu Qingyue's cheeks and said. Gu Qingyue stood up straight and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, Marquis Qingyue only wants a fair chance to compete with these male doctors. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center is recruiting doctors, not son-in-law. Why do you care so much about gender? Li Zishuan nodded and asked with a smile, Miss Gu, you seem to be very confident in your medical skills? A trace of pride appeared on Gu Qingyue's face. She said confidently, Our Gu family has been practicing medicine for generations and has saved countless lives. I have followed my father to treat patients since I was young. I read the canon of internal medicine at the age of 6, the Yellow Emperor's 81 difficult classics at the age of 7, the Shennong's Materia Medica at the age of 9, the treatise on typhoid and miscellaneous diseases at the age of 10, the Pulse Classics and Acupuncture and Moxibustion Classics at the age of 12. At the age of 13, I was able to treat patients alone. How can I not be confident in my medical skills? Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched, secretly thinking that this girl seemed to be an expert. Sun Simiao was a little surprised. He asked, Gu family? Which Gu clan is the Gu clan that Miss mentioned? Gu Qingyue raised her head and said, the Gu family is the Gu family. My ancestor was the Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty. People call him Little Deity. Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty? Li Zishuan was confused. He did not know much about the history of the Western Jin dynasty, let alone the Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty. But Sun Simiao was different. When he heard this, he could not help but exclaim, Miss Gu is the descendant of Immortal Gu. I have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. My apologies. Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang were also shocked. They cupped their hands and said, so you are the descendant of Immortal Gu. My apologies. Li Zishuan was instantly dumbfounded. He thought to himself, who the hell is this Xianwen Gu? He was able to make Sun Simiao and Dr. Qin treat him differently. Can I take the test now? Gu Qingyue asked with a smile. Little Xian, you see, Sun Simiao's voice faltered as he looked at Li Zishuan with a troubled expression. Li Zishuan quickly put away the confusion on his face. He coughed and said, since Miss Gu is from a famous family and is so confident in your medical skills, you can take the test. At the same time, the Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center will no longer restrict the recruitment of male and female doctors. As long as your medical skills and medical ethics are good, you can be selected. Although he did not know who Gu Qingyue's ancestor, Immortal Gu, was, he could not show his ignorance on his face. He still wanted to save face. As for the gender restriction of the Joint Medical Center's doctors, it was a decision he made after careful consideration. Because the academy recruiting female students might be opposed by the public, but the medical center recruiting female doctors, there was no reason for people to object. After all, there was no rule that said that women could not practice medicine in this era. Marquis is wise and powerful. Qingyue is impressed. Hearing that Li Zishuan had completely removed the gender restriction of the recruitment of doctors, Gu Qingyue smiled sweetly and bowed to Li Zishuan. Sun Simiao saw that Li Zishuan's attitude was firm, so he could not persuade him anymore. Moreover, he also felt that recruiting female doctors would not affect the overall situation, so he nodded and said, that's good. Gugu Nyang, please take a seat. Next, please follow them to take the test. Actually, come out for a moment. After settling the matter of Gu Qingyue's qualification, Li Zishuan walked to who actually sighed and whispered something. Then he walked out of the room from the side. Who actually looked at Sun Simiao. Seeing Sun Simiao nodding at her, she then walked out of the door. Young master, do you need me for something? Outside the room, who actually asked in a low voice. Li Zishuan nodded. He hesitated for a moment, but still bent down slightly and looked at who actually. He whispered, actually, who is Gu Qingyue's ancestor? Who actually was stunned and said doubtfully, young master, didn't Sister Gu say? Her family's ancestor is Gu Xianwen, the Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty. Oh, young master wants to ask who Gu Xianwen is, right? This Gu Xianwen is Gu Hong. His courtesy name is Ji Chuan, and he calls himself Bio Puzi. He is a famous doctor in the Western Jin dynasty. His wife, Aunt Bao, is also very skilled in medicine. She is very famous among the people. There is even a temple for Aunt Bao in the coastal area of Guangdong. Gu Hong? She is actually a descendant of Gu Hong. Li Zishuan's face changed, and his heart was extremely shocked. Yesterday, Yi Guozhong told him that the women who knew medicine among the people were mostly from medical families. He did not expect that today, in the Tang United Medical Center, he would meet Gu Qingyue, a woman who came from a super medical family. He was really lucky. At the same time, this also confirmed Li Zixuan's idea of recruiting women into Yanhuang College's medical school. Today, he must find Li Er and ask for an explanation. Chapter 1432. Ge Hong, also known as Ji Chuan, was the grandnephew of Gu Xian of the Three Kingdoms and was known as the Little Immortal. He was once conferred the title of Marquis of Guanyi and later lived in seclusion in Mount Luofu to refine pills. At the same time, he was also a famous doctor in China during the Eastern Jin dynasty. He was the pioneer of preventive medicine and wrote Behind the Elbow, which recorded the diagnosis and treatment of infectious diseases such as smallpox and chigger. Ge Hong's wife, Bao Gu, was the daughter of the governor of Nanhai, Bao Jing. She was also a famous doctor. She had followed her husband for a long time to refine pills and practice medicine in Mount Luofu, treating the people and benefiting the people. Therefore, the people of Lingnan respectfully called her Bao Gu. Bao Gu practiced medicine and gathered herbs, and her footprints were all over Guangzhou, Nanhai, Huiyang, Baoyuo, and other places. Her medical skills were excellent and meticulous. She was good at acupuncture and was famous for treating tumors and warts. After Bao Gu's death, the people of Lingnan commemorated her contribution to the medical industry and built a shrine to Bao Gu in the Sanyuan Palace at the foot of Yuexiu Mountain in Guangzhou. Therefore, the Gu family that Gu Qingyue belonged to could be called a super medical family. However, Li Zixuan found it a little strange. With the Gu family's background, even after several hundred years, they shouldn't have let Gu Qingyue, a young miss who had never done any household chores, apply for a job at the joint medical center, right? Could there be a story in between? Shaking his head, Li Zixuan left the medical center and went home. He still had to go to the palace to see Li Er, so he had to go home and change his clothes. Greetings, Marquis. Just as he stepped into the gate, a person came from the front yard and bowed to Li Zixuan. "Oh, Brother Zhang, why are you here?" Li Zixuan was slightly surprised. The person who came was none other than the blacksmith of the workshop, Zhang Hongxing. "Marquis, this Zhang is here today to return the sword. Thank you, Marquis, for trusting this Zhang and being willing to lend the wind-chasing sword to my father. Now that 3 days have passed, this Zhang will return the wind-chasing sword intact." Zhang Hongxing raised the sword above his head and bowed to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded and took the wind-chasing sword. After a cursory inspection, he said, "It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite. I wonder if your father is satisfied with my wind-chasing sword?" "Satisfied, satisfied." Zhang Hongxing nodded his head and said, "After my father saw the wind-chasing sword, he was shocked by it and even wanted to reforge the 9 raven swords. However, my father knew that he was too old and could not afford to reforge the sword, so he could only give up. My father admires Marquis' honorable master, spiritual master Taoist Lingxiu. I only regret not being able to meet him personally back then." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Ha! Your father's swordsmithing technique is something that few people in the world can match. This Marquis admires your father very much and will definitely pay a visit to him in the future." It was inevitable that the workshop would run into some technical problems in the future. It was not a bad thing to establish a good relationship with a famous blacksmith like Zhang Jujio. Zhang Hongxing quickly cupped his hands and said, "This Zhang looks forward to Marquis' arrival. Now that the sword has been returned, this Zhang will return to the workshop to forge weapons and armor for Marquis. Oh, by the way, on the way here, this Zhang heard from Steward Fu that the hydraulic stamping machine in the workshop has been completed. It should be ready for use now. Marquis, the plate armor you designed should be ready soon." Hearing this, Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. He said with a face full of joy, "Oh, the hydraulic press machine has been completed? Then do you know how Ink Girl's electric motor is?" This, Zhang Hongxing said awkwardly, "Marquis, this Zhang is not very familiar with Ink Girl, so I don't know." Mo Lingwei might be chatting and laughing with Li Zixuan, Yan Shaoning and the rest, but in front of outsiders, she was cold and unapproachable. It was said that this girl wanted to maintain the dignity of a Yanhuang College professor, so Zhang Hongxing was innocently implicated. Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and waved his hand. "All right then. Go to your work. As for the electric motor, I will personally go to the workshop and ask Ink Girl. After hanging the chasing wind sword on the sword rack at home, Li Zixuan changed into a set of court clothes with the help of Xiao He and Xiao Shi. Then he rode on Big White and left with Pang Feiji and a few other guards. Currently, the roads in Lantian County were being upgraded. The original bluestone roads were being changed into cement roads. In order to avoid traffic jams due to the road construction, County Magistrate He chose to construct the roads in sections. This way, the construction speed could be guaranteed and it would not affect the people's travel as much as possible. After leaving the county, he rode his horse all the way to Chang'an City. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, so the weather was not too hot. Therefore, the journey was very refreshing. Little Xian? You're done with the morning court, what are you doing here? Coincidentally, when he arrived at the entrance of the imperial city, he bumped into the civil and military officials who had just finished their morning court. Cheng Yaojin's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw Li Zixuan who had just dismounted from his horse. He quickly walked in front of Li Zixuan and laughed. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, did you guys just finish your morning court? Li Zixuan smiled and greeted them. Yes. Little Xian, you came to the palace today because you have something to ask His Majesty, right? Qin Qiong nodded and asked with a smile. Yes. It's about Yanhuang College's medical school. There are some things that I need His Majesty's opinion on. Li Zixuan replied. Then hurry up and go. Don't delay the important matters. Qin Qiong was much more serious than Qing Yaojin. When he heard that Li Zixuan had important matters to discuss with Li Er, he quickly moved aside and said, Yes. Uncle Yen? Li Zixuan nodded and was about to leave when he saw Yen Lide walking towards him. He suddenly remembered that he had tested Mo Huai a few days ago, so he quickly took the initiative to greet him. Yes. Little Xian, are you going to the palace to see His Majesty? Li Zixuan was the leader of the younger generation in the Tang Empire, and Yen Lide had a very good impression of him. Hearing this, he revealed a kind smile and said, Li Zixuan nodded and said, There are some things that I need to see His Majesty about, but I also want to congratulate Uncle Yen today. Congratulate? This is for no reason. What's there to congratulate me for? Yen Lide was a little confused when he heard this and asked doubtfully. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Uncle Yen, you're too involved to see clearly. What I mean is that I should be able to attend Xiaoning's wedding soon. Wedding? Old Yen, is that kid of yours getting married? Not kind. You're too unkind, old man. You didn't even inform me of such a happy event. Are you afraid that I'll drink your family dry? Not far away, Qing Yaojin heard this and immediately stopped moving forward. Then he turned around and walked over quickly, pointing at Yen Lide and teasing him. Yen Lide was still in a daze at this moment. When he heard old Qing talking nonstop, he immediately said impatiently, All right. Qing Jijia, stop messing around. I don't even know what's going on. Little Xian, are you saying that Xiaoning is getting married? As his father, how can I not know anything about this? Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, Uncle Yen is busy with official business all day long, so it's normal for you to neglect these small matters. However, it's rare for Xiaoning to find a good marriage. Uncle Yen, you have to seize the opportunity for Xiaoning. Alright, I won't talk about it anymore. I'm going in to see His Majesty. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Zixuan didn't care about Yen Lide's dumbfounded expression. He cupped his hands and walked toward the palace gate. Brother Little Xian? You're in the palace? As soon as he entered the palace and walked across the arch bridge in front of Taiji Palace, he heard a pleasant female voice shouting beside him. Li Zixuan paused and looked to the right. He saw Changle, who was wearing a pink dress, walking towards him. Changle? Oh, greetings, Your Highness. Seeing the fairy-like Changle, Li Zixuan was immediately in a good mood and wanted to greet her. However, remembering that this was the imperial palace and that there were many eyes, he promptly stopped and saluted. Changle knitted her brows, somewhat reproachfully saying, Brother Little Xian, we haven't seen each other for so long. Why are you treating Changle like a stranger? Li Zixuan had always treated Changle as his own younger sister. As an elder brother, who would be willing to salute his younger sister every day. Hearing this, he whispered, "This is the imperial palace. This subject naturally has to be cautious and respectful." Oh. Hearing this, Chang'e instantly understood. Only then did she feel a little better. She made an "oh" sound and said, "Then Brother Xiaoxian, did you enter the palace this time to see my imperial father?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's right." Chang'e happily said, "That's perfect. I also have matters to discuss with my imperial father. Brother Little Xian, let's go together." Li Zishuan thought it over and did not refuse, nodding his head. "Your Imperial Majesty, Princess Chang'e requests an audience." In the Sweet Dew Palace Hall, Li Er had not been seated for long after the morning court session when an eunuch entered and bowed. "Oh, Chang'e? Quickly let her in." Li Er had just finished the morning court session and was originally somewhat tired. Hearing that his most beloved daughter had arrived, he immediately became spirited and hurriedly replied. Who knew that the eunuch would say, "Your Imperial Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is also outside the hall, requesting an audience." Why did that fellow think of meeting us today? Let him in. Hearing this, Li Er's eyebrows trembled slightly as he spoke. Speaking of which, ever since Li Zishuan had entered the palace to ask for brass after the construction of the hydroelectric dam in Lantian County, Li Er had not seen Li Zishuan for quite some time. Without Li Zishuan causing trouble in Chang, and Li Er felt that it was lacking a lot of fun. Chang'e pays respects to imperial fathers. This subject Li Zishuan pays respects to your Imperial Majesty. Not long after, Chang'e and Li Zishuan walked in from outside the hall and bowed to Li Er. Dispense with the formalities. Chang'e, quickly come to Imperial fathers. Li Er replied with a faint "tu" before hurriedly beckoning to Chang'e. This completely different treatment also proved how important Chang'e was in Li Er's heart. Chang'e responded with a smile and then walked cheerfully to Li Er's side. Li Er lightly patted Chang'e's shoulder before looking at Li Zishuan and asking, "Marquis of Yong, you came to the palace to meet us. Do you have something to report?" Li Zishuan secretly curled his lips as he thought to himself, "Your Imperial Majesty has finally thought of me." He stepped forward and clasped his hands together before saying, "Your Imperial Majesty, the workshop has already made a breakthrough in the weapons and armor that you asked me to upgrade for the Black Armored Army. In a few days, Your Imperial Majesty will be able to see the incomparably sharp vanadium steel horse lance and the world's #1 defensive vanadium steel plate armor." This was the art of speaking. First, talk about the good news to make Li Er happy. Then, talk about the matter of girls entering the school. This was the only way to get a better result. Hearing this, Li Er was indeed delighted. He stood up and said, "Vanadium steel horse lance? Vanadium steel plate armor? That means that your workshop can already produce vanadium steel?" Previously, Li Zishuan had told him that vanadium steel had superior performance compared to ordinary steel. This was why he asked Li Zishuan to create a batch of vanadium steel weapons and armor for the Black Armored Army, the Tang Empire's most elite cavalry. Now that he heard that the weapons and armor were about to be completed, old Li was naturally excited. Li Zishuan clasped his hands together and said, "Your Imperial Majesty, the workshop has not only mastered the method of smelting vanadium steel, but also a new type of forging technology. It is because of this technology that we can create the world's #1 plate armor. This plate armor is difficult for ordinary swords and arrows to penetrate. It can greatly reduce the death rate of our Tang Empire's cavalry." Li Er couldn't help but ask curiously, "From what I heard, you seem to be very confident in this plate armor. You actually dare to say that its defense is #1 in the world?" "Your Imperial Majesty, I am not boasting. Not only is the defense of this plate armor far superior to the Mingguang armor, it is also lighter than the Mingguang armor. In about 3 to 5 days, this plate armor will be completed. At that time, Your Imperial Majesty will know when you see it." Li Zishuan said confidently. Who gave him such confidence? Of course, it was the workshop's advanced production technology. Li Er nodded and said, "Good. Then let's wait for the plate armor to be completed. If it is really as you said, I will definitely reward you handsomely." "Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Li Zishuan said his thanks. Then, he pondered for a moment and bowed. Your Imperial Majesty, I have another matter to report to your Imperial Majesty. What is it? Let me hear it. Li Er was still immersed in the plate armor that Li Zishuan said had the world's #1 defense. Hearing this, he nodded and said. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Imperial Majesty, I have planned to establish a medical school in Yanhuang College a long time ago to spread medicine and benefit the people. A few days ago, I spread the enrollment notice of the medical school to the people of all provinces and counties through Datang Daily. Unexpectedly, many women went to Datang Daily to sign up. After they were rejected, they unwillingly surrounded the office of Datang Daily, claiming that they wanted an explanation. Hearing this, Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, said in a deep voice, I have heard about this matter. You can just send some people to send these women away. Why do you need to discuss it with me? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Your Imperial Majesty, that is not what I meant. I want to ask Your Imperial Majesty. Since the Imperial Medical Department can recruit female students every year, can the Yanhuang College's medical school also recruit female students? Hearing this, Li Er and Chengle's faces were filled with surprise. The Ganlu Palace suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 1433. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Yanhuang College is a sacred place for learning. How can you let a girl enter? After a moment of silence, Li Er's angry roar sounded in the Ganlu Palace. Li Zishuan shrunk his neck and probed, Your Majesty, why can the Imperial Medical Department recruit female students, but Yanhuang College's medical school? Shut up. How can it be the same? When Li Er heard Li Zishuan talk about the Imperial Medical Department again, he mercilessly interrupted. The female students of the Imperial Medical Department will eventually go to the palace to serve as female medical officers. What's the use of your Yanhuang College's medical school to train so many female students? What's more, the Imperial Medical Department is a place that specializes in teaching medicine. There's no gender distinction in front of doctors. You just need to separate their rooms. But what about Yanhuang College? In addition to these medical students, Yanhuang College also has hundreds of engineering students. You've recruited these female students. What kind of scandal is that? When the time comes, even if I don't punish you, the spittle of all the scholars in the world will drown you. When Li Zishuan heard this, his heart sank. So this was the problem. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the female students of the Imperial Medical Department will serve as female medical officers in the palace, and the female students of Yanhuang College's medical school will serve in the Tang Empire's joint medical center in the future. This is because not only does the palace need female doctors, but the people also need female doctors. Your Majesty has always been diligent and loved the people. How can you ignore the pleas of the people? As for the female students entering Yanhuang College's medical school, it's easy to deal with. When I return, I'll immediately have people build a tall wall between the engineering school and the medical school. I'll also send people to patrol and prohibit the students of the engineering school from entering the medical school to find female students. This matter will be personally supervised by Teacher Wenji. He has a respected reputation in the scholarly circle. There shouldn't be any gossip, right? In this way, although the medical school is under the name of Yanhuang College, it's completely independent. The education model is no different from the Imperial Medical Department. Can't the leisurely mouths of the people in the world be completely blocked? Li Er, who was sitting high above, couldn't help but frown. Chang Lu, who was beside him, took the opportunity to say, Father, Brother Xiao Xian was right. Not only did the palace need female medical officers, the commoners also needed them. Otherwise, if this girl suffers from some hidden illness that is inconvenient to speak of, how difficult would that be? It was said that the harem was not allowed to interfere in politics. If it were any other concubines or princesses in the harem who said this, they would probably be reprimanded by Li Er. However, it was Chengel who said this. The result was completely different. Li Zishuan's furrowed brows actually relaxed slightly. He patted Chengel's little head very dotingly, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Your method is barely passable, But why do you have to go through so much trouble to recruit women into Yanhuang College's medical school? This was also what Li Er didn't understand. As the saying goes, one doesn't get up early without benefits. In his opinion, although Li Zishuan wasn't the kind of person who only cared about benefits, he was definitely not the kind of person who did things without asking for anything in return. Li Zishuan said with an innocent face, "Your Majesty, I'm not letting women into the medical school for my own personal benefit. I'm only letting the Tang Empire's medical school have a better development." Li Er asked curiously, "What does letting the Tang Empire's medical school have to do with recruiting women into the school?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, if the Tang Empire's medical school wants to have a long-term development, it absolutely can't do without female doctors. Most of the women who want to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school are from medical families. Their ancestors have been practicing medicine for generations. Under the influence of what they see and hear, their cultivation in medicine is better than that of ordinary people. What they lack is a systematic medical education. Once they are able to receive formal training, their medical skills will definitely be better than the current doctors in the various medical halls. If they are willing to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school, it means that they have a benevolent heart to save the world and help the people. Your Majesty, do you want me to reject these women with medical talent just because they are women? Moreover, women are generally more careful than men. The most important thing for a qualified doctor is to be careful. Female doctors are a good supplement for male doctors. That's why I said that if the Tang Empire's medical school wants to have a long-term development, it absolutely can't do without female doctors." Li Zishuan's words made Li Er fall into deep thought. Chang'e, who was at the side, became more and more interested as she listened. Her beautiful face gradually glowed with a brilliant smile. She thought to herself, "Brother Shaoxian is indeed different from other men. He values women so much and doesn't discriminate against them. He really has the spirit that only immortals have." Speaking of which, although she was a princess of the Tang Empire, she was still a woman. Since she was a woman, she couldn't avoid marrying and becoming a man's wife and vassal. Today, Li Zishuan spoke up for female doctors, which made her eyes light up. "Your Majesty, I also think that Mark Yong An's words are reasonable." Li Er was about to speak when Empress Jianghu happened to walk in from outside the hall with a bowl of iced sour plum soup. She smiled and said, "There are many women from medical families among the people who have medical skills. If they are rejected outside the door of Yanhuang College's medical school just because they are women, wouldn't it be too much of a pity to cut off the possibility of their medical skills to improve further? Besides, the number of female students recruited by the Imperial Medical Department every year is limited. The palace doesn't need so many female medical officers, so it's better to let Yanhuang College's medical school cultivate a group of female doctors to benefit the people." Standing in the middle of the hall, Li Zishuan couldn't help but look gratefully at Empress Jianghu. This gentle, virtuous, and wise woman would come out at every critical moment to advise Li Er to make the most correct decision. She was the biggest contributor to Li Er's creation of the Zhenguan Golden Age. The silent Li Er finally looked at Li Zishuan and said, "That's good. We will grant your request for the time being, but this move is bound to cause criticism among the court officials. In our opinion, this matter should wait until your new plate armor is made before we announce it in front of all the court officials. At that time, you will have made a great contribution, and the voices of opposition will be much smaller. In addition, if there are people among the people who oppose this matter, you will have to deal with it yourself. If the voices of opposition are too loud, then don't blame us for refuting your proposal." When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but curse Li Er in his heart for being so cunning. However, it was already not easy for Li Er to be willing to stand by his side. It was basically impossible for him to get Li Er to help him eliminate all opposition. This official obeys. "Thank you for your grace, your Majesty." Li Zishuan knew when to stop and immediately stepped forward to thank the emperor. The next day, Tang Dynasty's Joint Medical Center officially announced the recruitment of female doctors. This news only caused a small ripple among the people because today was a special day. Celestial Bane, which had been serialized in Datang Daily for 2 months, officially ended today. Strangely enough, this Xianxia novel's biggest audience was not men, but women. The delicate emotional entanglements in the novel caused many women to cry. Especially at the end, when Bai Yao sacrificed herself to block the celestial bane sword for Zhang Xiaofan. Not only did the female readers cry, but many male readers couldn't help but secretly wipe their eyes. Sob, sob, sob. In the end, Bai Yao still couldn't be resurrected. Bai Yao is so pitiful. Leather Knight is so hateful. Why did he give everyone hope and then let everyone feel despair? Bai Yao could have been resurrected. Why didn't he give us a perfect ending? Quick, take a look at the last paragraph Pai Xia wrote. Today, Celestial Bane has officially come to an end. During the serialization of Celestial Bane, we received a lot of support from readers. Chivalrous Hero is very grateful. Of course, we also received criticism and abuse from readers. Chivalrous Hero understands all of you because Chivalrous Hero also likes Bai Yao. But Swordsman really can't give you a perfect ending. Bai Yao's tragedy, from the day she appeared, was already destined. She was a demonic witch, and Zhang Xiaofan was from a righteous sect. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would never be together. During the Great Battle of Emerald Cloud Mountain, Zhang Xiaofan was interrogated by his sect. Priest Song Song colluded with the demonic sect and betrayed Emerald Cloud sect. The defeated demonic sect turned back and wanted to kill Emerald Cloud sect. Dao Xianzhenren activated the Celestial Bane Sword formation for the second time. In the end, because he was worried that Zhang Xiaofan would be used by the demonic sect and bring disaster to the world, he slashed the Celestial Bane Sword at Zhang Xiaofan. In such a desperate situation, if Bai Yao didn't activate the spell of infatuation and block the sword with her body, Zhang Xiaofan would only die. There was no other ending. The wounded Zhang Xiaofan joined Ghost King's sect under the name of Ghostly. For 10 years, he searched for a way to resurrect Bai Yao. But the dead cannot be resurrected. Can Bai Yao really be resurrected? Maybe. After all, when Fox Divergent Mountain collapsed, Bai Yao's body disappeared, leaving only a piece of green clothing and the Hehuan bell. It was very imaginative. But if Bai Yao didn't use her body to block the sword and sleep forever, how can you remember her forever? I want you to always remember the Bai Yao who, for true love, was willing to fall into the underworld for 3 lifetimes and 7 lifetimes. Swordsmen were devastated by the end of Celestial Bane. After serious consideration, Swordsman decided to stop writing and thank the readers who accompanied the swordsman along the way. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Leather Knight's words at the end of the chapter were an explanation for Bai Yao's ending. It was also a declaration that he would stop writing from now on. After reading it, the male and female readers were stunned at first. Then they cried out in disbelief. What? Stop writing? What does this mean? Leather Knight won't write novels anymore? Although we're sad that Bai Yao didn't resurrect, Leather Knight, please don't abandon us readers. Sob. We won't scold you anymore. Leather Knight, don't stop writing. That's right. We won't block Datang Daily's editorial department anymore. We won't scold you anymore. Please don't stop writing. Sob. Bai Yao didn't resurrect. Leather Knight also stopped writing. Leather Knight, why are you so cruel to us? In Chang'an City and the counties around Chang'an City, the readers who saw the latest issue of Bragging World couldn't help but cry. A sorrowful atmosphere began to spread wildly in every city. Cries could be heard everywhere. Damn it. Leather Knight is going to stop writing? Is it because we made a scene in the workshop last time and angered him? Don't you think I'm despicable? In Chang'an City, Sun Mansion. It was Saturday today. Sun Zifen sat in the backyard happily and read the latest issue of Bragging World. He was very satisfied with the plot update a few days ago because Zhang Xiaofan was trying hard to find a way to resurrect Bai Yao. This gave him hope. But who knew that today's 5 chapters would turn his hope into despair, and from despair into extreme despair? Because Bai Yao didn't seem to be resurrected in the end, and Leather Knight had completely stopped writing novels. Smacks. Sun Zifen couldn't help but give himself a hard slap. He scolded himself. Sun Zifen, Why did you make a scene in the workshop's editorial department and make Leather Knight unhappy? Great, now there won't be any books to read in the future, right? It's over. It's over. My Zhang Xiaofan. My Baiyao. My Leather Knight. Come back all of you. At the end of his speech, he couldn't help but cry. The servants guarding outside the door couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what kind of blow their young master had suffered. I want to reward. This is what I owe Leather Knight. I want to reward him with all my pocket money. Quick. Reward Celestial Bane 100 Tang Yuan. In the room, Sun Zifan suddenly said as if he had gone crazy. There were quite a number of people who had the same thoughts as him. Back when they caused a ruckus in the editorial office, there were thousands of them. Those who participated in the ruckus were actually very fond of Celestial Bane. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the more the blame. Now, when they saw the last sentence of Celestial Bane's grand finale, they subconsciously felt that it was because they caused a ruckus in the workshop back then that caused Pai Ziyage to retire from writing. Therefore, they all wanted to reward him as compensation. As for those who didn't participate in the chaos, they wanted to reward him as much as they could, hoping to retain Leather Knight. Therefore, a very spectacular scene appeared. Chang and Lantian County, Xinfeng County, Yunyang County, Jingyang County, Sanyuan County, Xianying County, and more than 20 other counties were all surrounded by Datang Daily's offices. This encirclement was different from the encirclement of women who wanted to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school 2 days ago. This time, the scale was unprecedentedly grand. At least a few hundred people lined up in front of each Datang Daily's office. Everyone was waving Tang Yuan in their hands, shouting that they wanted to reward Celestial Bane, Leather Knight, and begging Leather Knight not to stop writing. The staff of Datang Daily's office panicked in the face of such a scene. Then, they began to frantically receive rewards and distribute fan medals to those readers. Each of them wished they could grow 8 arms because they were too busy to cope with the situation. Today was a day that belonged to Celestial Bane, and more importantly, to Pai Xiajue. Fortunately, Tang Yuan was gradually becoming popular among the people. Otherwise, with so much money, the Datang Daily's office would be full again. Chapter 1434. Young Master, something bad has happened. South of Chang, and city, Lin family's backyard. Maid Xiao Shi ran into the study with the latest issue of Tang Dynasty Daily, Bragging World, and informed Lin Hao, who was sitting in front of the desk reviewing his homework. What's wrong? What happened? Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Ever since the start of the new year, Lin Hao had been in seclusion to prepare for the exams. Although he knew that Leather Knight had published a new book at the end of March, he could only bear the pain and give it up in order to get into Yanhuang College this year. For the time being, he put Celestial Bane aside. He planned to read it to his heart's content after the exams. Under his orders, his maidservants would buy a copy of Bragging World every day. They would also cut out the parts about Celestial Bane and bind them into a book. They would keep it for him to read after the exam. Young Master, Celestial Bane is ending today. Leather Knight said that he's going to quit writing completely and will never write a novel again. Datang Daily's office in Chang and city has gathered a lot of readers. They're all madly tipping and begging Leather Knight not to quit writing. Xiao Shi was panting as she held the latest issue of Big Talk, Martial Arts World. What? Celestial Bane is ending? Leather Knight is going to quit writing? Lin Hao stood up in shock when he heard that. He originally planned to raise Celestial Bane for a while, but he never expected that he would raise the author until the end of his career. It would be hard for anyone to surpass his skill in raising books in the future, right? Young Master looked. Xiao Shi nodded in response and handed the copy of Bragging World to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took it and read the last paragraph carefully. He couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. What a pity. I won't be able to read his novels anymore. Xiao Shi, go get 1,000 Tang Yuan and tip the Leather Knight. Currently, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's bicycles were selling well all over the country. Lin Wenyuan relied on his status as a member of the Chamber of Commerce to earn a lot of money. In addition, Lin Hao had recently been in closed-door training to prepare for the exams, so he rarely used the money. Therefore, This brat had also saved up a lot of money. 1,000 Tang Yuan was still something he could afford. Thus, young master. Brother Qingke, is Brother Shaoxian really not planning to write novels in the future? In the imperial palace, the little fatty had just paid his respects to Empress Zhangsun when he was robbed by Chang'e. Chang'e pulled Li Tai to the garden and asked anxiously. Li Tai heaved a sigh and said helplessly, I just found out about this too. Although I felt bad, I understood Yamacho's feelings. He had so many things to do every day. How could he have the time to write a novel? We should have been mentally prepared for this outcome. When Chang'e heard this, a trace of sadness appeared on her face. After a long while, she nodded and said, Yes. Brother Qingke, you're right. Brother Shaoxian can't always write novels for us. Now, not only is he in charge of Yanhuang College, he's also in charge of the huge fief of Lantian County. It's time for him to stop writing. But, from now on, it'll be hard to see a novel as exciting as Celestial Bane. Yamacho, are you really planning to stop writing? In the new workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, Li Zishuan came here today to check on the progress of the technical upgrade and coincidentally met Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou brought Li Zishuan to a corner and asked worriedly, Sai, I'm not writing anymore. I'm not writing anymore. I'm getting busier and busier. Where would I find the time to write novels? Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Ma Zhou said unwillingly, But, Marquis, are you really willing to part with your readers? Do you know that this morning, countless readers of Celestial Bane in and around Chang'e City went to the Datang Daily office to tip you? They want to apologize for making a scene in the workshop and ask you to stay. Are you really willing to part with them? Although he had long decided to stop writing after finishing Celestial Bane, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little sad when he heard Ma Zhou mention it. It was a kind of reluctance. All good things must come to an end. I have more and more work to do, and I can't keep writing. It's better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. While they're still not too deep, it's better for me to withdraw as soon as possible. Besides, each new generation excels the previous one. Now, Hua Hongyi's dream of Qin is gaining momentum and has a chance to take Celestial Bane's first place. I'm leaving when things are done, hiding my achievements and fame. I'm leaving now to make way for the younger generation and to avoid embarrassment if I'm surpassed by others in the future. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan shook his head and said. Ma Zhou looked deeply at Li Zishuan and said, Leaving when things are done, hiding your achievements and fame. Marquis, you have great literary talent. Although what you said makes sense, Marquis, I don't believe a word of it. Celestial Bane's position, whether it's in the past or in the future, is unshakable. Dream of Qin is getting more and more exciting after it's updated, but it's still lacking compared to Celestial Bane. After Li Zishuan told Hua Hongyi about the TV series in his previous life, Hua Hongyi stopped updating for a week and reworked the outline. The updated Dream of Qin was undoubtedly more exciting in terms of plot. Hua Ziyu, a student of engineering, Princess Yushu of Tuan Kingdom, Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, Liu Bang, the great Qin general Meng Yi, the great eunuch Zhao Gao, the eldest young master Fu Su, the second young master Hu Hai, and the supreme emperor Qin Shi Huang. These characters collided and created dazzling sparks under Hua Hongyi's pen. Especially the part where the main character, Hua Ziyu, used engineering to stir up trouble in the Qin dynasty, the readers couldn't help but exclaim in satisfaction and couldn't stop. Because of this, Dream of Qin's results were getting better and better, and even showed signs of surpassing Celestial Bane. Nowadays, there were more and more novels imitating Dream of the Great Qin. For example, Dream of the Three Kingdoms and Dream of the Han Dynasty could be found everywhere. Basically, they imitated the main character of Dream of the Great Qin and Dream of the Han Dynasty. It could be said that Dream of the Great Qin had created the genre of time travel. Seeing that Dream of Qin was getting more and more popular, Li Zishuan was finally relieved and decided to stop writing altogether. After hearing Ma Zhou's words, Li Zishuan said helplessly, Brother Ma really thinks highly of me, but since things have come to this, I won't write any more novels no matter what. In the future, Brother Ma, you have to find more new talents with potential. Seeing that Li Zishuan had made up his mind, Ma Zhou could only sigh helplessly, shake his head, and leave with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan stood quietly in place and watched Ma Zhou's back as he left. After a while, he turned around and walked towards Mo Lingwei's laboratory. "Little Ningzi, come over and help me coil the coil on the magnet." Oh, coming. Can your hand stop shaking? Be serious." I'm not shaking. It's shaking on its own, I can't control it." "If you can't control your hands, who can?" "It's not." Just as he walked to the door of the laboratory, he heard the quarrel between the two enemies. Li Zishuan smiled helplessly and pushed the door open to enter. "Ink Girl, shouting, are you guys assembling the electric motor?" At this time, because they were assembling the electric motor together, Yan Shaoning and Mo Lingwei's heads were less than a centimeter apart from each other. It looked very ambiguous. Li Zishuan couldn't help but cough softly and pretend that he didn't see anything as he said. Hearing this, Mo Lingwei quickly bounced away from Yan Shaoning as if she had been electrocuted. Her cheeks quickly flushed red. She clasped her hands together and said hurriedly, "Shun? Yamacho, you're here. Oh, that electric motor. I'm almost done. I can give it to you tomorrow at the latest." "So fast?" Li Zishuan looked at the electric motor's casing and various parts scattered all over the floor. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Ink Girl's attainments in electric machinery are really getting better and better. Although the electric motor's principle is simple, it's not simple at all to actually build it. Ink Girl can build it in just 5 days, it's really admirable." Hearing Li Zishuan's praise, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, she remembered that she was a professor at Yanhuang College and should be reserved, so she quickly restrained the smile on her face and said, "Yamacho, you've already drawn the electric motor's blueprint. I just need to follow the blueprint. Most of the credit goes to you, I don't dare to take the credit." Our Professor Mo is actually so modest. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Yan Shaoning, who was at the side, was dissatisfied. "Yamacho, I also contributed to this electric motor. Why did you all ignore me?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Okay, you all contributed. When the electric motor is done, I'll give each of you something good." Yan Shaoning was instantly happy. Just as he was about to ask Li Zishuan what he was going to give them, Song Xiaoxi's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Young Master Yan, a servant from the Yan residence has sent a message. He said that Minister Yan wants you to go home today." Yan Shaoning was stunned. He went over to open the door of the laboratory and looked at Song Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, my father wants me to go home? Did he say what's the matter?" Song Xiaoxi saw that Li Zishuan was also in the room. He first bowed to Li Zishuan and then replied, "Young Master Yan, I'm not sure about this, but the servant in your residence seems to be in a hurry. Do you want to go out and take a look?" When Yan Shaoning heard this, he subconsciously thought that the Yan family really had an emergency. He quickly turned his head and said, "Yamacho Wei Air, then I'll go home first." Mo Lingwei waved her hand and said, "Okay, go ahead." Li Zishuan also nodded. He secretly guessed that the words he said to Yan Lied yesterday had taken effect. The Yan family was going to propose marriage to the Mo family. After he finished speaking, Yan Shaoning quickly walked out of the laboratory. "That's right. Yamacho, there seems to be a problem on Mr. Wang's side. Do you want to go and take a look?" After Yan Shaoning left, Mo Lingwei was silent for a moment and suddenly spoke. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked curiously, "Mr. Wang? What's the problem on his side?" Mo Lingwei replied, "Yamacho, didn't you ask Mr. Wang to build an electrolytic copper refining workshop? However, Mr. Wang realized that the electricity produced by our hydropower station is alternating current, and electrolytic copper refining requires direct current. In order for the electrolytic workshop to operate normally, we can only use the lead-acid batteries that Yamacho made previously. However, the lead-acid batteries still need to be recharged after they run out of electricity, and they also need direct current to recharge. So, Yamacho, this is the problem. We have to make a sustainable source of direct current." I see. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but be enlightened. Previously, he only cared about making the batteries and neglected the problem of recharging them. When the batteries discharge, they convert chemical energy into electrical energy, and when they recharge, they convert electrical energy back into chemical energy. The electrical energy here is direct current, not alternating current. In his previous life, the lead-acid battery charger was used to convert alternating current into direct current and stabilize the voltage. But now, he didn't have a ready-made charger with him. Thus, Yamacho, this problem must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, our electrolytic workshop won't be able to operate. At this time, Wang Ji's voice came from outside the door. Wang Ji heard that Li Zishuan had come to the workshop, and he quickly went to look for Li Zishuan for help. When he reached the door, he heard Mo Lingwei telling Li Zishuan about the problem he was facing, and he couldn't help but push the door open. "Oh, Mr. Wang, you're here too." Li Zishuan came back to his senses and greeted Wang Ji. I heard that Yamacho was here, so I came to look for you. Yamacho, do you have a way to solve the direct current problem?" Wang Ji nodded, and then with a face of urgency, he cut to the chase. Mo Lingwei also looked at Li Zishuan. In her memory, there didn't seem to be anything that Li Zishuan couldn't solve. Li Zishuan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "There are two ways to solve this problem. The first is to build a direct current generator to convert the power of the river directly into direct current, and then connect it to the electrolytic workshop." A direct current generator? Yamacho, how can there be a direct current generator? Can this thing be built? Mo Lingwei couldn't help but be surprised when she heard it. Of course it can be built. Li Zishuan smiled, took a pen and paper from the table next to him, and explained as he wrote and drew. The reason why the alternator emits alternating current is mainly because when its rotor winding rotates to cut the magnetic field lines, the direction of the current in the winding will change in the opposite direction once every 180 degrees of space angle. That is, it will change twice in one turn. This changing current is drawn out through the slip ring and the carbon brush. Because the law of change is a sinusoidal curve, it emits sinusoidal alternating current. And when we cut off the middle of the generator's slip rings and insulate them from each other, when the rotor windings rotate to cut the magnetic field lines, the direction of the current output from the windings will change under the action of the slip rings every 180 degrees of space angle. This way, the output will always be a positive pole, and the other end will always be a negative pole. This way, the output will be direct current. After he finished speaking, the internal core structure diagram of the direct current generator was revealed on the white paper. Mo Lingwei looked at it for a while, then nodded and said, "I understand. Yamacho, your design is really brilliant. By the way, Yamacho, you just said that there are two ways. What's the other way?" Chapter 1435. Updated for playing the zither and playing the phoenix. There's another way, which is to convert alternating current to direct current. In the workshop, in Mo Lingwei's laboratory, Li Zishuan put down the pen and paper in his hand and said. Mo Lingwei and Wang Ji were shocked when they heard this. Mo Lingwei asked, "Yamacho, how can alternating current be converted to direct current?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Whether it's alternating current or direct current, they're both electricity, so of course they can be converted to each other. Using a rectifier circuit, alternating current can be converted to direct current. Using an inverter circuit, direct current can be converted to alternating current. However, the rectifier circuit requires a new electronic component, the rectifier diode. This diode has a unidirectional conductivity, so it can only pass current in one direction. With it, we can build a rectifier circuit." Mo Lingwei was immediately interested when she heard this. She quickly asked, "Yamacho, how do we make a rectifier diode? Can you teach me?" The knowledgeable female professor of Yanhuang College in the eyes of others was now like an ignorant student, crazily absorbing knowledge from Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "The rectifier diode can be divided into electronic diodes and crystal diodes according to the materials used to make it. With our current conditions, we can try to make some electronic diodes. Girl, Mr. Wang, I'll teach you the method of making electronic diodes today. You have to promise me that you won't leak it out. Otherwise, not only will the workshop suffer losses, Tang dynasty will also suffer losses. At the end, Li Zishuan solemnly reminded Mo Lingwei and Wang Ji. Electronic diodes, also known as vacuum diodes, were widely used in voltage regulation and rectifier circuits because of their unidirectional conductivity. Throughout the history of integrated circuit development, the invention of the electronic diode could be said to be the starting point of the human electronics industry. Therefore, Li Zishuan had to take this matter seriously. In his previous life, after the invention of the electronic diode, the American inventor De Forest cleverly added a grid between the diode filament and the plate, creating the world's first electronic transistor. Since then, these electronic components sealed in small glass bottles have been widely used in various electronic products. For example, televisions, radios, loudspeakers, and other electronic products were all inseparable from diodes and triodes. However, the defects of electronic diodes and electronic transistors were also obvious. They consumed a lot of power, generated a lot of heat, were large in size, and had a short lifespan. Therefore, people had been looking for new electronic devices to replace them. It wasn't until the birth of the transistor and the advent of solid-state electronics technology that the electron tube was completely replaced. In the 21st century, the diodes and transistors used in various countries around the world were actually transistors. Of course, there was another name for them, which was called semiconductor tubes, because they were all made of semiconductor materials such as silicon or germanium. With the current industrial foundation of the Tang dynasty, first of all, purifying silicon or germanium was a problem. Secondly, the key structure of the semiconductor diode, the p-n junction, was also a considerable problem. The p-n junction was made by using different doping processes. Through diffusion, p-type and n-type semiconductors were fabricated on the same semiconductor substrate. The space charge area formed at the junction of the two semiconductors was called the p-n junction. The p-n junction had unidirectional conductivity. N-type semiconductors were silicon crystals, or germanium crystals, doped with a small amount of phosphorus as an impurity, while p-type semiconductors were silicon crystals, or germanium crystals, doped with a small amount of boron as an impurity. Li Zishuan didn't have any boron on hand, so he temporarily gave up on the idea of making a crystal diode. Yamacho, rest assured. What Yamacho said here today, I will not say a word to outsiders, even if I'm drunk. Wang Ji was the first to cup his hands and say this, but the latter half of the sentence made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, although this old fellow was a drunkard, he wouldn't speak carelessly when he was drunk. This was quite reassuring. Yamacho, I won't say a word about what you said either. I guarantee it with my life. Hearing Li Zishuan and Wang Ji's solemn words, Mo Lingwei also became serious and said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's good. Next, I'll tell you how to make the electronic diode. As he spoke, Li Zishuan picked up a pen and paper again, sketching as he explained, First, we'll seal two metal plates in the vacuum glass tube. Of course, we can also use the method we used to make the electric lamp. We just need to exhaust the oxygen in the glass tube. There's no need for a complete vacuum. After that, we'll add an alternating current to the anode plate, and a constant current will appear on the other plate. Mo Lingwei was somewhat puzzled and said, Yamacho, what's the principle behind this? Li Zishuan thought for a moment and explained, You see, when the potential of the anode is higher than the cathode, the electrons emitted by the cathode will move toward the anode under the influence of the electric field, forming a current of electrons. When the voltage of the cathode is higher than the anode, the electric field force on the electrons will pull them back to the cathode, and no current will be generated. That's why the electronic diode has a unidirectional conductivity and can be used for circuit rectification. In fact, this effect was called the Edison effect in his previous life. In 1883, Edison, in order to find the best filament material for electric light bulbs, placed a section of copper wire near the carbon filament in the vacuum bulb, hoping to prevent the carbon filament from evaporating. Although it failed, he inadvertently found that the copper wire, which was not connected to the circuit, produced a weak current due to receiving the hot electrons emitted by the carbon filament. Although Edison didn't study this phenomenon carefully, he applied for a patent for the Edison effect. In 1896, When Fleming was researching how to improve the detector in a radiotelegraph receiver, he conceived of using the Edison effect for wave detection. He sealed 2 metal plates in a vacuum glass tube and applied a high-frequency alternating voltage to the anode plate. The Edison effect appeared, and when the alternating current passed through the device, it was converted into direct current. Fleming called this tube with 2 electrodes a vacuum diode. It had both rectifying and detecting functions. This was the first electronic device in human history. Li Zixuan wanted to make this kind of vacuum diode right now. Although he knew the principle behind it, he wasn't completely sure if he could make it in the end. Yamacho, I roughly understand. Overall, the structure of the electronic diode isn't complicated. Although it will take a lot of effort to make it, it's not impossible. Please let me try a few times. Mo Lingwei listened to Li Zixuan's explanation and thought for a long time before finally nodding. Wang Ji also cupped his hands and said, I roughly understand as well. I will definitely do my best to assist Ink Girl in making the electronic diode. Mo Lingwei's progress was directly related to whether his electrolysis workshop could continue operating normally. Of course, he was more concerned than anyone else. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble the 2 of you. But in my opinion, the DC generator and the electronic diode can be made at the same time. The one that is made first will be put into use first, and the electrolysis workshop can start work earlier. To be on the safe side, Li Zixuan decided that he had to go all out and grab both hands. I think he's driving, but I don't have evidence. Yes. Yamacho. The 2 of them cupped their hands and replied. Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction and thought to himself, with the diode, the triode won't be far away. When the time comes, many electrical appliances can be made. Tang Dynasty will soon enter the electronic age. Chapter 1436. Yamacho, I have another question. In the laboratory, Mo Lingwei frowned and asked, Since we need direct current so much, why didn't we just use a direct current generator to generate electricity? Hearing Mo Lingwei's question, Li Zixuan couldn't help but praise this girl's intelligence. He thought for a moment and said, Ink Girl, have you ever thought about this question? If the electricity from the hydropower station is direct current, how much voltage will be attenuated after it passes through a 1-mile-long wire? You have to know that for a wire of the same thickness, the longer the length, the higher the resistance, and the greater the divided voltage. Let's say the output voltage of the hydropower station is 200 volts. If it is transmitted to a place 1 mile away, the voltage will be only 150 volts. The further it is, the lower the voltage will be. And the electric lamps produced by our workshop all have the same calibrated voltage. If we use direct current to transmit electricity, the places far away from the hydropower station won't be able to get enough voltage to light the lamps. If we use alternating current to transmit electricity, this problem won't exist because we have transformers. We can use transformers to boost the voltage at places far away from the hydropower station and raise the voltage to the value we need. But direct current isn't as easy to convert voltage as alternating current. Besides, Ink Girl, you should know that the internal structure of an alternating current generator is simpler than a direct current generator, and its lifespan is also longer than a direct current generator. So, after considering many factors, I chose alternating current transmission. In fact, even in modern times, the battle for direct current didn't end with alternating current winning. In the 21st century's power system, high-voltage transmission coexisted with alternating current and direct current, complementing each other. In fact, with the development of electronic technology, direct current transmission might even return to its dominant position. This was because direct current transmission only needed to consider the losses caused by the resistance of the line, while alternating current transmission would cause losses due to impedance, inductive reactance, and capacitive reactance. But with the current technological conditions of Tang Dynasty, alternating current transmission was the most feasible and economical method. Mo Lingwei suddenly understood. She nodded and said with admiration, I didn't expect there to be so much knowledge in this. Yamacho was really far-sighted when they built the hydropower station. Li Zixuan smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Wang Ji and asked, Mr. Wang, I believe that the problem of the DC power supply will be solved in a few days, but I don't know if you have the materials and equipment ready? Wang Ji nodded and said, "Don't worry, Yamacho. This old man is fully prepared and only lacks one crucial element. The electrolytic cell, crude copper, and bile vitriol are all ready." Li Zishuan said in surprise, "Oh? His progress was so fast? Then, Mr. Wang, do you have enough gall alum prepared?" After all, the amount of copper that the workshop would be refining in the future was not small. Li Zishuan had to ask in advance. Wang Ji smiled and said, "Don't worry, Yamacho. Gall alum isn't anything rare. There's a mine in Lantian County that produces gall alum, and it's more than enough to supply our workshop." Li Zishuan was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. "What? There's a gall alum mine in Lantian County? Why didn't I know about it?" Wang Ji asked curiously. "There's always been a gall alum mine, but it's only used in medicine and isn't worth much. It's normal that you don't know about it, Mar." Gall alum was a crystal of copper sulfate. It could also be used in medicine. It could stimulate the gastric mucosa and stimulate the vomiting center to induce vomiting. It was used in phlegm congestion, throat paralysis, epilepsy, eating poison, mouth ulcers, tooth ulcers, pterygium, and so on. Li Zishuan quickly interrupted, "Who said that it's not worth much? Not only can it be used to refine crude copper, it can also be used as an electrolyte to electrolyze copper. With this gall alum mine, we can solve our copper shortage problem to a large extent." Refining copper with gall alum? How can copper be extracted from gall alum? Alright, this can indeed be done. Gu Xianwing mentioned in Biopuzi inner chapter, yellow and white, that using gall alum solution to soak iron pieces to obtain copper. In chemistry, this is called a substitution reaction. Why didn't I think of this? Wang Ji was puzzled at first, then he patted his head and said in annoyance. There were two ways to refine copper, the fire method and the wet method. The fire method was to make contact with burning charcoal and decompose the peacock stone into copper oxide, then reduce it back to metallic copper. The equation was CuCO3. CuOH, 2 plus C equals 2Cu plus 2CO2 plus H2O. This was also the main way to produce copper before the Song dynasty in China. The wet method was also known as the gall copper method. The production process mainly consisted of two aspects. The first was to immerse the iron in gall alum, CuSO4. 5H2O solution, commonly known as bile water, so that the copper ions in the gall alum would be replaced by metal and deposited into elemental copper. The second was to collect the copper powder that was about to be replaced, and then smelt and cast. China's people first used natural copper compounds to refine copper by wet method. During the Western Han Dynasty, sulfuric acid was used to react with copper oxide, and then iron was used to replace the copper. Lu En's Huainan Wanbi technique said that when green iron was obtained, it would turn into copper. Green referred to soluble copper salts. That is, when copper salts meet iron, copper will be formed. Jin Gahong's Biopuzi inner chapter, yellow and white, also recorded that green was used to paint iron, and the iron was red like copper. During the Northern and Southern dynasties, it was further recognized that not only copper sulfate, but other soluble copper salts could also undergo substitution reactions with iron. However, these methods were only discovered by the alchemists during the process of refining pills, and were not actually used in production. It wasn't until the late Tang dynasty and the Five dynasties that the wet method of refining copper began to be used in production. In the Song dynasty, it developed into one of the important methods of producing copper. In the early Tang dynasty, there were very few people who knew about the wet method of refining copper, not to mention using it in production. Seeing that Wang Ji had reacted, Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's right. The process of smelting copper with gall alumina was a chemical substitution reaction. In a while, I'll send someone to find the mine that Mr. Wang mentioned and quickly find out the reserves of copper sulfate. After that, we can dig a water tank around the mine, forge the iron into thin pieces, and place them in the tank. Then, we'll use the bile water to soak the iron pieces, and the copper in the bile sulfate will adhere to the surface of the iron pieces. Although forging the iron pieces into thin pieces is more troublesome, Our workshop now has a hydraulic press, so this can't be considered troublesome. In addition, forging the iron pieces into thin pieces can increase the surface area of the iron, greatly reducing the substitution time and increasing the copper production rate. I hope that the copper produced from this mine can completely supply the electricity consumption of Lantian County. A while ago, he was still worrying about where to get some copper. He didn't expect that there would be a mine of copper sulfate in his fief. The people of this era obviously didn't realize the true use of the mine. Otherwise, this mine would have been expropriated and mined by the imperial court and wouldn't have waited until now. Hearing this, Wang Ji couldn't help but sigh with longing. If the reserves of copper sulfate in this mine is really amazing, we can cover the entire Lantian County with electricities. This kind of scene, I'm looking forward to it even in my dreams. After leaving Mo Lingwei's laboratory, Li Zishuan immediately sent Lu Feng and Lu Yun to bring people to investigate the mine of copper sulfate. After that, he went to the Ba River to check on the progress of Zhang Hongsheng's armor manufacturing. Zhang Hongsheng promised Li Zishuan that he would be able to make the first set of plate armor by the day after tomorrow at the latest. After the first set was made, the production speed would get faster and faster. Young master, yesterday I got people to use the hydraulic press to forge a batch of iron pieces of the same size and thickness. With these iron pieces, we can make the chain you mentioned before. I have already arranged for the craftsmen to assemble the chain, and it should be completed by tomorrow. With the chain, young master, are you planning to start building the second generation of chain-driven bicycles? Faubert was also at the hydropower station. Seeing Li Zishuan come over to inspect the work, he quickly walked over and said. Li Zishuan heard this and was delighted. He secretly thought that those outdated and clumsy front-wheel-driven bicycles could finally be eliminated. He smiled and said, "Build. Quickly build. The faster the better." "Oh, right, Faubert, this chain-driven bicycle, even if I don't give you the blueprint, you should be able to imagine its structure, right?" Faubert nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. This second generation of bicycles is only different from the first generation. Everything else is basically the same. This won't be a problem for me." Li Zishuan said excitedly, "Hee. That's good. I'll wait for Faubert's good news. The previous bicycles have brought us a lot of profits. Now that we have the technology to produce chains, we can create a more agile and light second-generation bicycle. I believe that more people will like it and be willing to spend money on it. In the near future, the bicycles produced by our Chichu Pavilion workshop will be spread all over the Tang dynasty." Last year, because he didn't have a dam or a hydraulic press, he couldn't make chains. He could only make those ancient bicycles with pedals installed on the front wheel. These bicycles were very taxing to ride and could easily trip over. Li Zishuan only felt that it was a novelty at first. After riding it for a few days, he stopped riding it. He was a modern person. Any bicycle that he had ridden before was 1,000,000 times better than those ancient bicycles. But Cheng Yaojin, the native of the Tang dynasty, didn't know that there were better bicycles in this world. They only knew that the bicycles produced by the Chichu Pavilion workshop were faster, more agile, and more convenient than horse carriages. That was why they rode them every day. Now that he had chains, everything was different. Not only could Li Zishuan produce bicycles with chains to drive the rear wheels, he also wanted to make mountain bicycles with disc brakes to change the speed. He even wanted to make electricity. These improved bicycles could not only replace horse carriages, but also horses. The next day, the first thing Li Zishuan did after breakfast was to go to the medical center. When Dr. Wang saw Li Zishuan, he quickly reported, "Yamacho, this time, our Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center has recruited a total of 58 highly skilled and ethical doctors. Among them, there are 8 female doctors and 50 male doctors. Among them, there are some who are good at bone setting and treating injuries. There are also some who are good at treating children's diseases. There are also some who are good at acupuncture and massage. In any case, there are already qualified doctors in the previous departments." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's good. The medical center must operate normally as soon as possible and fully open to the people of Lantian County. All the prices of the herbs and the consultation fees must be open and transparent. We can't cheat the people. In addition, the number of female doctors is still too small compared to the number of male doctors. I told you before that doctors don't differentiate between men and women. In the eyes of a doctor, there should be no concept of gender. Don't look down on other people's medical skills just because they are women. Gu Qingyue yesterday is a good example. We have to recruit more female doctors in the future. Li Zishuan heard that in yesterday's interview and examination, Gu Qingyue had smiled proudly with 2 full marks. Who knew how many people's eyes had popped out of their sockets? Li Zishuan felt that Gu Qingyue could be used as an example to all the women in the world who were interested in medicine. He wanted to tell the world that women could also learn and practice medicine, and that their medical skills were not inferior to men. Dr. Wang cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, after yesterday's interview and examination, no one dares to look down on female doctors. The reason why there are only 8 female doctors is because there are too few female doctors who came to apply. However, today's Datang Daily published a notice that our joint medical center can recruit female doctors. I believe that soon, there will be female doctors with excellent medical skills coming to our medical center." Li Zishuan heard this and nodded. "That's good. If the medical center has any difficulties in the future, Dr. Wang, you can tell county magistrate he or me. If we can help, the county government and I will definitely do our best to help." Yes. Yamacho. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan rode to the workshop again. He had received news that Mo Lingwei's electric motor and the second-generation chain bicycle that Faubert was in charge of had been completed. "Yamacho, this is the electric motor. As long as it is connected to the battery, the rotor inside will be able to spin rapidly." Mo Lingwei pointed at the lump of metal on the floor and said in the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion. Li Zishuan frowned. He had to admit that the electric motor's appearance was a little ugly. The outer shell was cast directly. The surface was not polished, quenched, or painted. It was as ugly as it could be. He just did not know if this ugly thing could be used properly. "Connect it to the battery and let me see," Li Zishuan said softly. "But," Mo Lingwei replied and quickly asked Song Xiaoxi, who was next to her, to bring a lead-acid battery over from Wang Ji's place. Since Yan Shaoning went home in a hurry yesterday, he had not come yet. Mo Lingwei had no one to order around, so she could only order Song Xiaoxi around. After the lead-acid battery was brought over, Mo Lingwei placed the electric motor upside down and asked Song Xiaoxi to hold it steady. Then she connected the power source. When the power source was connected to the battery's positive and negative electrodes, the electric motor started to spin rapidly. "Success! Success! We have changed the way power is used in this era," Li Zishuan said as he looked at the electric motor that was spinning wildly. Chapter 1437. In his previous life, there were 3 revolutions in the history of mankind. The first revolution was when the steam engine replaced the inefficient human and animal power. The second revolution was when the internal combustion engine replaced the internal combustion engine. The third revolution was electricity. Li Zishuan had originally wanted to follow this rhythm and start a power revolution in the Tang dynasty. But last year, when he created the telegraph, he created electricity along with it. Since then, he couldn't help but want to create more things related to electricity. Thus, electric lamps, lead-acid batteries, electric motors, and other modern electrical equipment were all invented by him. As for the steam engine and the internal combustion engine, Li Zishuan believed that he did not need to create them. In the future, the students of Yanhuang College would be able to create them. As a Yamacho, he could not possibly create everything and leave the students with nothing to create, right? So, Ink Girl's electric motor was built so quickly? Just as everyone was staring at the rapidly spinning electric motor, Uncle Fu walked in from outside and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "It was just finished. Manager Fu, you're here. Please have a seat." Mo Lingwei raised her head and greeted him. "Faubert, you're here." Li Zishuan also greeted him with a smile. Faubert waved at Mo Lingwei and said, "Hee. I'm not sitting. I'm not sitting. This old man is here to look for young master." Hearing this, Li Zishuan raised his head. Faubert also looked over and said, "Young master, the second-generation bicycle with chains has been built. Do you want to take a look?" Li Zishuan exclaimed, "Even the bicycle has been built?" "Sure. Let's go take a look together. Xiaoxi, bring someone to carry the electric motor and lead batteries over." "Young master." Song Xiaoxi nodded, then called for a servant to move the electric motor and battery. "Yamacho, why do you want to bring the batteries and electric motor to the bicycle?" Mo Lingwei asked in confusion. Li Zishuan smiled and said mysteriously, "Hee hee. Ink girl, you'll know when the time comes." Following Faubert, Li Zishuan and the others, they arrived at the yard where the bicycles were assembled and produced. They saw a two-wheeled bicycle that was about half the height of a person standing in the open space. Looking at the bicycle, Li Zishuan felt a sense of familiarity because the style of the bicycle was almost exactly the same as a modern bicycle. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the modern era. "Young master, is the structure correct?" Faubert asked uncertainly. Li Zishuan hadn't given him any blueprints for the rear-wheel drive bicycle. Faubert had designed it based on the original bicycle, so he wasn't sure if the design was right. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and nodded. Correct. This is exactly the same as the bicycle in my mind." Faubert's heart finally settled down. He smiled and said, "That's good. Young master, do you want to try it out yourself?" "Of course, I'll try it out." Li Zishuan nodded and walked towards the bicycle. He gripped the handlebars and felt the sensitivity of the handlebars. Li Zishuan stepped on the other side of the bicycle with one leg and sat down on the seat of the bicycle. Then, with a light push of his right foot, the bicycle stood up steadily and started moving forward. Easy. Li Zishuan, who was riding the new bicycle, only felt relaxed. This chain-driven bicycle was undoubtedly 100 times easier to ride than the previous front-wheel drive bicycle. Looking at Yamacho, it seems like this bicycle is easier to ride. Mo Lingwei couldn't help but exclaim after watching for a while. Faubert nodded and smiled. "That's for sure. The bicycle that young master is riding now relies on a chain, gears, and bearings to drive together. Furthermore, the number of gears connected to the pedals is much more than the number of gears connected to the rear wheel. When you step on the pedals, the rear wheel will have to turn a few times. It's not like the bicycle that you used to ride in a single round. Therefore, it's much easier to ride." Uncle Fu could be considered an old expert in the field of machinery. He was able to clearly explain the advantages of the new bicycle in just a few words. It was clear and concise. Mo Lingwei wasn't stupid. After listening, she quickly understood. She looked at Faubert and said with admiration, "These improvements are really ingenious. Manager Fu, you're really amazing." Faubert smiled and waved his hand. I wouldn't dare to take the credit for this. The idea was all from young master. I just followed young master's suggestions and designed the blueprint." Mo Lingwei smiled. Manager Fu, you don't have to be humble. The mountain leader has already told me that you designed all the blueprints by yourself. Looking at Yamacho riding this new bicycle, I want to ride it too. Manager Fu, do you have any more new bicycles?" Faubert shook his head and said, "Only one of them has been made so far. If Miss Mo wants, the workshop can make another batch in 2 days." Faubert watched Yan Xiaoning grow up, and Mo Lingwei was Yan Xiaoning's crush. Faubert took good care of Mo Lingwei in the workshop. Mo Lingwei smiled playfully and said, "I don't have to wait until then. I want to ride it now." Then, she put her hands around her mouth and shouted at Li Zishuan, who was racing in the open space, "Yamachos, come down quickly. Let me ride this bicycle too." Li Zishuan heard the shout and could only ride the bicycle back. He handed it to Mo Lingwei and said, "Ink girl, if you want to ride it, then ride it quickly. But you have to be quick because we're going to modify this bicycle in a while." "Modify the bicycle? Yamacho, didn't you just say that this bicycle is already perfect? Then why do you need to modify it?" Mo Lingwei was confused and asked curiously. Faubert also looked at Li Zishuan hesitantly. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ink girl, didn't you find it strange that I asked Xiaoxi and the others to bring the electric motor and battery? It's to modify the bicycle." Mo Lingwei thought quickly and her eyes suddenly lit up. She asked tentatively, Yamacho, you're not thinking of using the electric motor to move the bicycle, are you? After saying this, even she didn't believe it. But all the signs in front of her showed that Li Zishuan wanted to use the electric motor to modify the bicycle. Faubert's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought that the new bicycle with chains was already very advanced. But Li Zishuan wanted to take it a step further and use the electric motor to modify the bicycle. Then, wouldn't it mean that the bicycle in the future wouldn't need people to step on it and could be moved by the electric motor? Faubert didn't even dare to think about this in the past. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Ink Girl is indeed smart. You guessed right. I did plan to use the electric motor and lead batteries to modify the bicycle. After the modification, the bicycle can't be called a bicycle anymore. It should be called an electric bicycle because it doesn't need people and can move quickly with electricity. Electric bicycle? That's good. Yamacho, let's start the modification now. As soon as Mo Lingwei heard it, she immediately became interested and shouted loudly. Li Zishuan smiled and asked, Ink Girl, aren't you going to test riding the bicycle? Mo Lingwei shook her head without thinking and said, I don't want to try. I'm not going to try anymore. When the electric bicycle is done, it won't be too late for me to try it. Who would want to ride a bicycle if there was an electric bicycle? Li Zishuan found it funny and said, Okay, let's focus on modifying the bicycle today. Around 1859, the Frenchman Plant invented the lead-acid battery. In 1881, the Frenchman Gustave Truffaut had already used the DC motor and lead-acid battery in the transportation industry. He created the world's first electric tricycle, which was much earlier than the internal combustion car. It was also powered by the lead-acid battery. It was similar to the electric tricycles used by modern China. Today, Li Zishuan had brought the history of the electric bicycle forward by more than 1,000 years. Once the electric bicycle was released, it would change many people's understanding of electricity. After all, in the past, people only knew that electricity was the same as thunder on a rainy day. The people of Lantian County knew that electricity could light up light bulbs, but almost no one knew that electricity could provide power for humans. After humans learned how to use animal power and water power, they would eventually learn how to use electricity. Yamacho, I've finally found you. At noon, Li Zishuan did not go back. He chose to eat in the workshop's cafeteria. He met Ma Zhou by chance. Ma Zhou quickly came over with his plate and sat opposite Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was puzzled and said, Oh, Brother Ma, why are you looking for me? In the morning, I was modifying the bicycle in the bicycle workshop. That's why you didn't find me. In today's workshop, there were thousands of craftsmen and countless workshops of various sizes. In the morning, Li Zishuan, Mo Lingwei, Faubert, Song Xiaoxi, and the others were all in the courtyard where the bicycles were manufactured. It was normal that Ma Zhou could not find him. No wonder. Yamacho was in the bicycle workshop. Ma Zhou suddenly exclaimed. He quickly went back to the topic and said, Yamacho, the statistics from the editorial department are out. Yesterday, there were a total of 15,872 people who tipped Celestial Bane. Everyone tipped from 5 copper coins to 1,000 strings of coins. We received a total of 29,462 strings of coins. This number is terrifying. It's a miracle. I don't think there will ever be another novel in Bragging World that can create such a miracle. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, In fact, in many people's hearts, the characters in Celestial Bane can't be measured by money. They're just using this method to bid farewell to the characters in the book. But isn't it also bidding farewell to you, Yamacho? Ma Zhou sighed and said, Yamacho, those readers can't forget you. Are you really willing to stop writing from now on? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Brother Ma, it's useless to say more now that things have come to this. Come, let's eat. Seeing that, Ma Zhou decisively stopped talking about it. He rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Yamacho, speaking of which, your Celestial Bane saved many of our offices this time. Li Zishuan asked curiously, Where did that come from? Ma Zhou quickly explained. 2 days ago, there were women who applied for medical school surrounding De Tong Daily's office. But when the news of the end of Celestial Bane came out yesterday, those readers replaced those women and came to surround the office. However, they came to reward Celestial Bane, not to cause trouble. After what they did, our Datang Daily's office wasn't surrounded by those women today. Yamacho, don't you think this counts as saving our office? Li Zishuan suddenly understood and nodded. I see. But even if they continue to surround Datang Daily's office, I have a solution. Brother Ma, you don't have to worry. Ma Zhou was puzzled. Marquis has a solution? What is it? Li Zishuan smiled and said, I plan to announce to the world that I'm recruiting women into the medical school. Tomorrow morning, I'll officially announce this in front of all the civil and military officials. Ma Zhou was shocked. He stared and said, You mean this can't be. You'll be impeached by many officials if you do this. It might even affect the academy's reputation. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, It's okay. I've already thought of a foolproof plan. Brother Ma, don't worry. Ma Zhou was helpless, but he knew that once Li Zishuan decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull him back. He didn't try to persuade him anymore. In the afternoon, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, and Yuchi Baolin came to the workshop. Yamacho, I heard that our academy is recruiting female students. Is it true? When Li Zishuan heard that the idiot had come to the workshop, he walked from the bicycle workshop to the front yard of the workshop. Who would have thought that Cheng Chumo would ask such a question? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, Where did you get this information from? The academy doesn't recruit female students. Even if it does, what does it have to do with you? You don't study hard, and you don't help train the team. You only care about things that have nothing to do with you. Cheng Chumo heard this and said, I'm innocent. Yamacho, who said that we haven't been training the team recently? Basically, we go to the field every day and lead the outstanding players to train. Last month, Brother Shanbei returned to Japan because of the death of Empress Tugu. At that time, Li Zishuan was determined to establish the Tang Football Association. Later, he was busy with work and couldn't leave. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin volunteered to be the coaches of the national team. Don't be so full of yourself. When I'm done with work, I'll go and see the results of their training in person. Li Zishuan couldn't help but mock. Chapter 1438. Hey, Yamacho, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. In any case, Baolin and I have been diligent and conscientious lately. We have a clear conscience. In the workshop, Cheng Chumo chuckled after hearing Li Zishuan's words. Beside him, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but nod in agreement. Brother Chonyo is right. Yamacho, we really haven't been slacking off recently. The players that Yamacho transferred to the national team will be organized by us whenever we have time for physical training and tactical training. The teamwork between the players is getting better and better. Li Zishuan nodded and said, If that's the case, that's great. You guys can train them according to the tactical training manual and physical training program that I gave you. If I have time, I will personally train them. If you guys do well, there will definitely be a place for you in the Tang national team. Cheng Chumo chuckled and said, Heh, Yamacho, I like what you said. Sun Zifan then said, Yamacho, a few days ago, the medical school was recruiting students. Many women who know medicine wanted to sign up. They surrounded the Datang Daily office and wanted to use this opportunity to ask Yamacho to allow them to enter the college. Yamacho, what do you plan to do? Will you agree to their request? After saying that, the chubby boy looked at Li Zishuan with a burning gaze. Clearly, he was eager to know the answer. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin also looked at Li Zishuan in unison. TSK, men like women. This was an unchanging law of nature. Yanhuang College was impeccable in terms of facilities and teaching staff. The only downside was that the college was like a temple for monks. There were only men and no women. Therefore, as soon as they heard that a woman wanted to apply for the Yanhuang Academy, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, and the other old foxes, who were in the age of puberty and hormone secretion, immediately came to Li Zishuan to ask for his opinion. Li Zishuan had also been a student in his previous life. How could he not see through Sun Zifan's true intentions? He glanced at them and said indifferently, Could it be that you bastards are thinking about women? As soon as he said this, Sun Zifan and Yuchi Baolin immediately flushed red. Yamacho, what are you saying? How could I, Sun Zifan, be that kind of person? No matter how bad Sun Zifan was, he was still the son of a great scholar. How could he be called a pervert? Yuchi Baolin stammered, Yamacho, I'm not. This honest man almost blurted out the modern era's 3 consecutive denials. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Chung Chumo, on the other hand, was not a stingy person. He was thick-skinned and crossed his arms. He did not explain, but he did not deny either. Li Zishuan pointed at the 3 people in front of him and sneered, you guys. Let me put it this way. I do intend to recruit some talented women who know medicine to further their studies in the medical school. However, to avoid criticism, I plan to separate the medical school and the engineering school with a high wall. I'll imitate the way the Imperial Physician Department teaches students and train these medical students. What? Separate them with a high wall? *CK. Yamacho, aren't you being too cruel? Do you have to be so heartless? Chung Chumo couldn't sit still after hearing Li Zishuan's words. He glared at him and said angrily. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said lightly, Didn't you say that you're righteous people just now? What? Now you're showing your true colors? Sun Zifan, who was about to speak, was stunned when he heard this and immediately shut his mouth. Chung Chumo pursed his lips and said, That's what they said. I didn't say anything. Yamacho, don't you think that our engineering school is a little out of balance? It's not easy for some female students to come in. Why are you surrounding them with a wall? Hearing Chung Chumo spouting nonsense, Sun Zifan quickly chimed in. That's right. Yamacho. There's a saying that goes, a fair and graceful woman is a good match for a gentleman. Although we don't have any thoughts about the female students who just entered the school, the balance between male and female yang can stimulate our motivation to study. Yamacho, you should be more happy to see this situation. Li Zishuan was speechless and couldn't help but scold, Get lost. If the 2 of you can focus on your studies, Qingke and Xiaoke won't have anything to do with first place in the school. Yamacho, you're calling me? Speak of the devil. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Tai's voice came from outside the room. The fatty came today mainly to talk to Li Zishuan about quitting writing. He wanted to see if there was any room for negotiation. After all, he was an experienced novel enthusiast. Naturally, he didn't want Li Zishuan to quit writing. He asked the servant about Li Zishuan's location. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard the conversation between Li Zishuan and Chung Chumo. Qingke, you're here too? Have a seat. Li Zishuan nodded at Li Tai and greeted him. Yamacho, you've made things so boring. The team still has training today. We'll take our leave first. Chung Chumo stood up, patted his butt and said goodbye. Yamacho will take our leave too. Sun Zifan and Yuchi Baolin also stood up and said, Go ahead. Li Zishuan nodded. The 3 of them said goodbye to Li Tai and left. Yamacho, what did Chumo and the others talk about just now? Li Tai asked after the 3 of them left. It's about the enrollment of medical students. Hearing Li Tai's question, Li Zishuan briefly told Li Tai what they had just talked about. Li Tai said disinterestedly, Oh, so that's what it was about. Yamacho, your idea is good, but you have to be careful of the court official's impeachment. Otherwise, this good thing will become a bad thing. As a member of the royal family, Li Tai was not interested in ordinary beauty. Moreover, compared to Chung Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, he was still young. Therefore, he did not care much about the enrollment of women into the medical school. In his heart, women might not be as important as novels and truth. Li Zishuan nodded and said, I've already made a decision on this matter. Don't worry, Qingke. Li Tai replied with an After a moment of silence, he said, Yamacho, I'm sure you've heard about the grand occasion of Celestial Bane being rewarded by tens of thousands of people yesterday. Qingke knows that you're busy with work every day, but if you have the time in the future, would you be able to continue writing novels? When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately understood the purpose of Li Tai's visit today. He pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, Perhaps. But who knows what will happen in the future? Novels are nothing in my eyes. Qingke, Our goal is to spread the word of engineering to the world and benefit millions of people. I hope you can understand this. Li Tai was deep in thought. After a moment, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, Qingke will remember Yamacho's teachings. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, Song Xiaoxi said from outside the door, Young master, Steward Fu has finished modifying the bicycle. They asked me to inform you. Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard that. He quickly replied, Okay. Tell Faubert that I'll be right there. Young master. Song Xiaoxi replied and turned to leave. Inside the room, Li Tai was puzzled. Yamacho, why are Steward Fu modifying the bicycle? Li Zishuan stood up and smiled. The workshop has recently created a lead-acid battery and an electric motor. We plan to use these two things in the new second-generation bicycle. We will use the battery's electricity to power the bicycle. This way, the bicycle will be able to run faster than a horse without any effort. Qingke, you came at the right time. Why don't we go and have a look together? You can do that? Let's go. I'll go with Yamacho. Li Tai's eyes shone brightly as he hurriedly replied with great interest. So, the master and disciple left the room and walked towards the bicycle workshop's courtyard. Yamacho, you're finally here. The bicycle has been modified. Do you want to give it a try? Half an hour later, Li Zishuan brought Li Tai to the bicycle workshop's courtyard. Mo Lingwei saw Li Zishuan and quickly greeted him excitedly. Li Zishuan looked at the girl suspiciously and asked, Ink Girl didn't try it first? Mo Lingwei's eyes flashed and she shook her head. This electric bicycle is Yamacho's idea. Yamacho should try it first. In fact, she was thinking, who knows if there will be any problems with the first electric bicycle? What if I fall from it and get disfigured? Yamacho, you're good at martial arts. It's best for you to be the first one to try it out. Li Zishuan looked at Mo Lingwei with a faint smile. Although he could roughly guess what Mo Lingwei was thinking, he didn't expose her. Instead, he nodded and said, Okay. I'll give it a try. After that, he walked towards the world's first electric bicycle. This electric bicycle's modification plan was personally designed by him. Naturally, he knew which part was the switch, which part was the accelerator, and which part was the brake. Li Zishuan sat on the bicycle's seat and pressed the switch. He turned the right handlebar and began to accelerate. With a whoosh, the bicycle's speed suddenly increased. Li Zishuan and the bicycle rushed forward. Everyone's eyes widened. Mo Lingwei exclaimed excitedly, It's running! It's really running! Manager Fu, our modified electric bicycle is running. This means that our method is correct. Yes. It's running. To be able to see this kind of car that doesn't need manpower or animal power to run in my lifetime, I truly have no regrets. Uncle Fu was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Something like an electric bicycle was beyond the scope of the ancients' knowledge. Now that it was in their hands, Uncle Fu felt like he was dreaming. Li Tai, who was standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil as he shouted, Amazing! It's too amazing! I can't believe there's a car that can run so fast without the help of humans or animals. Just a moment ago, Mountain Elder told me that our goal is to spread engineering to the world and bring benefits to millions of people. Now, it seems that Mountain Elder is moving towards this goal step by step. With this electric bicycle, it will be very convenient for the people to travel. Look, the Marquis was riding a divine chariot. A divine bicycle that can run like the wind without pedaling. Li Zishuan rode his electric bicycle and wandered around the courtyard. The whining sound of the electric motor attracted the attention of the craftsmen who were working. When everyone came out to take a look, they were all shocked. Oh my God! It's really a divine bicycle. Marquis isn't pedaling, and this bicycle can run so fast. Isn't this a divine bicycle? It's too amazing! How did Marquis make this bicycle? Why does it look different from the bicycles made by our workshop? It's indeed different. In the past, when we made bicycles, the pedals were installed on the front wheels. But on this bike, the pedals are in the middle of the two wheels. It's incredible! Just as everyone was discussing and exclaiming, there was one person who couldn't wait any longer. That was Mo Lingwei, because she had already watched Li Zishuan go around the courtyard a few times. Yamacho, can you come down and let me have a try? Mo Lingwei quickly shouted when Li Zishuan was in front of her. When Li Zishuan heard this, he had already jumped out of Mo Lingwei's position. He said loudly, "Okay, I'll give it to you later." When the bicycle was about to reach Mo Lingwei, Li Zishuan quickly slowed down. The bicycle stopped steadily in front of Mo Lingwei. Li Zishuan was a little worried. "Ink girl, although this bicycle is fine, you haven't ridden it before. It might be a little difficult for you to control it. You have to ride it slowly later." Mo Lingwei didn't care. "Yamacho, don't worry. I also contributed to the design of this bicycle. How can I not know its performance? It'll be fine." After that, she took the bicycle from Li Zishuan and prepared to ride it. Li Zishuan was speechless. He secretly prayed that this female driver wouldn't crash. Mo Lingwei's start was quite smooth. She drove the bicycle shakily. It could be seen that she couldn't control the power of the electric motor very well. Sometimes when she accelerated too fast, she quickly slowed down. Sometimes when it was too slow, she suddenly accelerated. Therefore, the speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. If it was someone with a weak heart, they would probably be scared to death. "Whoa! Wei Er, what kind of bicycle are you riding? How can it move by itself?" Just when Mo Lingwei was about to completely control the electric bicycle, a person that Mo Lingwei had been missing for the past 2 days came into the courtyard, Yan Xiaoning. This guy saw Mo Lingwei riding a cool bicycle. He couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing Yan Xiaoning, Mo Lingwei smiled sweetly. "Little Ning, you're finally back. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I can't control this bicycle anymore." It turned out that this girl only cared about talking and made a small mistake when she was turning the corner. Just as she wanted to brake, she pinched the wrong spot. The electric bicycle screamed wildly and rushed toward Yan Xiaoning at an even faster speed. Chapter 1439. Wei Er, be careful. Yan Xiaoning forgot to dodge when he saw that Mo Lingwei was getting closer and closer to him. Perhaps he consciously forgot to dodge because the gate of the courtyard was right behind him. There was a threshold at the gate and it wasn't low. If Mo Lingwei were to crash into it, she would definitely fall. "Little Ning, get out of the way. Get out of the way." Mo Lingwei shouted when she saw that Yan Xiaoning was frozen on the spot. She thought that he was scared out of his wits. However, Yan Xiaoning was still standing on the spot. He didn't move at all, as if he was really scared out of his wits. "Let me be your meat cushion." The fear in Yan Xiaoning's eyes was instantly replaced by determination. He wasn't as skilled in martial arts as Li Zishuan. In the face of such a dangerous situation, he couldn't resolve it in a split second. He could only use his body as a shield to block the damage for Mo Lingwei. Yan Xiaoning was even more determined to be a meat shield when he thought about what his father said to him after he returned home. He was getting closer and closer. When Mo Lingwei was less than a foot away from Yan Xiaoning, she clearly saw the determination in Yan Xiaoning's eyes instead of fear. At that moment, she finally understood. "Little Ning, are you stupid? Get out of the way." Mo Lingwei could feel a drop of tear rolling down from the corner of her eye. She shouted at Yan Xiaoning in a heart-wrenching manner. Yan Xiaoning could only shake his head in a split second. Before he could say anything, the bike was already close to his clothes. Bang! A loud noise sounded in the courtyard. It wasn't the sound of a bike crashing into someone, but the sound of someone stepping on the ground. Yan Xiaoning wasn't hit by the bike, but he was pressed to the ground by Mo Lingwei, who lost control of the bike due to the strong inertia. However, at the critical moment, Li Zishuan flew forward and pulled the scooter that was speeding forward. He stomped on the floor with one foot and immediately stopped the scooter's forward momentum. It was also because of this that Mo Lingwei flew out of the scooter uncontrollably and crashed into Yan Xiaoning. Bang! There was another loud bang. This time, it was the sound of 2 people hitting the ground. Ah! Accompanied by a shriek, Mo Lingwei's entire body fell onto Yan Xiaoning's body. Due to the inertia of the fall, her head also involuntarily fell down, quickly approaching Yan Xiaoning's face that was twisted in pain. Time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment. At this distance, Mo Lingwei could clearly see the fine hairs on Yan Xiaoning's face and the beads of sweat on his forehead. They could even feel each other's breathing. Mo Lingwei looked at the man who was pressed under her body. She felt her heart beating even faster. Oh no, that was the feeling of being moved. Roar. Wei Er, get up quickly. Ouch, my old waist. This was supposed to be the most heartwarming moment of the hero saving the damsel in distress, but at this moment, our hero was very unromantic. His cry of pain completely broke the warmth. Mo Lingwei secretly rolled her eyes and said, "Oh." Then she got up from Yan Xiaoning's body. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wei Er, help me up quickly. Yan Xiaoning also wanted to get up from the ground, but when he turned over, he felt that his waist was about to break. When he was pushed down by Mo Lingwei just now, his waist just happened to hit the door sill. If he didn't use his hand to cushion his waist at the critical moment, his waist would probably have broken. Mo Lingwei was still angry at a certain someone for being unromantic. At this moment, when she saw Yan Xiaoning's face full of pain, she knew that Yan Xiaoning didn't have a light fall this time. She immediately panicked. Little Ningzi, are you okay? Yamacho, quickly come and take a look at little Ningzi. Mo Lingwei carefully helped Yan Xiaoning up. At this moment, she remembered that Li Zixuan knew medicine, so she quickly turned her head and shouted. Actually, she didn't need to shout. Li Zixuan was already walking over at this moment. Xiaoxi, quickly go and get Dr. Sun. Li Zixuan skillfully helped Yan Xiaoning up from the ground without letting Yan Xiaoning exert any strength on his waist. Then he ordered Song Xiaoxi. Young master. Song Xiaoxi also knew that the situation was urgent. He responded and directly rushed out of the courtyard with his fastest speed. Yamacho, even you can't cure little Ningzi? Mo Lingwei's eyes were red and she asked with a sobbing tone. This girl thought that Yan Xiaoning's life was in danger from the fall and couldn't be saved. Her heart was filled with grief and she couldn't help but cry out loud. Li Zixuan was speechless at Mo Lingwei's somewhat excessive reaction. After a moment of silence, he said, Ink girl, it's true that I know some medicine, but massage and bone setting isn't my strong point. Xiaoning fell on his waist. It's better to get Dr. Sun here. I see. Mo Lingwei suddenly understood. Her face relaxed, but then she nervously asked, Yamacho, is little Ningzi's injury serious? Wei, don't worry, I'm fine. Yan Xiaoning forced himself to support his body and turned his head to smile at Mo Lingwei. Little Ningzi, you don't talk anymore. Yamacho, quickly think of a way to save him. Mo Lingwei said with a nervous face. Li Zixuan saw that this girl was scared out of her wits, so he comforted her. Just now, I used my true qi to check Xiaoning's lumbar vertebrae. Some of the vertebrae were displaced. After Dr. Sun's massage treatment, there shouldn't be any major problems. Miss Mo, you don't have to worry. Thank you, Yamacho. Mo Lingwei immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, Let's quickly help Xiaoning to the bed. Li Zixuan quickly said when he saw Yan Xiaoning's painful appearance. The few of them helped Yan Xiaoning to the nearest room and let him lie on the bed. In order to relieve Yan Xiaoning's pain, Li Zixuan used his inner force to carefully nourish Yan Xiaoning's injured parts and quietly waited for Sun Simiao's arrival. At the same time, on the Cloud Mountain, two old men who were over 50 years old sat opposite each other at a stone table in front of a Cloud Mountain courtyard. For thousands of years, millions of Mahist disciples have been dedicated to benefiting the world and the people. However, because of the changes in the dynasty, they have experienced many twists and turns. It's not easy to pass it down to this day. It's really admirable that Mr. Mo was able to abandon the prejudice of family background and join the engineering school to develop Moism in this way. An old man in a white Confucian robe with white hair took a sip of the Immortal tea and sighed. Minister Yan, you're too serious. I'm ashamed to say that I'm not able to develop the knowledge left by the divine ancestor. I'm really ashamed to face all the ancestors of the Mahist family. An old man in a black robe sat on the other side and said with a wry smile. That's right, the two people sitting opposite each other were Yen Lide and Mo Huai. One was the Minister of Works of the Imperial Court, while the other was the current Mahist family's great son. The two of them were completely unrelated. Logically speaking, they would never cross paths in their entire lives. However, because of a trace of fate, they were able to sit at the same table and talk cheerfully today. Mr. Mo, you're wrong. Now that Moism is declining and Confucianism dominates the world's knowledge, it's basically impossible for the Mahist family to establish a sect and recruit disciples like before. Only by relying on the engineering school can we have a chance to prosper. Mr. Mo, you're adapting to the situation and making the most correct decision. Even if the divine ancestor of the Mahist family were still alive, he wouldn't blame you for this. Because everything Mr. Mo is doing now is for the good of the world. Yen Lide cupped his hands and said. Mo Huai was stunned. He paused and said, the reason why I agreed to join the Yamacho and joined Yanhuang College was because I took a fancy to the philosophy of the engineering school. It's similar to my Mahist families. Now, I can't even tell what the engineering school is. What is the Mahist family? I'm really a little obsessed. Yen Lide couldn't help but laugh. We're both helping the world and the people. Why is there a need to distinguish between schools? I think the original intention of the Mahist family's divine ancestor was to benefit the world and the people, and not to make the Mahist family the #1 school in the world, right? Mo Huai fell silent when he heard that. A moment later, he raised his teacup and said, it's said that the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. Minister Yen, as an outsider, you've solved the confusion in my heart for a long time. I'll replace wine with tea and propose a toast to Minister Yen. Mr. Mo, you're too polite. Yen Lide smiled, raised his teacup, and drank it from a distance. I heard that Mr. Mo has a daughter who is talented and intelligent. She's proficient in the way of machinery and things. Moreover, she became the first female professor in Yanhuang College. Her profound knowledge is evident from this. I think it's also because Mr. Mo taught his daughter well that he was able to raise such an outstanding daughter. After drinking a cup of tea, Yen Lide took the opportunity to add more water and changed the topic with a smile. Mo Huai's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He was finally talking about the main topic. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Yen Lide, as the minister of the 6 ministries, wouldn't come all the way here just to chat with him. He must have other things to discuss. As expected, after 3 rounds of conversation, Yen Lide finally revealed his foxtail. Minister Yen, you flatter me. My daughter has been spoiled since she was young. Not only does she not learn needlework, but she also likes to study strange things. It's really against a girl's gentle and virtuous character. I've embarrassed myself in front of Minister Yen. Mo Huai cupped his hands. Yen Lide waved his hand and said, Brother Mo, you're wrong to say that. Ink Girl has talent in engineering. That's her own good fortune. Others can't even be envious of her. Such an extraordinary woman is as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns even in the entire world. It's unfair to deny everything about her just because she doesn't know needlework. From Mr. Mo to Brother Mo, Yen Lide changed the way he addressed Mo Huai to shorten the distance between the two of them. At the same time, he secretly told Mo Huai, I don't mind that your daughter doesn't know needlework. What I value is your daughter's talent. Mo Huai's eyes flashed and said, Minister Yen, as the Minister of Works, your standards for judging people are indeed different from ordinary people. Speaking of my daughter, this old man would like to talk to Minister Yen about your son. Yen Lide was shocked and thought to himself, here it comes, here it comes. He quickly straightened his face and said, Oh, Brother Mo, are you talking about my son? That kid is always idling outside and doesn't make this old man feel at ease. There's nothing to say. Mo Huai laughed and said, It's still the same saying. The onlooker sees the game clearly. As a person in the game, how can Minister Yen see your son's outstanding qualities clearly? Your son is protected by Minister Yen and is born in an official family. He has never had to worry about food and clothing since he was young. He should be like the rich playboys in the capital, playing with dogs and chickens all day long and loitering in brothels. However, he didn't. Instead, he became Yacho's right-hand man. Yanhuang College and the workshop have all been invested with young Master Yan's energy and blood. With such a talent in the Yen family, Why worry about not being able to bring glory to the family? Yen Lide's old face immediately wrinkled with a smile. After all, as a father, it was impossible for him to not be happy when someone praised his son, not to mention that Mo Huai might be his future in-law. Brother Mo, you're too kind. You're too kind. How can my son be as good as you say? Yen Lide waved his hand and said, Your daughter and my son are about the same age and have similar interests. As elders, why don't we give them a push behind their backs and make this marriage happen? We'll become in-laws from then on, how about it? Marriage proposal. At this time, Yen Lide saw that the time was right and finally expressed his real intention, marriage proposal. Previously, he sent someone to call Yen Xiaoning home to ask if Yen Xiaoning had a sweetheart now. Yen Xiaoning was the only son of the Yen family. Yen Lide had always been concerned about Yen Xiaoning's marriage. Therefore, that day at the entrance of the palace, Li Zishuan only casually mentioned it and Yen Lide immediately called Yen Xiaoning back. After he found out that Yen Xiaoning's sweetheart was Mo Lingwei, the daughter of the current generation of the Mo family, he immediately sent someone to collect all the information about Mo Lingwei. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, Yen Lide was immediately shocked. He was shocked by Mo Lingwei's talent and even more shocked by Mo Lingwei's status in Yanhuang College. In addition, Mo Lingwei's background, the daughter of the Mo family's master, made Yen Lide approve of this marriage from the bottom of his heart. At the very least, both parties of this marriage were completely well matched in terms of social status. Although the Mo family was in decline now, it was still the Mo family. It was the Mo family that had experienced thousands of years of hardships and still stood strong. The Mo family's master was the Mo family's master. He was the Mo family's master who had hundreds of thousands of disciples at his peak. In terms of status, Mo Huai wasn't lower than Yen Lide. One of them was a powerful figure outside of the imperial court, while the other was an important official in the imperial court. Logically speaking, they should be on equal footing. Therefore, Yen Lide came today to personally test Mo Huai's attitude. This kind of thing could only be tested secretly and couldn't be said directly. Because if he was rejected, the Yen family would really lose face. Mo Huai's heart shook violently. Then he restrained the shock on his face and said, This old man also knows that my daughter and young Master Yen have the same interests, and this old man and Minister Yen are like-minded. Therefore, since Minister Yen has spoken, how can this old man refuse? Chapter 1440. Dr. Sun, is Xiaoning all right? In the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, Mo Lingwei immediately asked worriedly after Sun Simiao treated Yen Xiaoning. Sun Simiao washed his hands and said, Ink girl, you don't have to worry. Young Master Yan's waist is injured. After my massage and medicinal wine, he will recover in 3 days. However, it takes 100 days for bones and tendons to recover. He mustn't get injured again in the next few months. Sun Simiao's medical skills were really all-round. He was good at treating all kinds of diseases. No wonder he was called the king of medicine. However, Yen Xiaoning's injuries were mostly thanks to Li Zishuan. If it wasn't for Li Zishuan's invention of soaking medicinal wine in medicinal wine, Yen Xiaoning probably wouldn't have recovered so quickly. When the imperial court went to Nanyang last year, they realized that the grain in Nanyang was really cheap. For a time, the imperial court and merchants sent their fleets to the south to trade for grain. This directly caused the granaries in Tang Empire to be full. If it wasn't for the imperial court protecting the grain prices among the people would have fallen again and again. Those farmers would suffer losses. Li Zishuan also took the opportunity to purchase a large batch of grain. A portion of it was sealed in Yunshan while the other portion was given to the winery to brew wine. As a result, the number of drunken Immortal and Gentle village on the market gradually increased. At the same time, the amount of medicinal wine supplied to the Tang Empire's military, Imperial Physician Department, and Joint Medical Center also increased. Good. Dr. Sun, don't worry. I'll take good care of Xiaoning and won't let him get injured again. Mo Lingwei heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Sun Simiao explained a few more dietary taboos before he took his leave. Have a good rest, Xiaoning. I'll help you inform Uncle Yen. Li Zixuan glanced at Mo Lingwei, who was sitting beside the bed with a worried face. He then looked at Yan Xiaoning, who was lying on the bed. These two should be considered a success now, right? After pausing for a moment, he felt that he shouldn't be a third wheel here. Hey, Xiaoxian. Don't tell my father that I'm injured. Even if you want to tell him, you can only say that I accidentally fell down. Yan Xiaoning, who was lying on the bed, hurriedly replied. Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this. He immediately understood that Yan Xiaoning didn't want Yan Lai to blame Mo Lingwei. Thus, he couldn't help but take a deep look at Yan Xiaoning. He thought to himself, who would have thought that the steely straight man who didn't understand romance would actually become so considerate of others? The changes in the world were truly unimaginable. Good. I'll cover for you. After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan responded and then turned to leave. Only Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning were left in the room. Mo Lingwei affectionately looked at the man lying on the bed. She couldn't help but reminisce about the past. She realized that although this person would usually bicker with her and make her angry, he would always be considerate of her at critical moments. This kind of sincerity made her have the urge to cry. Little Ningzi, why are you so nice to me? After a long silence, Mo Lingwei finally couldn't help but ask. Although Yan Xiaoning, who was lying on the bed, had his back facing Mo Lingwei, he felt that Mo Lingwei was definitely looking at him from behind. However, Mo Lingwei didn't say anything and he didn't know what to say. Or rather, he was afraid that he would say the wrong thing and cause a conflict between the two of them. At this moment, he finally heard Mo Lingwei's voice from behind. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and replied without hesitation, "Nothing. I just felt that it would be embarrassing to say that I was injured by a woman, so I asked Yamacho to cover for me." You. Mo Lingwei's brows furrowed and she was about to fly into a rage. However, she immediately understood that Yan Xiaoning said this intentionally to comfort her. Thus, the anger in her eyes quickly turned into infinite gentleness. Indeed, this girl changed her face faster than flipping a book. Little Ningzi, does your waist still hurt? I'll help you apply the ointment? Mo Lingwei said gently. Yan Xiaoning instantly quivered because he had never heard Mo Lingwei speak so gently to someone. He couldn't help but say, Wei, or don't talk like that. I'm a little scared. Silence. After Yan Xiaoning finished speaking, the room suddenly fell silent for 3 breaths of time. However, this was just the calm before the storm. In the next moment, Yan Xiaoning would be greeted by a violent storm. Yan Xiaoning, hurry up and take off your clothes. I'll help you apply the ointments. Walala. Feeling the shock of this super strong sound wave, the birds on the branches outside the room immediately flapped their wings and flew away. Wait, gentler. After a while, Yan Xiaoning's miserable howls came from the room. The servants in the yard couldn't help but look at each other. They secretly thought that the man and woman in the room were two, weren't they? One was a female professor at Yanhuang College, and the other was the son of the current Minister of Works. The two of them were actually doing that in broad daylight. How immoral! Unaware that Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei had already been labeled as wanton and unruly by the workers in the workshop, Li Zixuan was riding his little donkey, it was a little electric bike, on a small road in the countryside. He hummed a little tune along the way and enjoyed the summer breeze. It was really comfortable. However, this beautiful electric bike with amazing functions attracted the attention of many people along the way. Hey. Isn't that Marquis? It's really Marquis. But what kind of bike is Marquis riding? How can it run so fast without pedaling? This must be a bike that only immortals can ride. Otherwise, how can it move by itself? It's amazing. This thing looks like a bicycle, but it's very different from a bicycle. A bicycle's pedals are installed on the front wheel, but this bike's pedals are installed in the middle. Also, this bike can run without pedaling at all. It's even faster than a horse. This must be an immortal's bike. It looks like Marquis just came out of the workshop. Could it be that the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion made this magical bike? It must be. This workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion is really amazing. They can even make a bike that immortals can sit on. I wonder how much this bike can be sold for? So I'm afraid that ordinary people like us can't count on it for the rest of our lives. Hey, you can't say that. Marquis loves his people like his children. Under the leadership of Marquis, we will definitely become richer and richer. Don't you see that many people can afford to eat meat now? Who would dare to think about this in the past? Maybe one day, every family will be able to afford this kind of immortal bike. Yes. As the people of Marquis fiefdom, our lives will definitely become better and better. As Li Zishuan passed by, he caused exclamations along the way. This was the first time the commoners had seen a car that didn't need to be pulled by a horse or pedaled. They all thought that the electric bicycle was an immortal car. However, although the people were talking about it, they did not dare to go up and ask Li Zishuan what kind of bike it was. This was because everyone was in awe of the unknown. Especially when Li Zishuan was riding on the electric bike, he looked like an immortal. It was even more frightening that they did not dare to go up to him. It was already late. Li Zishuan did not plan to return to Lantian County that night. He planned to spend the night in Yunshan. He also wanted to test the electric bike's ability to climb hills. The results showed that normal hills were not difficult for an electric bike at full speed. Li Zishuan rode the electric bike up the half-mile hill in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Ooh. The roar of the electric bike came from the entrance of Yanhuang College. It attracted the attention of the students in the college. Some even ran out of the college to investigate. Today was Sunday. The students usually returned to school in the afternoon. This was because from this week onwards, the college added a new night self-study session. There was also a night self-study session on Sunday night. The students, regardless of whether they lived far away or near, had to return to the college on Sunday afternoon. It was not yet time for the night self-study session, so there were still many students who came out to watch the fun. Wow! It's Yamacho! What kind of bike is Yamacho riding? Why is it running so fast? Hey! Did you notice that Yamacho's feet did not move at all, but the bike was running so fast? What kind of logic is this? Didn't Mr. Mo teach us the conservation of energy? Then where does Yamacho's kinetic energy come from? It's obvious that this guy has been poisoned too deeply by physics and can't extricate himself. I think there must be something incredible installed on the mountain cavalry's carriage. Perhaps it's this thing that's generating kinetic energy that's driving the carriage forward so quickly. What on earth is that thing? How would I know? When Yamacho comes to the college tomorrow, we will ask him personally. It had to be said that these students who had received formal engineering education had a completely different way of thinking from ordinary people. When ordinary people saw the electric bicycle, they immediately categorized it as a vehicle for immortals. However, when the students of Yanhuang Academy saw the electric bicycle, they did not categorize it as a groundless supernatural power. Instead, they were seriously thinking about what provided the kinetic energy for the bicycle. Damn! When I left in the afternoon, Yamacho was still normal. But why is Yamacho riding such an awesome bike? Chinkei, tell me, what is with Yamacho's bike? Where did it come from? Cheng Chumo heard the noise and immediately ran out of the gate of the academy. When he saw Li Zishuan riding a novel car and whizzing past, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets and his face was full of, "What the F***CK?" Li Tai curled his lips and replied, "This is an electric bike. It is Yamacho's latest modified bike. It uses a battery to power the motor. It converts chemical energy into electrical energy, and then the electrical energy into kinetic energy to drive the bike forward." Damn. Shinge, can you not make it so complicated? Just tell me, where did Yamacho get this bike from? Where can I get an identical bike? Cheng Chumo was full of question marks. He waved his hand impatiently and said, he felt that Li Zishuan's electric bicycle was too cool. This was the kind of bicycle a man should ride. Sitting on it, one could feel the speed of the wind. It was much more comfortable than sitting on a galloping horse. Li Tai could not help but say, "Where did Yamacho get this bike? Do you still need to ask? It must be the workshop. In my opinion, you should stop thinking about it. There is only one electric bike in the whole Tang dynasty. It will be your turn at least 2 months later." 2 months? Isn't that too cruel? No, I will borrow it from Yamacho tomorrow. It will be fun to ride it first. Cheng Chumo immediately refused and said that he wanted to look for Li Zishuan. Go ahead then. Li Tai shook his head disapprovingly. If it was in the past, Cheng Chumo might have been able to borrow the bike from Li Zishuan. However, Mo Lingwei had a car accident in the afternoon. Li Zishuan would definitely not lend the electric bike to others so easily. This was for the safety of the bike and, more importantly, for the safety of the person. Sigh. Li Tai sighed and turned to leave. He also wanted to have an electric bike like this. A bike that did not require manpower and could run on its own was a must for lazy people. Yo, Ma Yun is here. What bike is this? Yunshan Villas. Mo Huai was sending Yen Lied off. Just now, they had discussed the wedding date of the two families' children. Yen Lied planned to ask the matchmaker to formally propose marriage when he returned. As soon as he walked out of Yunshan Villas, Yen Lied saw Li Zishuan riding an electric bike toward them. With his sharp eyes, he quickly noticed the uniqueness of the bike. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Yen Lied shook his head. It was also his first time seeing the electric bike. Screech. Li Zishuan had excellent eyesight. Naturally, he also saw Yen Lied and Mo Huai at the intersection. The bike began to slow down when it was about to reach them. After a while, the electric bike stopped steadily in front of Yen Lied. Li Zishuan quickly got off the bike and cupped his hands. Uncle Yen, you came to Yunshan Villas today? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have prepared a banquet for you. Yen Lied waved his hand and said, You don't have to be so polite, Xiao Xian. I came to Yunshan Villas today because I have something to discuss with Mr. Mo. At this point, Yen Lied pointed at the electric bike beside Li Zishuan and said, This bike of yours is very novel. I saw that you didn't pedal just now, but this bike can still move like it's flying. What's the principle behind it? Yen Lied had been engaged in engineering machinery all his life, but this was the first time that he had seen such a machine that could move by itself without human or animal power. He was really curious about it. At this moment, old Yen had completely forgotten that the city gate of Chang and would be closed in a few minutes. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Yen, this is the workshop's latest electric bike. First of all, this bike uses chain transmission and rear-wheel drive to make the bike's structure more reasonable. Second, this bike is installed with a lead-acid battery and an electric motor. The battery provides power to the electric motor, causing the motor's rotor to rotate rapidly. Then, the electric motor drives the wheels to rotate together, so that it can move like it's flying without pedaling. Chapter 1441. Electric motor? Battery? These are all good stuff. Xiao Xian, who made these things? Yunshan Villa. After Li Zishuan briefly explained to Yen Lied how the electric bicycle, the electric motor, and the battery worked, Yen Lied could not help but ask in surprise. Li Zishuan glanced at Mo Huai before replying. Mr. Wang, Ink Girl, and Xiaoning were able to make the battery and electric motors so quickly. Without their recent hard work, how could there be such a magical electric bicycle? What? Xiaoning and Ink Girl contributed to the electric motor and battery? Yen Lied was shocked when he heard that. In the eyes of a father, his child would never grow up. However, when the father found out that his son had done something that even he could not do, the shock he would feel would be similar to Yen Lied's. Mo Huai, who was at the side, did not look too shocked. It was mainly because Mo Lingwei had always been at Yanhuang College. Mo Huai was also a teacher at Yanhuang College. He naturally knew more about his daughter's situation than Yen Lied. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Uncle Yen, Xiaoning has made considerable progress in both his theoretical foundation and his technical level. Don't underestimate him like before. Good. Yen Lied's face was filled with gratification as he said, good, 3 times. He had just discussed the marriage between his son and Mo Lingwei with Mo Huai. Now, he learned from Li Zishuan that his son had great capabilities. His son was about to complete the 2 most important things in a man's life. How could Yen Lied not be gratified? In-law, you've taught your son well. In the future, Xiaoning will definitely be able to inherit your mantle and bring the Yen family to greater heights. Mo Huai cupped his hands and smiled. In-law? Li Zishuan opened his mouth in surprise. He knew that Yen Lide must have something to do at Yunshan Villa today, but he never expected that old Yen would come directly to Mo Huai to discuss the marriage of his son and daughter. Wasn't this progress a little too fast? That was right. This old man came to Yunshan today to ask for this marriage for Xiaoning. This child and ink girl are in love with each other and have the same interests. But after all, there are differences between men and women. If they hang out together every day without any status, it will ruin ink girl's reputation. So as a father, I might as well help them get married. Seeing Li Zishuan's surprised expression, Yen Lide chuckled and explained. I see. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel happy for his good friend. He cupped his hands and said, if Xiaoning knew about Uncle Yan's love and care for Xiaoning, he would definitely be grateful and filial to you. So, as long as this brat doesn't blame me in his heart, it's fine. Yen Lide shook his head and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder. With a complicated expression, he sighed, Little Xian, you were right last time. This old man has indeed cared too little about Xiaoning. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be single even though he's not young anymore. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but console, Uncle Yen, please don't think that way. Xiaoning didn't meet the fated person before, so he didn't get married. After all, marriage is a big event in a lifetime. He can't just casually find a girl to marry into the family, right? Yen Lide couldn't help but laugh. Little Xian, what you said makes sense. Please take care of Xiaoning in the future. Of course. Xiaoning is my brother. Li Zishuan replied firmly. In law, it's already late. I reckon that the city gates of Chang and city are about to close. You definitely won't be able to rush back. In this old man's opinion, why don't you stay in Yunshan for the night and ride down the mountain tomorrow morning and rush to Chang in city for the morning assembly? At this moment, Mo Huai looked at the sky and said with shock. Yen Lide looked up and nodded. All right then, this old man will stay in the side courtyard today. When Yanhuang College was being built, Yen Xiaoning, as the chief engineer of the college, was directly allocated a side courtyard. Therefore, Yen Lide didn't have to worry about not having a place to stay on Yunshan. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He instantly remembered what Yen Xiaoning told him in the workshop earlier. Therefore, he quickly cupped his hands and said, Oh, right, Uncle Yen, there's something I forgot to tell you. Xiaoning accidentally fell down in the workshop today and suffered some minor injuries. He's recuperating in the workshop now, so he can't return to the side courtyard tonight. Fell down? How old is this brat? How can he still fall down while walking? How worrisome. When Yen Lide heard this, he immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. However, Yen Xiaoning was still his son. He then pretended to ask casually, Little Xian, how's this brat's injury? Did a doctor treat him? Seeing that Yen Lide was obviously not telling the truth, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Yen, don't worry. Dr. Sun has already treated Xiaoning. He said that Xiaoning's injury isn't serious. He just needs to rest for a few days to recover. Oh, right, Mr. Mo. Ink Girl is still taking care of Xiaoning in the workshop. She might be back later. Don't worry. Yen Lide heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Huai, however, looked at Li Zishuan thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he said, Thank you, Yamacho, for telling me. This old man understands. It was 6:45 at night. Mo Lingwei returned to Yunshan's side courtyard under the escort of the workshop servant. However, she saw that there was still light in the house. She couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. She carefully pushed the door open and entered, only to find her father sitting in the front hall as if he was waiting for her to return. She couldn't help but ask, Father? Why are you here tonight? Last year, because of the astronomical telescope, Mo Lingwei became a specially appointed professor of the academy and received a side courtyard in Yunshan. Logically speaking, Mo Huai could also stay in the side courtyard with Mo Lingwei. However, as the head of the Mo family, old Mo had his own pride. How could he stay in his daughter's house? Therefore, Mo Huai had always lived in Plum Village. Minister Yen came to Yunshan today. Mo Huai didn't answer Mo Lingwei's question. Instead, he said this out of the blue. Minister Yen, he came to Yunshan? Father, is he here for? Mo Lingwei was stunned. Her expression suddenly became uneasy. She felt guilty. After all, she had just injured Yen Lide's son during the day. Now that she heard that Yen Lide came to Yunshan, she subconsciously thought that he was here to settle the score with her. Mo Huai's gaze was like lightning. When he saw the trace of guilt that flashed across Mo Lingwei's face, his eyes flashed and he instantly understood. After pausing for a moment, Mo Huai calmly replied, "Minister Yen came to Yunshan today to propose marriage to me." Hearing this, Mo Lingwei's eyes widened. Her face was filled with disbelief. But then, she said something extremely shocking. "Ah? Father, you and Minister Yen, you are both men. How can you get married?" Mo Huai was stunned for a moment. When he finally reacted, he almost fell off his chair. He pointed angrily at Mo Lingwei and said angrily, Shut up. You have no respect for your elders. You even dare to joke about your father. This is outrageous. Minister Yen came to find me today to propose marriage on behalf of his son." Propose marriage on behalf of his son? When Mo Lingwei heard this, she finally reacted. Her beautiful face instantly became very interesting. There was agitation, excitement, and also shyness. "Father, I'm not marrying." Mo Lingwei's expression changed. When she saw the faint smile on Mo Huai's face, she couldn't help but stomp her feet and turn to go upstairs. Mo Huai naturally saw through her shyness. After Mo Lingwei left, Mo Huai suddenly raised his head. His deep eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the roof. He murmured, "I'm sorry, Mo Lingwei. Ma Ying, our daughter is about to get married. She chose her Mr. Right. If your spirit is in heaven, you should feel gratified, right?" The news that the Marquis of Yong had created a car that didn't require manpower or animal power to travel as if it was flying spread throughout the entire Lantian County by the next morning. After hearing the news, there were those who were shocked, those who were doubtful, and those who were cheering. There were even more people who were raising money to buy this kind of car. As for those who doubted the authenticity of the rumor, after Li Zishuan rode an electric bicycle to Lantian County this morning, all of the doubters shut up. Young Master is back. Young Master is back on a celestial car. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the Marquis's estate, Wang Bail, who had long since learned that Li Zishuan had built a new magical carriage, cheered loudly as he went up to greet Li Zishuan. Screech! Li Zishuan tightened his grip on the brakes, and the car stopped steadily in front of Wang Bail at the entrance of the Marquis's mansion. He joked, "You rascal! Aren't you afraid that the car won't be controlled and will knock you down?" Wang Bail replied cleverly, "Young Master is benevolent, and his martial arts are invincible. How can he let this celestial car knock me down?" "Celestial car?" Li Zishuan was stunned, then he smiled and said, "Looks like my car has already been named." Wang Bail nodded and replied, "Yes. Young Master. The people who entered the city today were all talking about your car. They said that a car like this that doesn't need manpower or animal power to move like it's flying can only be made by the gods in heaven. So, word of mouth spread among the people, and they called your car a celestial car." As they spoke, Han Yushi, Li Jingma, Madame Li, and the others who had heard the news in the courtyard had already come out of the courtyard. "Xian, you really made a celestial car?" Li Jingma pointed at the strange-looking electric bicycle beside Li Zishuan, his mouth agape in shock. Yi Guizhong couldn't stay calm either. After looking at the electric bicycle from top to bottom, he clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "This morning this old man heard that Xiao Xian, you built a magical bicycle that can move by itself. Could it be this?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Grandfather guessed right. This is a car that can move on its own." After another round of explanation, Li Zishuan explained the general principles of the electric bicycle to his family. Regardless of whether they understood or not, Li Zishuan pushed the bike straight to the backyard. However, a little tail inevitably followed behind him. Big brother, I want to ride this bike. Hurry up and teach me." "Children can't ride this bike." "Nonsense, Mo Lingwei is an adult and knows some martial arts. Even she got into an accident while riding a bike. How could Li Zishuan let his sister ride an electric bicycle?" It's too dangerous. It's easy to fall. Lan, think about it. If you fall off this bike, you'll probably be disfigured and become ugly. Lan, do you still want to ride it? Then I won't ride it. But big brother, you have to give me a ride. Okay. It's cool in the afternoon. Big brother will ride the bike and you can go out to play, okay? After finally getting rid of the little girl's entanglement, Li Zishuan finally got the time to be alone with Han Yushi. Wife, didn't I say that I wanted to give you a surprise a few days ago? What do you think? Do you like this electric bicycle? This is the first and only electric bicycle in Tang Dynasty. In the backyard, Li Zishuan patted the electric bicycle and smiled at Han Yushi. Husband, you want to give this bike to me? Han Yushi was stunned and was immediately surrounded by a huge surprise. Then she waved her hands and said, No. Husband, this thing is too expensive. I can't accept it. I'm satisfied that you have this intention. Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown and say, Wife, what are you saying? You and I are husband and wife. What's mine is yours. It's just a bike. What's so expensive about it? Come and hold it. This bike is yours from now on. After that, Li Zishuan pretended to be angry and pushed the electric bicycle to Han Yushi's side. A trace of emotion flashed through Han Yushi's eyes. After pausing for a moment, she smiled sweetly and said, Husband, as you said, we husband and wife are one. What's yours is mine, so why do we have to make such a clear distinction? Just leave this bike with husband. Because husband is always busy and tired, he needs it more than I do. Besides, if I want to use it, I can just ask husband for it. Li Zishuan was touched and annoyed. He was touched that his wife was so considerate of him. He was annoyed that if he knew this, Li Zishuan wouldn't have praised the electric bicycle in front of Han Yushi. Now, Han Yushi wasn't willing to accept this gift. Young master. Wang Jiao came and said that Master Zhang from the workshop brought a batch of armor to the mansion. Do you want to take a look? Right at this moment, Xiao Shi hurriedly ran over and said. As for Wang Jiao, he was the gatekeeper Wang Bail. There were women in the backyard. Normal male servants couldn't enter, so Xiao Shi had to pass the message. What? The armor is done? Of course, I have to see it for myself. This is the invincible armor in this world. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. He was abnormally excited. Chapter 1442. Da-da-da. In the morning of Chang and city, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. The peddlers were hawking their wares, the commoners were chatting and laughing with each other, the children were selling newspapers, as well as the sounds of reading coming from the Imperial College and the Hongwen Library. These various sounds formed the various states of life in Chang and city in the morning. But today, in Chang and city, there was a different sound mixed in. It was the sound of iron ingots hitting the bluestone road. It was crisp and cold, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and sucked in a breath of cold air. What they saw was a group of fully armed knights riding tall horses and marching in this direction with an awe-inspiring aura. The hooves of those war horses seemed to be tied with a lump of iron ingot, which led to the crisp, da-da-da sounds on the street. However, this was not the most important thing. The most daunting thing was that the knight leading the group was actually covered in iron armor. Other than his eyes, not a single part of his body was exposed. His head, neck, limbs, and hands and feet were all wrapped in iron armor. Even the warhorse he was riding was covered in a set of shiny iron horse armor. From afar, this person looked like a knight cast directly from steel. Powerful, cold, ruthless. This was the most intuitive feeling that this iron knight gave to the commoners on the street. The commoners who were close to him even had a feeling of suffocation. Therefore, there was no need for someone to open the way. Wherever the Iron Knight went, the crowd would automatically disperse. This was a kind of deterrence that came from the soul. Towards the unknown, most people would subconsciously feel afraid, not to mention this kind of Iron Knight that made people tremble in fear. Da-da-da. This group of knights was still moving forward at a moderate pace. The previously bustling street immediately quieted down after this group passed by. Not far away, a group of martial marquis heard of the abnormality here and immediately rushed over. However, after seeing the soldier beside the Iron Knight, the leading martial marquis could not help but be startled. Then, he waved his hand and the martial marquis turned around and left. Hiss! Seeing this, the surrounding commoners all sucked in a breath of cold air, thinking to themselves, where did this cavalry come from, for Wu Ho to immediately avoid them? Although they had doubts in their hearts, no one dared to ask at this time. After all, everyone was afraid of angering the Steel Knight. After the strange cavalry left, the commoners on the street couldn't help but discuss with each other. Oh my God! What was the background of that fully armored cavalryman? It looked too terrifying. Just like the undead cavalry from the underworld. Tisk. Wang Lao Air, you're talking as if you've seen Hell's cavalry before. However, that man who is wearing steel armor from head to toe is indeed quite evil. Standing beside him, I feel like my feet are emitting cold air. That's right. That person was too terrifying. If I hadn't covered my third brother's mouth just now, I reckon that this brat would have been scared to the point of crying on the spot. How could there be someone in this world who would cover their entire body in metal armor? Won't it affect your walking? Yeah. This set of metal armor is at least 40 to 50 gene. Furthermore, with the 4 limbs wrapped in metal, it's inconvenient to move. That's not right. Just now I saw that the cavalry's hand holding the reins and the hand holding the lance, his movements were very nimble. Tisk. How is that possible? If that's the case, when this cavalry goes on the battlefield, wouldn't he be invincible and invincible? What? It's true. That person's entire body, other than his eyes, is completely covered in metal armor. Even the horse he's riding on is covered in horse armor. Who can break through his defense? Where did this cavalry come from? Why didn't the Wu Ho government stop them? I think I saw Yong and Marquis subordinate Commander Pang. What? Zheng Laoqi, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? I shouldn't have seen wrongly. I've seen Commander Pang before. Tisk. Doesn't that mean that this cavalry is Marquis? It can even be said that the person in the steel armor is Yong and Marquis? That might really be possible. But I don't know why Marquis brought troops to Chang'an City. Don't tell me Marquis wants to... Want what? Want your head. Just based on those 10 over cavalry, how can they rebel? Besides, Yong and Marquis is an upright and loyal person. He is even more loyal to His Majesty. How can he do such a rebellious act? The commoners were all discussing the sudden appearance of the cavalry. At this moment in the imperial court, the morning court was also bustling with activity. Up till now, the 100 over counties near the Yellow River Basin have constructed a total of 30,000 over miles of ditches and over 4,300 water wheels. The drought in the various counties has been alleviated and has not affected this year's planting. It is estimated that in another half a month, the commoners will be able to harvest the wheat. In Taiji Palace, Minister of Revenue Xiao Chua was reporting the drought situation to Li Er. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, did not reveal any joy after hearing Xiao Chua's report, because even though the drought in Guangzhou had been greatly alleviated and they would be able to harvest in another half a month, Li Er felt that the imperial court had spent so much effort, but in the end, it was very likely to be feeding the locusts. According to the prophecy that Li Zishuan left behind, the locust plague was about to arrive. Minister Xiao has worked hard. After a moment, Li Er recovered from his thoughts and nodded. Your Majesty! At this moment, Wei Jing stepped forward and clasped his hands. I believe that the Marquis has contributed greatly to the Guangzhou drought being alleviated so quickly. If not for the water wheels that he designed, most of the fertile land in the Guangzhou region would still be in a drought state, not to mention the planting of rice and the summer harvest. Your Majesty has always been one to reward meritorious deeds and punish wrongdoings. So I believe that the Marquis who created the water wheels and gave the blueprint to the imperial court should be rewarded. Reward? And it wasn't for his own reward. When the officials heard this, they could not help but look strangely at Wei Jing, thinking to themselves, since when would the dignified Wei Xuanqing help others to ask for a reward? Did the sun rise from the west today? Cheng Yaojin looked at Wei Zheng's back with a face full of smiles, thinking to himself, Why is this old way more and more pleasing to the eye? But no matter what other people thought, Wei Zheng himself did not have any selfish motives. The reason why he wanted to help Li Zishuan ask for a reward was mainly because Li Zishuan had said by the Ba River, living high in the imperial court, one worries about the people, living far away in the martial world, one worries about the ruler. He felt that Li Zishuan was a very good junior and was worth supporting. Li Er also looked at Wei Jing curiously and then said lightly, "Minister Wei, you don't have to worry about this matter. This time, Li Zishuan has contributed greatly to the drought, so I have already rewarded him in private." Wei Jing frowned and subconsciously thought that Li Er was deliberately patronizing him, so he cupped his hands and said, "May I ask how your majesty rewarded him?" No matter how good Li Er's temper was, he could not help but feel angry at this time. He frowned and said unhappily, Minister Wei, are you doubting me?" Even a fool could hear the coldness in his words, but Wei Zheng, who was used to big scenes, was not afraid. "This old official does not dare." Wei Zheng cupped his hands and said, although he said that he did not dare, even a fool could see that he did not mean what he said. "You?" Li Er pointed at Wei Zheng and wanted to fly into a rage, but at this moment, a Jianghu guard walked in and cupped his fists. "Reporting to your majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience." Li Er could not help but laugh and said, "Quickly, let Minister Wei face to face and see if I have rewarded the Marquis of Yong." After saying that, he looked indifferently at Wei Zheng in the hall. But who knew that the Jianghu guard did not accept the order, but hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, please bring the troops, armor, and horse into the hall. He says that he wants to give your Majesty a surprise." The moment these words were said, the entire hall was shocked. The civil and military officials, eunuchs, and palace maids were all stunned. Even Li Er could not help but be stunned. Ever since Qin Shi Huang held the morning court, there had never been an official wearing armor, holding weapons, and riding a warhorse to the morning court. This was disrespect to the emperor, treason. Absurd. Nonsense. Wei Zheng was the first to reprimand, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is unscrupulous and has no respect for the emperor. This old official requests your Majesty to punish the Marquis of Yong, and for disrupting the court and disrespecting the emperor." At this time, Li Er had already recovered from his shock and could not help but laugh. "Minister Wei, you were the one who asked for a reward for the Marquis of Yong, and now you are also the one asking for a punishment for the Marquis of Yong and's crimes. You keep going back and forth, what should we do?" Wei Zheng straightened his neck and insisted with a proud face, "Your Majesty, these are two completely different matters. This old official also said earlier that your Majesty has always been clear about rewards and punishments. The Marquis of Yong, and should naturally be rewarded for his meritorious deeds and punished for his wrongdoings." Li Er nodded and said in a low voice, "Good. What a good reward for meritorious deeds and punishment for wrongdoings. Men, immediately summon the Marquis of Yong, and let all the civil and military officials in the court judge whether the Marquis of Yong and meritorious deeds or wrongdoings today." "Your Majesty, you must not. In the court, how can there be an official carrying armor and riding a horse to the palace?" Wei Zheng was shocked and hurriedly said. Li Er waved his hand and said, "We have already made up our mind. Whether it is meritorious deeds or wrongdoings, after the Marquis of Yong and enters the palace, everyone can judge then." Wei Zheng was helpless and could only retreat. His heart was filled with questions. He did not understand why Li Zishuan would do such a disrespectful thing to ruin his future when he clearly had a bright future ahead of him. "Second brother, this little Xian will be fine, right?" Cheng Yaojin had an anxious face as he asked Qin Qiong softly. Qin Qiong shook his head and said, "Ji Jie, don't be impatient. Look at the situation first, it might not be a bad thing." Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin could only calm down and quietly wait for Li Zishuan to enter the palace. Among the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the rest were all silent, making it impossible to know what they were thinking in their hearts. Not long later, a series of crisp sounds came from outside the palace. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a knight dressed in silver full-body armor, holding a cold lance in his hand, riding a warhorse wrapped in horse armor and slowly walking into the palace. Bang bang bang. Facing such an awe-inspiring yet strange cavalry, many of the civil officials retreated a few steps in fright. And in the military officials' camp, many of the generals' eyes lit up when they saw the steel cavalry. It was like the light in a wolf's eyes when it saw its prey. Bang. Arriving in front of the officials, the steel cavalry nimbly jumped down from the horse and fastened the lance to the saddle. He cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan and said, "This subject Li Zishuan greets your majesty. Today, I brought the armor and warhorse to court mainly for a reason. I hope your majesty can forgive me." Everyone was stunned at this moment. They weren't shocked by Li Zishuan's words, but by the fact that Li Zishuan had dismounted from his horse and cupped his fists in one smooth motion, without the slightest hesitation. This caused the civil and military officials, especially the generals, to almost cry out in shock. Li Er was also an expert in military formations, so how could he not see Li Zishuan's extraordinary armor? He waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. What kind of armor are you wearing?" Li Er asked even though he already knew the answer. A few days ago, Li Zishuan had told him about the new armor. Now that he asked again, he was mainly asking on behalf of the civil and military officials. Li Zishuan also roughly understood Li Er's meaning. He cupped his fists and replied, "Your Majesty, this subject is wearing the latest vanadium steel plate armor made by the workshop. This armor is not only lighter than the radiant armor, its defensive power and defensive range are also far superior to the radiant armor. This plate armor can withstand all kinds of damage from swords and arrows. Together with the armored warhorse, a cavalry like this can rampage on the battlefield, sweeping everything in their path." Plate armor. After hearing Li Zishuan's introduction, the faces of the officials in the hall changed as they whispered among themselves. "What? This plate armor is actually lighter than the radiant armor? How is this possible?" "That's right. This plate armor clearly covers the entire body, while the radiant armor only protects the key areas. How can the plate armor be lighter than the radiant armor?" But this plate armor truly is very nimble. Just now, the Marquis of Yong jumped down from his horse. This means that the plate armor doesn't affect his normal movements. Just this point alone is already very powerful. After all, it can protect all parts of the body, making it impervious to swords and arrows on the battlefield. It's an invincible existence. If this plate armor can be fully equipped in the army, why should our great Tang fear the Turks? That's right, that's right. A plate-armored cavalry like this is completely capable of wiping out the Turks. As the officials were discussing, Duan Zhishuan stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, this subject would like to boldly test out the defensive capabilities of this radiant armor." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall immediately fell silent. The civil and military officials all looked at Li Er in unison. After a few moments of thought, Li Er nodded and said, "Permitted."